Fishtail, look how close Poole's getting. Dix is in trouble.
This year, we celebrate 60 years of world-class match racing at the iconic Congressional Cup, hosted by the Long Beach Yacht Club.
Yeah, buddy, 2 in a row, baby. Best team in the world.
It was such a huge honor to have my name on that trophy alongside some of the absolute legends of the sport.
Obviously, the winner of the Congressional Cup wins the Crimson Blazer.
Putting this jacket on last year was something I've dreamed about since I got into match racing.
When it comes to one of the most important decisions of your life, your future, your freedom, your legacy, selling your business shouldn't be complicated. At Plethora Businesses, we help business owners sell smarter, faster, and for the highest value they deserve. From valuation to closing, we're with you every step of the way. Visit plethorabusinesses.com to start your next chapter.
I'm Long Beach Mayor Rex Richardson, and I'm proud to welcome you to the 60th Congressional Cup, one of the world's premier sailing regattas. Hosted by the Long Beach Yacht Club, this iconic event highlights why Long Beach is a top global destination for competitive sailing. Join us April 30th to May 4th for spectacular views of the vibrant spinnakers dancing on our water, to the exciting close-up action visible from the Belmont Pier, right where Olympic sailors would soon begin to train for LA 28. To all our guests, our competitors, welcome to the city of Long Beach. Thank you.
Welcome to the final day of the 60th anniversary edition of the Congressional Cup here in Long Beach, California. We started with 10 international match racing teams, and we are now down to the top 4 in the semifinals, and anticipation has been building all week. For some, like Cole Tapper and Dave Hood, it's a chance to finally make the podium in this major international match race regatta. For others, like Switzerland's Eric Monnin, it's a chance to wear the famed crimson blazer that goes to the winner for the first time. But for Chris Poole, it's a chance to make history. He could be the only one of 2 skippers to ever win 3 Congressional Cups in a row if he wins today. Hi, I'm Tucker Thompson with Ryan Sanders, Marilyn Cassidy, and welcome to this final day of the Congressional Cup. We join the action in race 3 of the semifinals, but before we get down to the water, here's a look at what makes this event possible, thanks to the members of the Long Beach Yacht Club.
Long Beach Yacht Club is proud to present the Congressional Cup. We have been on the world stage for over 60 years. Congressional Cup is the longest continuous running match race regatta in the world.
To be here as a competitor and flying the Canadian flag is a huge honor. And we have 8 of the top 10 skippers in the world here involved in the event. But when you dream, you have to dream really big, and I know it's no easy task to win the Congressional Cup.
What makes it special is I think the venue is great outside the Belmont Pier.
It is one of the most impressive viewing venues for any match race around the world.
You can hear people shouting at you from the pier. You get really up close into the action, and the atmosphere is so good. That's why it's fun to pre-start here and it's fun to race here.
We welcome the world to come and join us, not only at the pier, but we also live stream.
What we're really seeing is a lot of new match racing talent, and that's exciting. So we have a full range of the veteran skippers and the young skippers.
Thanks to everyone that makes this great event possible, and we are now live out on the water. This is match 3, first to win 3 points, best of 5. In the semifinals, you're looking at Eric Monnin and Dave Hood in the dial-up. The score is currently 2-0 to Monnin. So Dave Hood in a must-win situation, guys.
Yeah, Tucker, and you know, we've been saying this all week. The wind has been so much lighter today. We've got this big breeze coming from, I'm going to let Marilyn tell us where, but somewhere from the south. We haven't seen that. And to have Monnin here in the heavy winds, this will be an interesting match.
Yeah, we've got breeze from the southeast. The weather mark is set at about 150 degrees, which is a little left of what we normally see here in Long Beach. The strength, though, is great for this time of day. We think it's about 8 to 10 knots out there.
All right. On board with both teams, and you're hearing the crew from Switzerland's Eric Monnin as they reach to the right-hand side into the spectator fleet.
Allez, on fait un circling. Allez, partez là, ouais.
Monnin jibes first, but not towards the pier. Circling back behind Hood, who continues towards Plan B, the spectator boat.
2, 1, et hop.
They're getting a great view of the action.
Ouais.
I thought the Belmont Pier was close. Coming up on 2 minutes.
On a le temps d'en faire encore un de circling, je pense, hein?
Which side do you like upwind, Marilyn?
Ouais, 2 minutes.
Well, it's a tricky one, Tucker, but I see some really big pressure on the top left right now that I would be keeping an eye on as we enter the last couple of minutes here in the pre-start.
To me, the angle looks more righty, but who knows? We'll be able to tell when they get going upwind in this first match. Second match, we'll keep an eye on them as well. Coming up on 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Allez, ça jibe. Allez, c'est parti. Go, 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 go.
There's the starting line, upper right of your screen.
Okay.
There's the Belmont Pier.
Allez,
Boats have to
vitesse.
avoid in front of them.
Voilà, ouais, bien.
Both boats early for the line. Minute 20 to go.
With this different wind direction, the boats are engaging with the pier a little bit differently than we sometimes see. Both a little bit wide of it compared to what we might see with something more like a 200-degree breeze angle.
And the pin is literally just 2 boat lengths off the pier here. So if they get down to the pin end, there's not much room to get back to the start line.
That's a great point, Ryan. Coffin Corner is exceedingly small this morning.
So it's Monnin looking to lead in. Marilyn, you've been correct all week long, so if the left does pay off, that's where he's headed right now. Now, Hood can't go in between his competitor and the exclusion zone there off of the Belmont Pier. If it's close. 33 seconds to go, the countdown. Hood looking for a bit of Monnin to try to luff him up towards the line, but I think we've run out of time for that. Monnin tacking on top of Hood. Monnin looking pretty strong at this point. Dave Hood still trying to push him, but not able to. Monnin just shifting over to the right, actually, of his competitor. Uncontested. As they head for the line on port, Hood's going to give this game up. Go for an even start. A little bit behind. Monnin will tack at the gun. Here we go. We're off. In race 3, Monnin has to tack on the line, but he was bow forward and up to better speed. And as he does, Hood goes into an immediate tack. It looks like breeze to the right side of Monnin and also to the far left, so it's anybody's guess as Monnin tacks and makes it hurt on Hood.
And this is a must-win situation for Hood. Win or go to the Petite finals, so I imagine they'll stay close the entire race. What do you guys think?
Yeah, absolutely. I think with this direction and just the earliness in the day, there could be a lot of shifts out there. So I would expect Monnin to keep the race quite close instead of some of those big splits we've seen earlier in the week.
I'll tell you what, Marilyn, I see that lefty pressure that you were talking about, that velocity out there, and Hood was getting his bow into it first. I'm surprised he tacked away from it into what looks like a bit of a light spot. Now, maybe that's just to shift Hood into the light, or rather Monnin into the light spot. And now split tacks and go towards that pressure. That could be a good move called by Chris Main, the tactician. It's Monnin's wife, Uta, trimming the main. His brother's on board. It's a family affair. They brought their kid here this week for the vacation in Long Beach with a bit of sailing sprinkled in.
And grandma.
Right. And they're in the top 4. in the money round. Now a big split this time. Monnin does not tack for a solid minute or more. And this is Hood all the way to the left in that velocity that you saw, Marilyn, before the start. But the angle, to my eye, still looks good to Monnin on the right. Now we'll converge again with Hood tacking, see who's made a gain. You know, in light air, you want to go more for velocity, right? And I think with this breeze, the boats are relatively the same speed. You go for angle, and I think the angle looks better to my eye for Monnin at the moment. And he's got starboard advantage.
I agree, and down here at the signal boat in the start of the next match, we do see the race committee indicating there's a little bit of a right-hand shift, which you had identified, Tucker. So I think you're right that Monnin may have picked up a little bit of a lead here. Just still really close, though, less than a boat length apart as they head up the weather leg.
I like how Hood just took a little bite of VMG out of Monnin before rolling into attack there. These teams are effectively almost overlapped approaching Mark 1, right?
And the nerves are high on the pier. This is Long Beach Yacht Club's own Dave Hood, past Commodore. The first Long Beach Yacht Club member to be in the top 4, I would say, in any recent memory at the Congressional Cup. So big stakes on the line here for Dave Hood and the entire Long Beach Yacht Club.
Ok, on vire dans 2, 1, et maintenant.
Monnin is split out to the right again, but is now just tacking back pretty close to the starboard ley line to the top mark here.
Okay.
Hood continuing to try to make the left work in this unusual wind direction. Forecast to go farther right throughout the day and be more of a typical Long Beach afternoon, right?
Absolutely. But I think the velocity is going to hold up even as that shift comes through, so it should be a really exciting day of racing.
Mother Nature saved the best for last, and it's going to be breeze on this afternoon.
And you know, when these semis are done, we're going to have our fleet race for the 6 other teams who did not make it through to the semifinals. A little bit of money on the line for them, and absolutely some bragging rights tonight at the Yacht Club, right?
Earlier this week, as you know, I just had a hunch, I had a feeling about Eric Monnin this year. He's just looking really good as he tacks in front of Hood in the lead. In this third race of the semifinals, first to win 3 points, he's already won 2. A must-win match for Dave Hood, who's closing gauge from behind into the spinnaker set.
Ok, et ça va maintenant, go!
Contact between the boats, penalty flags on both teams, lots of screaming and yelling. And the umpires standing by for the call. As the crews rush into the spinnaker sets. At least 1, maybe 2 penalty flags on that. Someone is going to get, no. Okay. Green flag. Sail on. That looked like, I thought it was a collision. Maybe they didn't see it.
It was quite close, and I think the reason that there was no penalty flag there is that the umpires determined that both boats had already rounded the mark at the time that Hood's team sort of stuck their bow between Monnin and the mark. So effectively just putting themselves in a lower position after Monnin's rights to the mark were concluded.
Expert umpire Kirk Brown, do you concur?
Et c'est parti, go! Il y va pas. Continue.
See now the bow, Dave Hood, maybe just kissed Eric Monnin there. Wow.
And I don't think the umpires saw that.
I don't speak Swiss, but I heard Monnin say collision, collision.
Allez, on pompe, ouais. Okay,
Beautiful shot here. Our brand new sponsor, Plethora Businesses. They've got a boat out on the water today. Members of Long Beach Yacht Club, as well as Farmers and Merchants Bank. We learned this week that one of the founders of Long Beach Yacht Club was the very first owner of Farmers and Merchants Bank, family business here locally in Long Beach.
Look at how close this is.
OK.
That's what you'd expect at this
On va
level.
l'offrir, là, ouais.
Coming into the leeward
Ça va
gates,
l'offrir pour nous. Ouais.
lead boat can choose whether to go left or
Ouais,
right.
je vois plutôt mieux
It's
la
been a
pine.
long
Ouais,
starboard tack all the way down.
Attention là, ouais. Attention, ouais. OK,
Well, then,
ouais.
Tucker, let me put it to you. Which one of these gate marks do you think you would pick as they come down towards them?
I think the left looks pretty good right now upwind, so if I was the lead boat, I'd make a right-hand turn around the left gate. And I think that's where Monnin is set up for right now. That's going to leave Dave Hood to split, sail a little extra distance to get to the right of his opponent. It's such a compressed, small course. You really can't get a lot of leverage. And they're almost dead even here at the bottom of the track. So I like Monnin for as far as the breeze, and I like Dave Hood as far as having starboard advantage since it's so close. Anybody's guess as we go back upwind. Hood needs this win, of course.
Oh, Monnin loses his spinnaker pole over the side out of the end of that douse. That can be a real killer in these boats. Just another piece of drag that he can't tolerate in this close race.
Well, it's time. I think that's a good reason enough to tack. Get that giant pole out of the water for sure.
Nice recovery considering, though.
Just an unforced error.
OK.
By
Allez, on est
this
dans le match.
otherwise flawless team this week. Only team to have beaten Chris Poole,
On va
who's
plus haut que lui.
world ranked #1 and
Allez, ouais.
top team in this regatta so far. They're sailing their match
Ja.
#3 as well. We'll give you an update between Cole Tapper and Chris Poole in a moment. Tapper
On est
also
plus
in a
haut que lui,
must-win.
heureusement. On refait un gain là, ouais. Plus haut, plus vite.
Ça vire pour eux?
Ça vire pour eux, ça sera nez à nez. Ouais. Si on peut sous-virer, vous êtes d'accord pour protéger la gauche? Je suis pas sûr de
Very
pouvoir
important
sous-virer
cross here.
d'ailleurs.
Monnin from the
prend la
left on
droite.
port after that slow rounding. We'll have to
deux.
avoid if it's a collision
go.
course.
En avant,
Hood on
bon.
starboard.
Hop.
It's going to be a duck,
Là, c'est bien là, ouais, ok.
No
Et
dial
ça
down
remonte
from
direct,
Hood.
Là, ouais.
but definitely a lead change.
Et ça
As
revient
Hood is
direct.
now in front of Monnin.
2, 1, et hop.
It's game on in this match. You want to put a rum drink on it?
Sure, Tucker. I'm going to take my local
You have
favorite
to.
Dave
Yeah.
Hood here, though. Bacardi rum, the official rum this year of the 60th annual Congressional Cup. Do you know all these skippers pick drinks back at the yacht club? They all made their favorite drinks. They're on display.
Unfortunately for my head, I do. No.
Really interesting change up here, though, with the boats essentially switching sides of the course. Dave Hood leading that change. Maybe they saw something out in that top left.
You know, there are shifts out there. There are velocity changes. But the first beat, they were pretty much overlapped, or literally. And here again, they were dead even at the bottom of the track. And now that they're splitting either side, I still wouldn't be surprised if they're right next to each other at the top mark again. The only thing I see is a little bit more breeze to Monnin on that left side there as Hood sails through some wind shadows and a bit of a light spot, but more pressure at the top of the track is going to reach Hood as well. So I have no idea. Anybody's guess.
In the background here, you see Cole Tapper chasing Chris Poole downwind.
Just bad air here.
So if Poole wins that,
We'll fill in 2.
he'll be the first through
One.
to the finals of the
Pressure
Congressional
now.
Cup. Something we've said twice before in the past 2 years. Chris Poole sailing very well as we keep our eyes on the Monnin-Hood match. Hood fighting for his chance to stay in the Congressional Cup. Has never performed better than this week, and it's not over yet.
Il a le nez clairement devant quand même, mais allez, ouvrons tous. Ouvrons tous. Yep.
Just not much in it at all. Who's going to have this at the top mark?
Nez clairement devant, mais on est quand même là, hein. Allez, Jean-Claude. Ouais, on est juste à son cul là.
Hood
bien,
from
là,
the
ouais.
right.
C'est copie.
Makes it work. Tack's clear. Ahead. Pole's already there. It's going to be a good hoist. You can feel it. This is the run to the finish. And it's Hood's match to
On a dans
lose.
2, 1, maintenant. Allez, c'est parti.
But Monnin is right on his heels.
Voilà, bien. Ok, là.
Now, you're
Yep,
Monnin,
right.
the next move. Do you sail low and slower to try and anticipate the next jibe? It's a very short course. This is a little bit more square than the last one, but I still think it's long starboard.
I think if I anticipated it was a long starboard, then I would be setting up for the jibe, just knowing that it has to come fairly soon from the lead and try to simo jibe alongside them.
Allez, matching, go! Go, 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 go!
I don't speak French, but I know what matching means, and there they go. Both jibes. Hood jibes, Monnin jibes right on him. Monnin in a good position to blanket Hood's breeze, and both teams are pointing straight towards the finish line. Tense moment for both of them.
Here, Dave Hood breathing there. I gotta imagine the stress is high on board.
Oh man, I mean, this is just so close.
Dave Hood here in his 4th Congressional Cup, first time making it to the semifinals. He actually learned to sail on these Catalina 37s.
He's got to win this race.
And we're just hearing from the umpires that Hood is currently clear ahead by approximately 2 meters. There's almost nothing between these two boats.
Now, here's the thing. With this angle, Hood does not have to jibe again. He can sail straight towards the finish line. The problem is he needs to heat up a little bit because his air is clear behind. When he does, he's going to run into Monnin's wind shadow, and Monnin is just slowly reeling in Hood. Hood stays low. Monnin goes up. Hood dives down, trying to get separation, trying to keep his air clear. Now it's
a little wobble in that spinnaker.
I mean, Monnin is just clawing forward with every second in this run. Hood in a bit of trouble now, likely to start getting defensive, but not yet. Monnin takes a bite up and then back down, just rolling on top of Hood, who's trying everything he can to keep his air clear. It's time to luff. You can't go for the line anymore. He's going to go on the defense, luffing Monnin. Has he got a piece of him? Can he luff Monnin up away from the finish line? Now he goes back down for a dig. Monnin stalled the rudder a little bit there. His bear away was later than Hood's. Hood's air is clear behind. There's only a few feet separating both teams as both of them point towards the line. The crowd is on their feet. Dave Hood fighting to stay in the regatta. Who's got it? Who's got it? Oh my gosh, he's done it! Dave Hood wins one of the closest match this week and stays in the Congressional Cup, keeping his hopes alive for at least another race in the semifinals. What an incredible win. I don't think I've ever held my breath longer at the finish of a race.
I literally have goosebumps, Tucker. That was such an incredible showing from both boats. And congratulations to Dave Hood. You guys on the pier better cheer for him.
Oh my goodness. The amount of pressure this team was under to pull that off with just by a foot or two. Wow. Yeah, let's relive that finish again. Just gonna have a look at look how close. Right about there, Monnin's ahead. To my eye. Oh no, sorry, I was looking at the wrong boat. Okay, yeah. No, it's got to be just a foot of that spinnaker is all that crossed the line ahead of Monnin there for Dave Hood. Now we're back with live pictures. Upwind with Poole leading his match over Tapper. Tapper also in a must-win to stay in the Congressional Cup. We're also going to hear from Dave Hood in a few minutes while he catches his breath. I think we need to catch our breath too. Man, I'm kind of still reliving that finish. He was behind, then he caught up. Then Monnin reeled him in, so let's hear from him. The man who just won that incredible match, Dave Hood.
Yeah, it was an awesome race. It was a close race all the way around, and yeah, we're just focused on one race at a time, with one maneuver at a time, and try to do the very best we can with each maneuver. Felt good.
Felt good. The rest of us couldn't even breathe. One race, one maneuver at a time. I'd say that was 1 inch at a time. Coming into that finish, incredible.
Overhead views now. We pick up with Chris Poole and Cole Tapper. Chris Poole flying that red American Integrated Services spinnaker. Not as close as that last match, Tucker.
No. You know, every single match this week, and there have been pretty much 100 of them so far, if you count them, have all been within 2 boat lengths. This has been, in my opinion, one of the closest Congressional Cups that I can remember. Every single match, including this one, within just a few lengths. The one constant has been this story, though. Chris Poole in the lead of all but 2 of his matches, and those 2 losses both went to Monnin, or because of Monnin. So we'll see if those 2 face each other in the finals, but not if Dave Hood has anything to say about it. And Hood seemed pretty calm and relaxed about that. You know, just kind of, yeah, it's a good race.
I certainly was not calm and relaxed about it.
I don't think anyone on this pier was. And I think we can say the same about Cole Tapper, who is still continuing to try to blanket Poole Spinnaker in this race as they head downwind, knowing he's got to put everything he's got out there right now to stay in this.
Cole Tapper and crew were the first boat out here at the pier this morning. We had music playing, and Cole was actually giving a dance party. So I think he's trying his best to stay loose, but I think he's running out of time here, Tucker.
You remember yesterday when he was racing Chris Poole, and it was bow to bow, and he was singing.
Yeah.
Just singing after 4 penalties, actually. He was still singing. I thought that was funny.
Do you remember what he was singing?
I asked him in the press conference, and now I'm going to forget. Coldplay.
Nope. Fleetwood Mac.
Oh, all right. Never mind.
Pretty good taste for a young guy.
All the skippers got really great JBL speakers, thanks to Farmers and Merchants Bank after the Junior Congressional Cup. He said they were playing that music on the way out. It got stuck in his head.
Well, unfortunately for Cole Tapper, Chris Poole's going to be stuck in his head for quite a while, because the first to win 3 matches and the first team to go on to the finals of this 60th anniversary Congressional Cup, ladies and gentlemen, is Chris Poole. Big round of applause and a well-deserved victory as he's booked his ticket to the finals for the 3rd year in a row. Well done.
Really great regatta sailed so far by Cole Tapper, though, too. I think we need to give him some credit as well here. He will be fighting for 3rd here in the Petite finals.
Well, he doesn't know who he's going to face yet. Neither do we. As we get ready for the next start, race number 4 in the semifinals between Dave Hood and Eric Monnin. The score 2-1 and a first to win 3 points.
So this is one of 5 championship rounds of the World Match Racing Tour. These guys are racing all around the world. In China, there's the Gold Cup down in Bermuda. There's a couple races in Europe, I believe, here in California. These are the heaviest boats they race on the circuit. So they've all talked about that a bit.
Okay. Randy Smith has just informed us 3 minutes to the start of the next flight. So
Tucker, it's about enough time for you to go get that rum you owe me from that Dave Hood win.
You're right. We're going to take a very, very short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the next start.
Just like we do for the Congressional Cup, we are happy to host yachtsmen from around the world and give them a small taste of what life is like here in Southern California, in Long Beach, on Alamitos Bay.
When it comes to one of the most important decisions of your life, your future, your freedom, your legacy, Selling your business shouldn't be complicated. At Plethora Businesses, we help business owners sell smarter, faster, and for the highest value they deserve. From valuation to closing, we're with you every step of the way. Visit plethorabusinesses.com to start your next chapter.
I'm Long Beach Mayor Rex Richardson, and I'm proud to welcome you to the 60th Congressional Cup, one of the world's premier sailing regattas. Hosted by the Long Beach Yacht Club, this iconic event highlights why Long Beach is a top global destination for competitive sailing. Join us April 30th to May 4th for spectacular views of the vibrant spinnakers dancing on our water, to the exciting close-up action visible from the Belmont Pier, right where Olympic sailors would soon begin to train for LA 28. To all our guests, our competitors, welcome to the city of Long Beach. Thank you.
All right, folks, we are right back in it, waiting for the signal flags there from the loins. The race committee boat, Randy Smith and his race committee team. There it is. 7 minutes to the start of the next race, 2 minutes to the 5, and of course, 4-minute entry period. We've got Dave Hood up against Eric Monnin. Dave Hood is sailing with Ted Hackney, Chris Main, Ricky McGarvey, Steve Natvig, and Chris Steele. And then, of course, Eric Monnin is sailing with some names that I'll have a much tougher time pronouncing, but his wife Ute, Mathieu Renault, Jean-Claude Monnin, his brother, Simon Brugger, and Julian Flaxa, and, of course, Maxime Mesnil, who actually won the Ficker Cup. He was a helmsman, and Eric crewed for him. But because Maxime was crewing for Eric in the Congressional Cup, his victory was ripped away from him, and he couldn't sail in the Congressional Cup.
I'm not going to say it was ripped away, Tucker. That's an unfair
Stolen.
statement.
You know, I think I would have said, listen, maybe I should drive, Eric. You know, but anyway, so well done, Maxime, and that opened the door for Peter Wickwire and Nicole Brault in their first America's Cup, sailed through the Ficker Cup. Not America's Cup, sorry, Congressional Cup. And if any young sailor out there wants to sail in this Congressional Cup regatta, sign up for the Ficker Cup. Try to qualify for that, and you can book your ticket to the Congressional Cup if you finish in the top 2.
Yeah, we had a great Ficker Cup last week. 8 teams from 4 different countries. Same boats you're seeing today, these Catalina 37. So a fun 2 weeks of racing here in Long Beach on the pier.
And Marilyn, who after this commentary coverage should probably work for local weather. You haven't been wrong all week. Breeze looks a little bit lighter right now, transitional period, or what do we expect?
Yeah, I do think the velocity might be down just a pinch from that first race, but we still see some big puffs coming down, especially on the left-hand side. That said, the entire race course has shifted a little bit to the right between the last race and this race, so things could be on the move. I'm
going to go out on a limb, just looking at the line of clouds that we have here, and also that line of breeze right there, that I think the right shift is coming right now. I think it's on its way, and we're going to see it in this race. That's my guess. As we go down to the water, preparing to enter the pre-start, Hood, it's still in a must-win situation. The first to win 3, and it's 2-1 Monnin to Hood. And that incredible win by Dave Hood in the last match. Can he do it again?
15
and draw
kill.
Even at 2-all. He's pretty early for this entry. Just kind of slowing down there. Where's Monnin?
Still 10 kill.
Yeah, about 25 seconds to go until entry, and
I don't see Monnin. There he is. Monnin might be a little late for this.
5.
Let's stay with Hood.
3, 2, 1, go.
So both teams a little late for this unusual entry. It's going to be Hood entering first.
Nice.
There's the 4 minutes, and then Monnin about half a length behind. Welcome to the show, Eric. He finally joined us.
A firm. In with the swing here.
Monnin immediately on the
goes
breeze. Good move. Can he get across? Trimmers weren't even ready for that one as they grind that Genoa in. Monnin looking to get across on port and avoid the dial-up, and I'm not sure it's going to work as Hood winds up on starboard to get a piece of him.
Copy.
No.
On the wind out of this.
He doesn't get across. Good try. So it's pressure on the lower right part of the course, and then possibly, I'm sorry, lower left, and possibly some right-hand pressure.
Ça remplit quand même bien par la gauche, en moyenne.
3 minutes to go. Hood is in control right now.
Coller dessous, c'est quand même
And
le
Monnin
long, hein? Yeah.
starts to back up. Both teams in reverse. Holding head to wind, and as you know, the bowmen, bow people are steering just as much as the rudder in reverse, right?
Yeah, now that they're really starting to move with some pace backwards, the helmsman will be in control a little bit as well, but remembering that they'll be steering in reverse, I suppose.
They're starting to get closer together. Monnin falling off onto starboard. Hood falling off onto port. If there's a collision, it would go against Hood. Oh, flags flying again. Will there be a penalty? Yellow flag. Hood has just backed into Monnin, and that's going to put him up against the ropes. Kirk.
Yeah, Tucker, that was a starboard port penalty, Hood on port tack.
Pretty cut and dry. And that means Dave Hood, as if the pressure hadn't mounted already, he was down 2. He won the last match. Now he needs to win this one. He's got a penalty against him. I mean, my heart rate monitor on my watch is going up.
I wonder if that does mean we'll see some more fireworks in this pre-start, though, as Hood may even try to equalize before we get this race going.
I'll tell you what, if Hood pulls this off, total respect now, because you got to outsail Monnin and you got to shed the penalty. We've got a minute and a half to the start.
Driving 4 above Finlay.
The spectator fleet, a bit closer than I remember this week.
Boat lay here.
Becoming a factor as the
One
teams
under,
split
10
the Plan B spectator boat. Monnin tacks up to windward.
Comme ça, hein? 110.
Hood down to leeward. As we approach the 1 minute mark. There's the pier in the background.
Just 20 to kill boat.
Monnin very high.
Ça vire pour lui. On y va.
He's got to come down to this start, and Hood can
Wide
try
up.
to hook him there. He'll set up on starboard. Hood tacks over. Is Monnin going to roll? Monnin has pace.
Wide up.
And
Looks like
Monnin's going to go for the roll and lead in.
You're 20 seconds. Okay, Doc. Just clear. You are clear here.
Still a fair amount of time for both teams. Just about 25 seconds until the start.
Fair amount of team for both times.
Like we haven't been practicing.
It's been 5 days, Tucker. Give her a break, huh?
It's been a long week.
Ouais, c'est déjà parti, on est
15 seconds to go. My question was whether Monnin could luff up and try to close gauge to make things hard for Dave Hood, but they're both late, so that isn't going to happen. We're going to go for the start. 5 seconds out. It's Monnin to leeward, it's Hood to windward, and we're off in race number 4.
And it looks like at the start, as you said, was Monnin going to try to get high and thin or just go for speed? It looks like he elected to just go as fast as he can here to try to build up a little bit of cushion and potentially pinch Hood off on this weather leg.
He's got a solid boat length or more between the two to do that, and not much runway to do it in this short course. I bet he's wishing he pulled the trigger a little bit earlier and then just squeezed up to Hood. But nonetheless, that helps Hood out for sure. His crew hiking really hard to stay in that windward position. If they can do it, if they can push Monnin all the way to port ley line, which again is not that far away in this shorter course, they may be able to tack ahead in the lead. And that's probably where we'll see some sparks flying at the top mark to get rid of that penalty. And just as I say that, he gives up.
Yeah, it's absolutely better to just get out of there soon as opposed to hanging, slowing down, losing pace all the time. You know, plus, as we've said, this race course has a lot of different aspects to it right now with some of that right shift and a little bit of left velocity.
My only question is there more breeze to the left where Monnin is heading?
Right now, I think the water looks darker in that direction, so I'd certainly be curious about it, especially in this kind of moderate breeze that we've got going today.
Now there's another shift at the top of the track near the starboard ley line. And I'm sure Chris Main, the tech, or Chris Steele, can see it. And with this big split, I wonder if Hood's going to go for that.
Well, and I wonder, with the penalty on board for Dave Hood, is the goal to just stay as fast as possible? Don't even think about Monnin right now. Get to that top mark so you can start planning when you're going to try to shake that penalty.
I'll tell you what, Monnin is in a massive amount of pressure. Big heel angle. Strongest puff in this race so far, and Hood does not have that same breeze. Hood will have starboard advantage.
Yeah, Ryan's question is a good one about sort of what's Hood's strategy right now, and I'm not sure he's far enough out in front to just focus on getting fast, getting ahead. I think right now he still does have to worry about Monnin and his team.
Very big moment in this match for both teams. Converging courses. Monnin from the left on port will have to avoid if it's close. Dave Hood has done an extra tack and is approaching from the right.
Little soft spot, pressure's back in 2.
Hood looking to get a piece of him, looking to make Monnin tack. Monnin looking to cross and shift over to the right. Very close. Just a little gain to Monnin there, not much, half a length, just enough to lee bow.
2, 1, and...
But Hood still has starboard advantage. We're just, what, a minute from the top mark, maybe less.
Yeah, they're probably 3/4 or more of the way up the weather leg, so we're certainly going to see something interesting happen as they come to that weather mark.
Hood has sailed so incredibly well all week, and his crew, of course. So much on the line.
Okay, prêt à virer dans 2, 1, et go.
It's got to be weighing on him. Can we get to Monnin? Can we offset the penalty? Can we still lead? Meanwhile, Monnin looking for his best performance in the Congressional Cup ever.
Okay, ouvrons tous.
Collision course again. Monnin looking to cross. And he's got it. Only just. Holy moly.
Encore dessous, j'abats un peu. Ouais. J'abats encore. Je la vois toujours pas. Elle est où? Elle est à combien? Ah, elle est là. Je la vois. OK. Allez-y, ouais. Plutôt un au panier assez vite.
Good amount of speed for Monnin.
OK, bouée à une longueur.
He powers into mark number 1 ahead of Dave Hood.
Et maintenant, go.
Just over 2 lengths the delta.
Ouais, ouais, ouais.
Now it's Hood's turn at the hoist.
1, jammer shot.
Et hop.
Pull that kite up as fast as you can, guys. Here we go. Good set. As Hood gives chase downwind, Monnin rolls into an immediate jibe. Hood's team wasn't ready for that, so they'll respond, but just behind, which means it's going to be harder for Hood to get on Monnin's air. So it's a good move for Eric's team. Now it's a speed race.
You still just see a little wobble out of that F&M bank spinnaker. He's very, very close to affecting Monnin's air.
Can't tell, is that the jib hanging off into the water on Hood's boat?
Et hop. OK, et on rejibe par ici. 2, 1, et go.
Trip.
2, 1, et hop. Rematching avec lui, ouais.
Monnin dictating these maneuvers. Hood not quite able to get a piece of his breeze, but it brings some new pressure from behind. So speed is good for Hood.
Stand up, buddy.
Still got a sense of humor on board Hood's team.
You hear Dave Hood, we have him mic'd up, so he is stressed.
Me too.
Allez, un tout petit peu plus loin, puis on y va par
Almost
ici.
3 lengths separating these teams. Close enough for a shift.
Il continue, lui, donc on peut rester bas. 2, 1.
Good job on top of Monnin's
aussi,
breeze.
tant mieux.
Meanwhile, all credit to Monnin
Voilà, OK.
to this point. And remember, there's still that yellow flag penalty for Dave Hood. He's got to catch up and pass Monnin and then get an offsetting penalty or
Toujours pin. Et ça jibe encore une fois pendant
pull
la
a rabbit out of
manœuvre.
his hat or something.
Ça jibe
Which
pendant
way
la
would you go upwind,
manœuvre.
Marilyn?
2.
Looking up the course, I do think some of that right shift that you had seen coming might be starting to come here, and so I might pick that left-hand gate or the right-hand gate mark so that I could go off to that side. But it looks like Mon and I are not on the same page right now.
Monnin heading left. That breeze line's been out there the whole time. Hood sailing an extra length maybe to get to the right will have starboard advantage, and it's going to be a split. You can hear the crew breathing heavy, rushing to get that kite down, sails in. As Hood heads to the right, I think the first puff is going to hit Monnin's bow as the velocity increases from that side. I don't see anything different out to the far right for Hood. So maybe at some point they'll be thinking about attack.
You want more
I think similar to the first weather leg, Monnin really looks to be in some of the best pressure on the course.
Here comes Hood.
Ça va revirer. Ça revire pour lui. Photo, c'est nez à nez faible.
It's a good angle for Hood. It's velocity left, it's angle
non,
right.
peut-être nez à nez fort.
And really, in this kind of breeze, the boats are going about the same speed.
Ouais.
So all things being even, Hood
J'y vais un peu plus.
at least has starboard advantage as they
Qu'est-ce que tu
converge.
penses, là? Virer dessous, hein.
Another important cross. Monnin
Virer
keeping an
dessous.
eye on Hood to leeward.
On croise. 2, 1, ça croise. Go.
It's a duck.
Voilà, bien.
And Hood takes the lead again.
OK, ouais.
This is awesome.
C'est bien là, ouais.
And Hood's heading into some really good breeze.
Yeah.
Now, how far do you go before tacking?
Going to beak.
Probablement, ouais. Ça dépend de ce
On
qu'il fait.
board Monnin's boat,
Donc,
they've
il
got to
est
be
pas, on n'a pas
starting
besoin
to
de le
think
faire, je crois.
strategically about the weather
T'es
mark,
d'accord?
knowing that the boats are going to be very, very close to bow, and so setting himself up probably just shy of the starboard ley line to the mark so that he has options, I guess, as he enters the circle.
Yeah, and I'm thinking that I do not want to converge at that mark. I don't want Dave Hood to put me in a position where we offset that penalty.
1, 2, 1, wide up.
I think Monnin is playing it safe here by staying wide and keeping his speed going.
Allez. On y va là. 3,
Hood tacks in a nice amount of breeze.
1, et go.
Angle still in the right. Velocity still coming from the left. Monnin was behind, but now Monnin will have starboard advantage, and he's wound up in a righty.
Ouais, ouais.
Hood, at the very least, looking to lee bow, if not get across, tack in front, and get to the zone of the mark first. Who's going to have it?
Ouais, OK, d'accord, ouais. Ouais, ouais.
Here comes Hood. He's on port.
Heureusement, on est juste les lines un peu
Wants
chauds.
to get across, looking good.
Mais
He's
je
got
pense
it.
qu'on peut essayer de survivre quand même là, hein.
And he
Ouais,
does.
faut
Tack
survivre.
right in front of Monnin. Heading for the line out in front now. That's step one. Check. Get in front. Step two, got to get rid of that yellow flag penalty. Will he do it here?
You'll notice that Monnin hasn't tacked away. It's because they're really on that starboard ley line. There's just no race course above where the two boats are right now, and Monnin's kind of conceding the leg.
When do you get rid of the penalty?
Yep.
By the looks of it, not here. Hood is just sailing fantastic today.
Go, baby.
New energy in this crew, I tell you what.
2, 1, jib down.
So much on the line.
Ça va. Allez, 2, go, 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 go. Speed, ouais.
I mean, coming this far is impressive enough. If they get rid of this penalty and beat Monnin, it's going to go into an all-important final fifth match here in the semifinals. It's not as good of a set for Monnin as it was for Hood and crew. There's the finish line, top of screen.
Okay, on continue.
Probably can't get there fast enough for Hood, but he's going to have to get rid of that penalty.
Allez, faut aller vite là, hein?
Yeah, the conversation on board Hood's boat is probably going to start pivoting over towards what needs to be done in order to get enough distance in front of Eric Monnin so that they can potentially spin at the pin, or will they need to engage the other boat to try to offset the penalty?
On y va dans un boat, Jaib.
I think you got to engage. I don't think he's got enough distance ahead of Monnin.
I tend to agree, but with a split right now, stay tuned.
Well, and with the pin so close down here, I mean, he's got to be aiming for that to make his penalty turn. Is this pier going to affect them with the wind when it hits the pier? Is that going to help them round up possibly? It's going to be really close to call. And I think Monin's following my advice from earlier in the week is just avoid at this point, right? You don't want to get anywhere near Hood here.
I wish I could hear the onboard audio for Hood. I guess they're not saying anything.
Take your time. Be ready.
Maybe they are.
Ouais.
Let's see if we can pick out what they're going to do.
We'll be jib.
We'll be jib. Okay.
Deux,
Okay, so we're going to try and spin around that pin. Not engage with Monnin. Probably considering Monnin with more match racing experience and Hood with better speed probably in these boats, because he's sailed these boats longer than anyone. So they're going to go for the spin at the pin, and it's going to be incredibly close. Everyone on the Belmont Pier has just inhaled and stopped breathing.
Yeah, it'll be pole away in the jibe. Copy?
Including me. The kite has to come down below the gooseneck, below the boom.
Okay, ils viennent nous chercher. Oh, jibe nous aussi.
The jib's going to go up. They've got to spin through the eye of the wind, tack, come down to a downwind course, and then still cross the line ahead of Eric Monnin, who's jibing now towards Dave Hood. Jib going up.
Easy.
3.5 lengths to the line. 2 lengths behind is Monnin. It's going to be the fastest spin of Dave Hood's life. Here comes the kite.
Allez, vitesse.
Bow crossing the line now. Kite coming down. Hood going for the spin. On the line. Kite's below the gooseneck. He's going through the eye of the wind. 1 length left for Monnin. Hood comes down. Monnin goes for the line. Hood goes for the line. Monnin has got it. Oh my goodness.
Yes.
What a race.
Yes.
What a race. And Dave Hood can still feel proud no matter what, having sailed such an incredible match. And he knows it.
Yes.
But it's Eric Monnin who's going to the finals of the Congressional Cup for his first time. Incredible.
Hood had so much confidence in his team to decide to try to execute that maneuver with the amount of space in between those boats. And I think that the closeness of that match, in spite of the penalty, in spite of everything, it just speaks to how incredible the 60th Congressional Cup has been.
You could not have done a better rounding there. They spun as fast as possible. They did everything right. And honestly, if Monnin had been 6 feet farther behind, 5 feet, it would have been Hood's match. That's how close it was. I think Monnin caught a bit of pressure downwind, bit of a righty when he jibed and just reeled in Hood at the last 30 seconds there. Otherwise, Hood was, inches.
And Monnin did a really good job, too, to just not engage, make it hard for Hood to engage, making the opportunity to do a penalty kill very difficult.
And all credit to Monnin, man. Look how happy he and his crew are.
I've never heard him say yes so many times.
It's his first finals of the Congressional Cup. Oh, man. Well, I've just received good news. We're going to get to go hear from Dave Hood about that incredible match.
That was a tough race. The boys, the teamwork was amazing. Our boat speed was really good. The boat handling was good. It was just a game event. It was so close, so close. Congrats to Eric Monnin and his team. Well done.
What a gentleman. What a competitor. What a great representative of Long Beach Yacht Club is Dave Hood. Everybody here watching it live, that was fantastic. And we're now going to go down to Eric Monnin as well. He's made it to the big show.
For you,
Wow, what a race. Really, yeah, good. We got a penalty on him on the pre-start. He was fast and right on the wind shift around the course. Yeah, we struggled a bit on that one, but we just were fast enough to get the nail-biting finish. But yeah, it feels so great to be in the final. We got some extra tense practice to Chris Poole, so yeah, looking forward to the final.
This is your first final?
It is the first final. Yeah, it feels good, but we have a lot of work ahead of us, so it's not yet finished, it's just the beginning.
Wow. I remember picking Eric at the beginning of the week, thinking this might be his week, and he's the only team to have beaten Chris Poole.
I know, it's
twice, by the way.
Going to be such an exciting final here coming up this afternoon.
Yep, and the crowd knows it. Let's go back to that race and just relive, now that we can breathe again, some of the key moments. Here we go. Well, first of all, the penalty in the start, right here. Ouch! And it was a clear port starboard, if I recall. Yep, that's a port boat. And then here at the over here, not sure to be quite honest. Is that the start? And then that duck. So Hood gets back ahead after Monnin was in the lead, and Monnin ducks. And Hood never got behind after that point until he had to go into his penalty turn. Very close duck for Monnin. It wasn't a dial down for Hood, but he didn't need it.
And such a great job by Dave Hood to come back.
And yeah, here's that penalty turn. I mean, inches. There it is. Almost a photo finish. It had to have been a foot or two. They did everything right. They spun that penalty turn perfectly. And it could have gone either way. So all credit to Eric Monnin, who's going to his first finals of the Congressional Cup. You feel like he's got momentum on his side. But he's got to beat two-time Congressional Cup winner Chris Poole. Chris Poole looking for a three-peat. That would be an incredible finish for him. Fantastic. This is what you'd expect, you know, at this level of the game, as we are poised now for the finals of the Congressional Cup and the Petite finals. Dave Hood and Cole Tapper with a shot at third and fourth. But first, we're going to have a fleet race. The bottom 6 teams who got knocked out are all going to fleet race. I understand there's a lot of cash prize and pride at stake. So we're going to reshuffle the course for the fleet race, and we're going to take a short break. And when we come back, the fleet race here for the bottom 6 in the 60th anniversary edition of the Congressional Cup here in Long Beach. We'll be right back.
When it comes to one of the most important decisions of your life, your future, your freedom, your legacy, selling your business shouldn't be complicated. At Plethora Businesses, we help business owners sell smarter, faster, and for the highest value they deserve. From valuation to closing, we're with you every step of the way. Visit plethorabusinesses.com to start your next chapter.
I'm Long Beach Mayor Rex Richardson, and I'm proud to welcome you to the 60th Congressional Cup, one of the world's premier sailing regattas. Hosted by the Long Beach Yacht Club, this iconic event highlights why Long Beach is a top global destination for competitive sailing. Join us April 30th to May 4th for spectacular views of the vibrant spinnakers dancing on our water, to the exciting close-up action visible from the Belmont Pier, right where Olympic sailors would soon begin to train for LA 28. To all our guests, our competitors, welcome to the city of Long Beach. Thank you.
Welcome, we're the Corzines. Come on in. Okay, so this is our living room. We're set up to, right now, for 3 people, but we can house as many as 8. We've had as many as 8 people here before. So to get ready, we just put out bedding and towels for each person, and then let them set up their own little space. This is the dining room. Lots of team dinners and game nights here. And then in here's the family room for everyone to sit and hang out, watch a movie or whatever, and then also can sleep 2 more on the couch if we want. Okay, and this is the kitchen and some more of my family. It's my husband Mike, my daughter Sophia. Both of them are sailors, and they have traveled around and stay at people's houses as well. So it's always cool when we have people come here and stay with us. We always kind of try to have some snacks out. I usually ask the sailors before they get here. I'll ask the skipper what kind of stuff he wants us to have in the kitchen for them to eat or for breakfast or have for snacks. Over there behind you is the bar area. Super important part of housing. Have it well stocked with beer from whatever country they're from. And shots in case we don't do well in the regatta, I guess. Usually I'm doing race committee, or Mike and I are doing race committee, so we don't usually cook dinners for everybody. We'll do a lot of bringing in dinners for the crews, like pig packs from Naples Rib Company, our personal favorite way to feed a crew. Or we'll get a bunch of stuff, and then when the guys get home, we'll just barbecue outside, grill out back. Okay, and so then this is where the backyard. So fire pit for everyone to hang out around at night, table for appetizers, and then a grill spot where they can sit and talk about what their day was like, and you can hear the stories is the funnest part about housing. Yeah, that's so everyone remembers what's important. So 1 guest room, 1 or 2 people can stay in here. If someone brings a significant other, then they usually grab the room. And then everyone else will stay downstairs. 2 cats, they go with everything. We always try to make sure they know where the extra towels are, because they go through a remarkable number of towels sometimes. Pearson Potts was
He's a fan favorite.
also a highly entertaining group.
My dad and I have a friend named Warren down in San Diego, and we always travel down there for Benedict Cup. And we have set bedrooms down there where whenever we go down, we don't stay there. We don't have to worry about housing or hotels. We always have a bed, warm dinner, hot breakfast, ready to go.
Sometimes it's hard to find, like we tried to have a country flag hanging out in front of the house, and sometimes it's hard to find a country flag, but I'm not sure. We're not going to pick a winner. We're not rooting for any one team, but we're so excited to be out there and be a part of it. Thank you for stopping by our house. We hope you all decide to house sailors.
Hold the boom out. Hold the boom out. Probably not crossing, but
he's always going to have more speed than us if we don't.
Stand by jibe, coming down, jibing slowly, just slowly coming down, Dave. Hold straight there for a sec. Jibing now, jibing now. Jibing, yep, turning. Slow it down, slow the turn, hold angle, hold there. Hold angle there, angle's good.
Hey,
Hold
come
angle there.
on!
Coming up, Dave, slowly
Guys!
coming up. Coming up.
What's it? That's a pretty quick green.
Slowly on the wind, slowly on the wind. Keep turning up. Nice. Keep turning up, keep turning up, Dave.
I want to go inside of him here. Come on, come on. Wait up.
2, 1, hold angle there. Coming on.
Come on, wait till you.
Hold angle there. Lock in, please.
Yeah.
Stand by attack here. Press on it a little, Dave. Down 2.
Hold
angle there.
I think you need speed.
Angle's good there, no
Okay.
lower.
He's going to cross at me though.
No lower.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. You're
Smooth
right.
tack here.
Yeah.
Smooth tack, please.
Okay,
There you
he's
go. Tagging
tacking.
here. No faster, slow it down. Gotta
I think
keep
I go
speed,
now.
please, okay? We'll be a kite here, guys. My main.
3, 2, 1, right way
Down
now.
2. 1, hold angle there, go tight.
Okay, go hoist, James.
Down
Go
2,
hoist,
coming
James.
down.
Hoist, James.
Slowly rolling down, okay? Down
Drop
2.
Genoa, drop Genoa.
Slowly down, Dave. Keep coming down. Hold angle there. Angle's good. Angle's good. Nice work, Dave. Really good. We're going to be way faster.
Trim that sheet in, Dan.
Really good. Holding angle there.
Let it back, James.
I can't. I got nothing here. Genoa up.
No
Genoa
low.
up.
No
Genoa
low,
up. I'm in trouble here, Steve. I have no pressure.
Up, coming out. Stand
Should
by,
we keep
drop.
the-
There you go, jib up, jib up. We're going to circle back at him hard.
Okay, Genoa in.
Jib going up.
Kite in.
Line him up out of this. Here we go. Jibing, smooth turn, jibing here.
I think I got to go for the pin now.
Go drop. Aiming at just below his bow, okay? Go right back down.
Yep.
Here we go. Aim at him, Dave. Aim at him. Keep turning, keep turning.
Okay, trimming on.
Turn.
Trimming on.
Turn. Starboard. Go below.
Yeah, let him get
Roll the way over. Down slowly. Down. Coming slowly up now. Slowly up. Keep speed here. Speed.
I'm trying to.
Tacking slowly, okay? Slowly tacking. Trying to get speed here.
I got to tack though, right? Okay, but I'm going to tack here, correct?
Big roll, guys. Need you building speed out of this, okay, Dave?
Okay. Big bow down. Big bow. Back it, Dan.
Holding angle there. We'll tack to leeward of him here, okay?
Back it.
Good angle. Get ready to tack.
Back
Slowly
it.
tacking now, Dave. Tacking. Slow turn.
Cut.
Tacking.
All right, time.
Faster, yep. Slow it down now. Slow it down.
I can't.
Hold angle.
No.
Holding angle there.
Okay, coming up.
Angle's good. Hold there. Angle's good. Yep. No low. Don't let it come down. Slowly up. We're racing here.
Trim on.
Dave. Slowly up. Hold angle there. Angle's good, Dave. Angle's good there.
Don't come up, please. Come on.
Angle's good. Come on, God. Okay, on the wind now. Slowly up. Here we
Bow
go,
down.
Slowly coming up. Hold angle there. Your boat. No higher, Dave. No higher.
I can't go sail down to him.
Yep. Your boat.
Can I come up now?
Smooth, David.
Got to tack.
Hold there. Tacking here. Here we go. Tacking, guys. Tacking, please. Speed out of this, okay?
Gears in the water, Dan. Gears in the water.
Finish the tap. 2, 1. Angle, Dave. Slow it down. Hold it there. No lower. 2. Hold your bow down. 1. Big press. And hold it. Come up.
Gears in the water.
Yep.
What incredible footage live on board these boats, thanks to our crew here at 1080 Media. I'm Ryan Sanders, back on the pier. We're setting up for the fleet race. You were just seeing some footage of the Canadian team, Peter Wickwire, one of his matches yesterday. It is such an effort here at Long Beach at the Veterans Memorial Pier. I want to take a quick minute as they finish the setup for the next race to thank some of our great sponsors this year for the 60th Annual Congressional Cup. Of course, you've seen some of these spinnakers already, but big thank you to Farmers and Merchants Bank, Club 100, which is a group of 100 members of the Long Beach Yacht Club that have collectively come together to sponsor this event. Plethora Businesses is a new spinnaker sponsor this year. American Integrated Services is back again. We have the Cabrillo Boat Shop. Morgan Stanley and the Shadden Group are sponsors on all of the boats. We have Durant Design and Construction. Bacardi is the new official rum of the Congressional Cup. The Port of Long Beach, we saw some of their footage yesterday, and you'll see it throughout the ads today. Visit Long Beach, the Long Beach Visitors Bureau. Thank you for them for their continued support of this great race year in and year out. The Grand is providing food upstairs in our loft. They have a great selection every single day for those Club 100 members. If you'd like to have some of their food, join Club 100 next year or come on board as a sponsor and you get the premier viewing in the center of the pier here for the Congressional Cup. We have Block Wellness and Sports Medicine who have been taking care of the athletes every morning and every night for the last 10 days or so in the parking lot at Long Beach Yacht Club. The Long Beach Sailing Foundation and Catalina Yachts, of course, they maintain these boats all year long. Special thanks to them. Big thank you to the World Match Racing Tour for putting this series together. The Belmont Athletic Club, Dry Creek Vineyard, GK Skaggs, who provides the beer for the Congressional Cup, and special thanks to Celtic Bank for their support of the 37s all year long. We are just minutes away from the fleet race. This is going to be one of the most exciting moments of the morning before we go into the finals. I believe it's $15 or maybe $1,000 on the line, but bragging rights are everything for these guys that didn't make it to the finals. I know the Canadians want to win. The French are hungry. This is going to be a great showing of what these Catalina 37s look like when they're in a fleet situation. You've heard that they are big and heavy boats. And when they're doing a little bit of a longer run, which is what we get to do during the year here at Long Beach Yacht Club, they are very incredible to watch. So we'll be live back with that fleet race here in a moment. And thank you for watching the 60th Annual Congressional Cup here from the Veterans Memorial Pier. All right, welcome back. I'm going to bring Tucker back into the studio here shortly. We are just 3 minutes away from the start of our fleet race. 6 teams here will be going for the win in the fleet race and bragging rights all evening in the club, and a $1,000 cash prize.
All right, welcome back, folks. Ryan, let's get right into it. The fleet race. Marilyn Cassidy would join us, but she's having too much fun up in the lounge. No, you're back. Just kidding. There, look at you. Kate snuck up behind us. All right, Marilyn, I know this is the best moment of the week for you. And you've never been wrong all week. So give us, we've got 3 minutes 30 to this fleet race start. We're going to shift, put match racing on the shelf for a minute. Where would you go on this course? And what's favored and how do you win it?
I think that there's a little bit of a right shift as well as right pressure right now. So I have to be thinking about that side of the course. That said, I wonder if the pin might be a little bit forward. So, all the competitors are really shifting gears here too. They've been managing one boat all week, and now they have to think about 6. That's a pretty tall order.
Well, I think you're probably right about the right. And so we might see all the teams shuffling towards that signal boat end. Could be a bit crowded there. The course is going to be up to the windward mark. They're going to make a left-hand turn this time, not a right-hand turn for match racing. Down to the gates, back up to the windward mark again, left-hand turn, and then a right-hand turn around that green buoy in the middle of the course, reaching all the way down to the city front for one final turn, and then a reach here under spinnaker usually, but this angle might be tight for that, not sure. Right here off the Belmont Pier, that'll be the finish line between the signal boat and the corner of the pier, which is known as Price Point.
Something that is really fun about this race, we've got an entire flotilla, if you will, of spectator boats out there off the right side of the pier. It is going to be interesting to see how these great sailors navigate that with their spinnakers up, hopefully. 6 boats barreling down. There is anchor lines to deal with. Spectators on the boat screaming for them. So it'll be a great showing here of the Catalina 37s with our bottom 6 teams who have come from around the world to compete at the 60th Annual Congressional Cup.
Well, and you would think this is just for fun, but number one, there's money at stake for the leader. But more important than that, there's bragging rights back at the yacht club.
Absolutely. I would rather go home with $1,000 than not. And I think that everybody out here on the race course today is thinking the same thing.
All right.
I think something that's really great about this event, all 10 teams that made it here, everyone goes home with money at the Congressional Cup. $75,000 given away this weekend to these skippers.
Except the announcers. Just kidding.
I've noticed that.
Got a free T-shirt.
I didn't even get that. No, the Yacht Club takes great care of us and everybody that helps with the Congressional Cup. Thank you so much.
1 minute to go. And you were right, Marilyn. which I think I've been saying all week, every day. All the teams are stacking up towards the right-hand end of the line. Yanni Berntsen leading the charge. The other 5 teams barreling in behind him. 45 seconds to go. Berntsen a little bit early, and he knows it. Might get pushed towards the line by number 8. 1, are they going to be able to squeak in there?
One is rethinking that decision.
Yep, they're going to come down. Berntsen's basically saying, I am going to start at this boat whether you guys like it or not. He's just parking himself in that position. Regatta is that number 1 boat behind, looking to start behind and late. Brault, to my eye, is in a dangerous position, but I can't see where she is relative to the ley line. Yes, I can. Nicole Brault's going to be looking good, actually. I take that back.
As all these
10
boats
seconds
bear
to go.
away to accelerate, I think Nicole Brault may win the pin.
All the bows heading towards the line now. 3, 2, 1. There's the gun. 5 of them on the line look really good. Rocco Attili looks like if everybody turned around, he'd be in first place. But we are off in the fleet race here in the Congressional Cup. Regatta to windward there looking good. Berntsen in the middle, and a good start for Hansen at the pin all the way down here. But he's going to be pinned down there, if you'll pardon the pun. 2 boats have already tacked out. That's Brault and Regatta. Or not Regatta, Attili rather. And the 3 boats here are looking like they're fighting for clear air between them. Yanni Berntsen doing a good job just living there. Peter Wickwire in trouble, getting squeezed like a watermelon seed out the back between the windward and the leeward boat. He's going to have to tack, and he knows it. Here he goes.
And I'll tell you, one of my favorite sights of the Congressional Cup at the end of the day today, the boat's coming down the channel, spinnakers flying, but I've got a new favorite sight, and that is 6 different countries represented here across the start line with all their country flags flying. Really does a great job to show how amazing this event is. And as a yacht club member, I'm so prideful of the fact we've got people from around the world here now racing all at once in this fleet race.
Ryan, you represent the yacht club really well. I got to tell you, there was a woman up at the lounge who told me that you are the most incredible announcer and you're doing such a great job.
Is it my mom?
Yeah, and it's your mom.
Okay.
Yeah. There she. I said I couldn't agree more. You are doing fantastic, man. You are the glue of this operation, and we certainly appreciate it. And Marilyn, our weather expert, is working for Channel 5 after this. She's got a future in weathercasting. Meanwhile, back into the match. The fleet split all the way across the track from the far left all the way to the far right. That's Nicole Brault, I believe, going all the way out to the right. Here we're looking at Hansen in the middle. Yanni Berntsen all the way out to the left is just tacked, and then there's one boat that's still farther left than him. I'm not sure who that is. Maybe that's a Con Cup competitor just waiting.
I think that's
okay.
Eric Monnin just having a look at the conditions out there.
Okay, so they're not racing. So the fleet converging now back into the middle of the track. Berntsen has a nice lefty all the way out, and breeze as well. We saw that in the match race, that there's breeze to the far left side. Port roundings, remember? See if these guys can remember that. Right now it's pretty even between the top 4. Let's look at Regatta.
And the race committee was really clear this morning. There are umpires on the water for this event. So in years past, there might have been some kind of shenanigans, but that is not going to take place this year. $1,500 on the line as Peter Wickwire is rounding the wrong mark, unsure where he's going, rounding the green mark here. I don't think the Canadians maybe know American math, but that's a bummer for them.
Look at the far right of the screen there. He just did a circle around and just realized, whoops, maybe we're not supposed to go around that mark.
Now, I will say that the fleet race course was posted as an addendum, but it's possible these guys spent a little bit too much time on 2nd Street last night to have read it, huh?
A lot of dust upstairs, that's for sure. Particularly, well, the Canadians are pretty good at holding their own, so I guess they might have had a big one. Too bad we don't have a press conference after this. That'd be fun. Wickwire is now bringing up the rear as he ducks Rocco Attili. All the boats are now setting up on starboard for the first rounding. It's Yanni Berntsen out in the lead.
Fun fact, they're on board the main trimmer on Wickwire's team, Travis Odenmacher. Odenmach, excuse me. He is a self-proclaimed fleet racer. His father and his uncle and his grandfather have all skippered in Congressional Cup events. So 3 generations deep there. I'm sure they're all watching at home. They're going to have a good laugh about that wrong mark turn there.
Oh, yeah, they're not going to let him hear the end of that one. Here comes Berntsen into mark number 1. Ready for the spinnaker set. It's good they all remembered this is a port rounding. Berntsen just luffs up there. Plenty of room between he and the rest of the fleet as he rolls into the hoist. I think we should have some music. What do you think?
Yeah.
In the background here.
This race calls
let's
for
get
it.
this
Michael?
party started here while we watch the fleet race. Everyone over there seems to be having a good time on the pier. We might as well. All right.
Great look here at the spinnakers of the Catalina 37s. If I can describe them by color for you, that blue spinnaker, the Long Beach Sailing Foundation. You see the Club 100 spinnaker in the middle there with that big Congressional Cup on board. Durant Construction and Design just across the top mark. The Port of Long Beach is out front, not on camera, but we can see it from the pier here. Burnson leading in the Port of Long Beach spinnaker. On camera now, Wickwire has rounded on top of Brawl, right over the top of her with the Grand. I told you about the food. Marilyn's got some over here, and when we are done with this race, I'm going up there to eat because that looks incredible.
Who's in the blue spinnaker?
The blue spinnaker, we do not know.
I'm going to bet the topping lift. They went inside the topping lift there, and they hoisted it. And now they've got that funny-looking pinch at the top. It looks ugly, whatever it is. Not fast, for sure. Who's in blue? 11. 11 was Rocco, was it, or Regatta?
Regatta is in the Club 100 spinnaker.
Yeah,
the
that's
yellow
what they've
one.
done. So you have to just you got to let the topping lift go and then climb up and get it later.
Here we go. Beautiful shot now from the pier of all the spinnakers here, the Congressional Cup. I don't know what's happening to the Grand Spinnaker with the Canadians. Yanni Burnson looks clean out front as he comes to the bottom, rounding with that Port of Long Beach spinnaker.
Okay, the first lap is complete for Yanni Burnson and crew. He's won the Congressional Cup before. I don't know if he's ever won the fleet race before. He won the party last night.
Yes, he did.
He definitely did. And it ended with a snowstorm, I hear.
One thing that's great.
He's not winning that leeward mark rounding, though. There's where the dust is definitely coming into play. Tell you what, with that ugly spinnaker run, Regatta is still in third place. That's impressive. Who's number one? Now that's Regatta. Okay, so no, it was Hansen with the blue spinnaker, sorry, and Regatta is in second place. Beautiful job, beautiful drop there. Hansen able to make that three quarters of a spinnaker fly downwind. Number 3 is next, Rocco Attili.
Fourth would be Attili, right? And Attili, who won the book last night, if you remember.
Yeah, it was great. His speech, he credited his crew when they finished dead last. Getting that spinnaker all the way on board, not easy. And here comes Peter Wickwire. He was first place around the wrong windward mark. He's now 5th place around the leeward gates. Regatta, the only team to go to the left. Everybody else going out to the right, Marilyn.
Yeah, and rather unfortunately for me, Nicole Brault had spent quite a bit of time on the right in that first beat, and she is in the Visit Long Beach spinnaker, still headed to the gate.
I think, unfortunately, there was a tussle at the top mark. Kirk, I think she hit the mark, right? So that's why she's that far back. But you know what? It's a long afternoon. We'll see. Still got a whole nother lap to go, and then the long reach towards the city.
For those of you at home, you are joining us at the 60th Annual Congressional Cup. We are watching the fleet race here before we go into the Petite finals and then the finals to decide who our 2025 Congressional Cup Crimson Blazer winner is going to be, Tucker.
I know who it's going to be. Prediction. It's going to be either Poole or Monnin.
All right, well, there you go.
I will make a prediction that Monnin's going to win the first match. What do you think? What's the bet? Ellie says, what's the bet? This is someone who frequents Vegas, I think, quite often. She likes to live on the edge. You know what the bet is. The bet is what it always is here in the commentary booth. Yes, a beverage. Anyone want to take that bet? Monnin, match 1, beats Poole?
You already owe me a rum and Coke, so maybe Marilyn will.
I owe you more than that. Probably a whole bottle.
I think the Snows would take that bet. I think there are probably some Poole supporters over here.
All right, so what's the next mark? Top yellow mark, is that right?
Yep.
All the way back up top?
Yep. Most of the fleet have gone to the right except Regatta, all the way to the left. Where is he? Just out to the left of screen somewhere on port, coming back.
And he's looking really good. I've done this maneuver. It's a little bit risky, but it can really pay off over in that side.
Well, he's crossed one boat, and the only one left is Berntsen. So it's going to be Regatta Berntsen 1-2 at the top again. One more run. One more leeward gate. One more chance for Bjorn Hansen to get that spinnaker flying correctly.
See on camera now, Berntsen's clear ahead.
Whereas Wickwire seems to be falling farther behind there.
He might have rounded the wrong mark again, I think.
At this point, you're not going to win. So you might as well just have some fun. You know, kind of like, you know what, I think I just skipped the next mark just to see what happens.
Just come across the line first.
It's first is the only team that matters in this, and the rest is kind of just for fun. So if you're that far back, I think I just say, you know what?
A wrap for Yanni Berntsen up at the top mark, it looks like. The first boat to round.
That's the Port of Long spinnaker. Oh, they've got that topping lift problem too. You know, you get these match racers going, turning right hand all week long, and they don't know how to turn left. There we go, finally. Not before Regatta comes around with a beautiful set. You know what? This could be a Regatta Berntsen. Who's luffing up at the top of the track there, number 11? Is that Rocco Attili? Is he going to hit the mark?
Bjorn Hansen.
Oh, it's Hansen. Okay. Hansen barely hanging on to third. Here comes Attili. Overlap with him, passing him.
Yeah, late hoist by these guys out there. I don't know.
Well, remember Hansen had a problem with his spinnaker on the first run, and now they're just barely getting it up 4 or 5 lengths past the mark, and it's still not flying correctly. It looks a bit like dirty laundry hanging from a line. I would just, gee. It's worse than it was the first run.
Well, fans
Did
of
they
Long
not
Beach,
look at it the first run?
Fans of the Long Beach Sailing Foundation, I'll tell you guys do have a spinnaker. It's blue and beautiful, but it is not flying. Overhead now, you see the entire fleet. One boat left around that top mark.
Wickwire and Brolt.
Wickwire in the grand spinnaker there.
Jibe set. I'd be doing a jibe set. Why haven't they done that?
We've already got a couple of our lead boats having rounded that shorter leeward mark and heading off to the offset that'll set them up to come through the spectator fleet.
I just wonder, I'd love to have onboard audio for Bjorn Hansen's blue spinnaker debacle.
Oh, there we go.
There we go. Hey. All right. Welcome to the show.
On screen now, you see Durant Design and Construction, the Grand, and Visit Long Beach. 3 of our great sponsors year in and year out here for the Congressional Cup.
This is great.
You know, I think we need to commend our drone pilots upstairs. Mikey Fratt, Cameron McLaren from Long Beach Yacht Club, doing a great job getting some of the most amazing sailing shots you can see here with these spinnakers up.
Hey, can you guys go down and go on board with Yanni? Let's look at Yanni's face and see if we can get him to smile.
Well, I think the really interesting thing is that Yanni's about to have to decide, is he going to do a jibe or is he going to do a drop?
Oh, wait a minute. I was wrong about the race course. I thought that red buoy was going to be way down towards the city, but it's here. So that means, are they coming to the finish?
They're coming to the finish.
Yes, he's coming to the
all
finish,
right.
which is between the finish, the yellow and black finish pin, and this end of the pier, the left-hand end of the pier. So he should be whizzing past us all in just a moment.
Oh, so you're saying the finish line is not the finish line from the other races. Okay, that is interesting.
To think I was getting ready to go have lunch and wait for them to come back. In years past, they go so far away before they come back, but not now. Here comes Yanni Berntsen with the bit between his teeth, heading for home. Spinnaker finish.
Regatta pretty hot on his heels, though, and sailing a little bit hotter angle, thinking maybe more about how can he get to this line the fastest?
Yeah,
Isn't that what they're all thinking?
Well, but I mean, I thought the idea here, I think the race committee lost out on a great chance to move that mark out. get these guys a little more in the mix of the spectator boats here.
It's going to be tough to fly that kite all the way across the line. I don't know if they're going to be able to do it.
For those of you on the pier, give it up here as Yanni Bernson is the first boat past. Get your cameras ready for photos of these beautiful spinnakers. Thank you to Mary Voigt from the Long Beach Sailing Foundation. I don't think Bernson knows where the finish line is because
you know what? I don't either. I think that they just finished. I think they both just finished. Oh, poles in the water. Well,
maybe that's a finish.
And the kites are flapping back there. Of course, it's Bernson. Another boat close to broaching and wiping out his wick wire. This is an entertaining part of the Congressional Cup for sure. So no, the finish is between the powerboat and the pier. They just dip across it like this team is doing. Who's this? With the Durant Design Construction spinnaker. Attili, he's finished. Hansen, spinnaker looks ugly again. It was exciting.
You know, if you're a sponsor, this is the shot you want. I hope you're on the pier to see this.
These drops are pretty up close and personal with Club 100 too, huh?
Yeah. Don't make a mistake. You're going to join the party here on the pier. What could possibly go wrong with 6 spinnakers powering towards the pier in breeze on a tight reach?
That right there.
Look at Hansen. Hansen finally just stopped the bleeding with that blue spinnaker and said, forget it. He's going to limp across the line. Is he going to beat Nicole Brault, who comes in with a full head of steam in that Visit Long Beach orange spinnaker? We have I don't even think he crossed the line, Hansen. I think he just said, oh, forget it. And finally, Nicole Brault. That was it, the fleet race. There we go. Now these teams get to kick back, relax, and watch the Congressional Cup with the rest of us as we prepare to move into the Petite finals and the finals.
And again, we'd like to thank all the teams that have traveled from around the world for the 60th Annual Congressional Cup. Ian Garetta, Nicole Brault, Rocco Attili, Peter Wickwire, Bjorn Hansen, and Yanni Bernson. Thank you all for being out here again for our Congressional Cup. I'm going to tell you, I still like my view on the pier the best, but I think they're going to have a lot of fun down on those spectator boats. You'll see as each of these boats tie up to the boats over in the playground over there. And we are moments away from the start of our Petite final and then our finals here to award a Crimson Blazer.
Okay, folks, we're going to take a short break, and I know these 4 competitors are ready to get on to the next round, the final round of the Congressional Cup. We'll be right back.
When it comes to one of the most important decisions of your life, your future, your freedom, your legacy, selling your business shouldn't be complicated. At Plethora Businesses, we help business owners sell smarter, faster, and for the highest value they deserve. From valuation to closing, we're with you every step of the way. Visit plethorabusinesses.com to start your next chapter.
I'm Long Beach Mayor Rex Richardson, and I'm proud to welcome you to the 60th Congressional Cup, one of the world's premier sailing regattas. Hosted by the Long Beach Yacht Club, this iconic event highlights why Long Beach is a top global destination for competitive sailing. Join us April 30th to May 4th for spectacular views of the vibrant spinnakers dancing on our water, to the exciting close-up action visible from the Belmont Pier, right where Olympic sailors will soon begin to train for LA 28. To all our guests, our competitors, welcome to the city of Long Beach. Thank you.
Hello, come in. I'm Maria Bloxam. Welcome to our home. This is where everybody hangs out, the living room. And got a pool table, foosball table, so they can just all play and hang out. And it gets busy. These doors are infinity, so they open all the way out. And then we have the pool, hot tub, fire pit. And right now we're building an ADU above the garage, which will have staircases coming right into the yard so that I can put all the sailors up there in one place. This is Luke, camera shy. This year I have Cole Tapper staying with us from CY outside of Sydney with his crew for Congressional Cup. For Ficker Cup, I have some of the crew members from Zach West, also from Australia, from the Royal Sydney Yacht Squadron. Everybody knows the sailors love sweets, so we are baking up cookies, brownies, and I've stocked up on the Vegemite because that's what they like for breakfast, Vegemite and butter on toast. So this table actually extends another 3 feet, and I have a bench that goes on one side so we can seat up to about, I think, 15, maybe 17. This is my guest room, which is actually, we call it the crew room. So we have a double bed down below, a twin up there and a twin there. I can get up to 3 sailors, sometimes 4 in this room. We have all the burgees from their yacht clubs. They usually bring me and we hang it up. We have old photos going back from Bjorn Hansen over here. And then they kind of forget things here. So we have vests, hats, and medals that they've left behind. This is what I received this year for the 60th anniversary. It has my name on the back. I'm very happy to have this on. I've been housing hosts for probably 12, 13 years, starting with Bjorn Hansen, and Max was probably only 4, and he is now 19. The most number of sailors I've had staying here is probably 7. And they end up on sofas, air mattresses, wherever we can find room for them. Now that my kids are older, over 21, they're very excited to get involved and help us host, help us navigate the sailors. My daughter now does boat hosting, and it's all a family affair here. I am the housing coordinator for the Long Beach Yacht Club. I've been doing it for now 5 years. I truly enjoy it. I enjoy housing. If there's a way you want to get involved, you can always contact me. It's easy, it's fun, it's easy. You really don't have to do a whole lot. They become your family. This year, housing hosts, well, for Congressional Cup, I have about 30 homes. All right, thank you for coming to visit my home and seeing where the sailors hang out and have fun and eat and come back and live. We'll see you at the Congressional Cup 2025, hopefully on the pier to cheer everybody on.
If you've been to Long Beach, odds are you've heard of 2nd Street. The half-mile stretch full of coffee shops, restaurants, bars, and shopping is a favorite for locals and the college students who call Long Beach home. Only 3 blocks from the beach, 2nd Street is a foodie's paradise. Each year, when sailors come to town for the Congressional Cup, 2nd Street turns into a place of fun. Friday night, it's normal to see some of the best sailors in the world hanging out at the bars or grabbing a bite to eat with their host families here on 2nd Street. If you find yourself on 2nd Street this weekend, pop over to Legends, where they will show our 2025 Congressional Cup on their 24-foot TV.
I've got over.
Could be a hard spin here. Hard spin?
Yeah.
Yeah, weight down. 2, 1, squeeze.
Pressing. Happy to lead out of this.
We're still above pin lane. Stand by, jibe and lead again.
Copy.
Boom over.
Winding up.
Winding all the way up on the breeze here, guys.
Yep.
Down.
Slow still.
He's going to be able to shut us here.
Happy, good position, guys. Ready for a build? Building.
Full speed.
2, 1, squeeze. Big squeeze.
Yeah. Marginal. Yep.
Still below lane.
Just a race time now, Hamish.
Yep. I can go inside. Slow.
Turning up.
19. 18.
Yep.
17. 16.
Head to wind.
14.
Drag the gear.
Tacking boat.
Yeah. Protest, come on! That's ridiculous. Building.
Over 2.
Him over. Weight down.
Come on, that's going to be a red.
2, 1, squeeze.
We are over.
Throw in that's Michael on the flag next time.
Here's the red.
Slow.
We got a checklist.
Okay, bearing into a jibe here, guys.
Yeah.
Big jibe. Here it comes. He's still over the start line. We race. We might get another one, which is not fair. Come on, guys. We didn't make him over.
I got it.
2, 1, squeeze.
Nice here, guys. Good start.
Here it comes. So not fair. That is the same situation that he did to us last time.
He's still in front.
Hey, you see the boat.
2, 1, squeeze. Wind on, wind on.
Oh, good twist. He's going to get. Gotta be one more.
Come on.
Twist, you steer the boat.
Sailing.
There we go. That's ridiculous. Here we go. Nice, boys.
Stand by tack.
Okay, let's get going.
He's going around, buddy.
1, it is what it is, guys.
Steer the boat now, okay?
Call the tack on him.
Shouldn't have hit him. 2, 1, squeeze. Coming away. We got to do our job, yeah, I know. We just had to get out of there.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, switch on the awesome. Sorry.
2, 1, squeeze.
Why are we going?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the final day of the 60th anniversary edition of the Congressional Cup here in Long Beach, California. It has been a long week. Over 100 races sailed. We had 2 double round robins, then we went through, or a double round robin rather, then we went through the top 4 semifinalists, and now we move to the finals and the Petite finals to determine first and second, your winners of the Congressional Cup, and of course the battle for third and fourth. Now, for third and fourth, they have to win 2 points. But for the finals, it's going to be first to win 3 best of 5. And let's take a look at our matchups. So here is Dave Hood up against Cole Tapper. That's going to be the Petite finals for third and fourth. Neither of these teams have made it this far in the Congressional Cup, so congratulations to both of them. And Dave Hood particularly, representing the Long Beach Yacht Club. And then in the finals, of course, it's going to be Chris Poole up against Eric Monnin. Just a few seconds away from the entry for the start of first race of the Petite finals. Dave Hood, Cole Tapper. Tapper's going to be entering from the starboard side. Hood from the pin end, and this has got to be the longest starting line we've seen all week, right, Marilyn?
Yeah, this absolutely gives the competitors an awful lot of space to sort of tee one another up or try to make a different move like passing up above or down below.
Both teams headed for the line now. The clock ticking down. The 4-minute entry period about to begin. Here we go, folks. Finals day of the Congressional Cup. Dave Hood on port will have to avoid. Cole Tapper on starboard. Looks like it's going to be a textbook dial-up collision course here. And real quick, Marilyn Cassidy, the question we always ask, what do you think upwind?
In the far right, there's a really big puff kind of coming out from sort of a sea breeze direction, it looks like. That could indicate trouble for a competitor that finds themselves over on the left. But there's really a pretty even race course, so that weather might be coming, but it's not here just yet.
We know later in the day it's supposed to build and shift to the right. All things being equal in a match race, you want to protect the right, so I think right is right, right?
Why not?
3 minutes 15 the countdown. Tapper to windward. Hood, I wonder if Hood can exhale a little bit now. The amount of pressure it took to get to this point, he almost went to the finals. He lost by a second to Eric Monnin. Now it's like, okay, you made it this far. Exhale, have some fun.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's about fun now for Dave Hood and team. I mean, this is a pretty impressive run by him on someone who learned to sail not that long ago as an adult here on these 37s. So representing our club, he's got the backing of the entire pier. I know that for sure. Well, maybe not the Maria Bloxam family who are housing Cole Tapper, but...
Well, he's had enough fun to get out of that dial-up pretty well there. I was really surprised by Cole Tapper, who did not accelerate very quickly at all out of that. He just waited for Dave to fall off onto port. And now Dave's in a strong position, I think, to leeward of Tapper. How's Tapper going to get out of this?
Well, I think he's doing what a lot of match racers would think about right now, which is heading over to the spectator fleet and seeing if he can create an opportunity for himself from one of these moored boats.
Coming up on the 2-minute mark. That's exactly right, Merriman. Just above the plan B, below the spare boat. Both teams split either side. I know they have a damage deposit for the racing, but you don't want to hit that mega yacht, I can tell you. It's a little bit bigger than the damage deposit as Hood splits to the right of it. Tapper just coming around the back side, and I think that's going to be a good position for Cole. Both teams are very early. We got time to kill. As Tapper hips up to the right of his opponent, Hood just kind of settles into leeward. Here comes Tapper coming down to reach over Hood's bow. Now Hood is going to say, I'll take the right. Seems to me they're both kind of like jostling to get to the right. And I think that's what they're kind of fighting for here.
I think there's also just a lot of time left to kill here, and so both are sort of fighting to be the trailing boat or the boat that's pushing the other down the line.
I'll tell you, guys think that Bob Blair is second-guessing his parking spot there with Plan B?
No, not at all. It's a great spot. Now an overlap. Hood going in for a piece of Tapper, going to luff him up. Try to keep him from getting to the line, but there's plenty of time. Tapper's seen that movie before. He knows how it ends. Green flag. I didn't even know there was a penalty there.
I think Tapper had asked the question, did Hood come up just a little bit too quickly there?
Final countdown to the start now. Under 40 seconds to go. Tapper into leeward. Hood's just going to roll over the top and probably lead in at this point. Both teams still off to that right-hand side. Nobody wants to come down here and play at the pin. There's a swing by Tapper to windward. And Hood settles in to leeward. Tapper going to go for a dig. Is that going to be a little bit late? 15 seconds to go. That's just going to shift Hood down the line. Open the door for Tapper to swing up to the inside, maybe even tack. Hood is running away from him. Is there an overlap? No, close right there. Tapper goes for the line. Here's the gun. I'm surprised by that. Tapper got the right, if that's what he wanted, but he's close to windward of Hood. How long can he live there? Meanwhile, Hood was running away from him. Gets a nice tight to leeward spot. I'm surprised Hood's not really squeezing. He doesn't have to. Tapper's the first away. And Maryland, there is good breeze coming from the right.
Yeah, I think that some of that top right pressure that we identified in the pre-start has started to come down the race course. And so definitely creating an opportunity for Tapper. Even though he's had to make this additional maneuver, he may be sailing into better pressure right now.
And for both of these racers, this is the farthest they've ever made into the Congressional Cup. This has to be such an exciting moment. Dave Hood here locally from Long Beach, Cole Tapper all the way from Australia, although I feel like they're at home here in Long Beach, so.
And in the background there, the main event, the pre-start of the finals. First race of the finals for Eric Monnin and Chris Poole. Monnin entering from the left-hand side, Poole from the right. Poole, the reigning two-time Congressional Cup champion. Monnin has finished third, I believe, but never won it.
Almost dial up here.
Monnin just slowly tacking ahead of Poole there. Poole's going to have to shed a lot of that speed. Look for him to just spin that wheel aggressively. Backs the jib. I like that. Beautiful job. Just hit the brakes. Textbook for Chris Poole. And we are in the main event, folks. The finals of the 60th anniversary Congressional Cup.
Poole's in a really good position here, just a little bit behind Monnin, but he is advancing on him. He just has a little bit more boat speed, even after those dramatic turns that we saw at the wheel.
He's lost it. Harry.
Yeah, too far advanced, I think. Poole's going to get out of there. So Monnin did a really good job. That dial-up is over as he swings in behind Poole. I had a chance to talk to Joachim Aschenbrenner this morning, the tactician. He told me he thinks it's 50-50 to Monnin. I was surprised by that because the momentum has been with Poole all week. But who is the sailor that has beat Poole both times in the round robin?
Oh, it's Eric Monnin.
Yeah. We're in for a good one. Poole looking for 3 wins in a row. Monnin looking for his first Crimson Blazer. 2 minutes, 25 seconds to go. Both boats reaching over the top of the signal boat. The tightest spectator fleet we've seen in years comes into play in these starts.
OK. Bon, vont bien établis partout quand même, hein? Mais on reste
Do you
quand
speak
même
French?
sur une petite tendance gauche.
No.
I wish you did. Ryan, no?
Ouais.
Can't understand what they're saying.
I thought it was
OK, la ligne qui a pris
Swiss
un
they
peu
were
de
speaking
droite
there,
quand
Tucker.
même, hein?
Look at that. Look at how close that is. That's great. You could grab some caviar on your way by.
2, 1.
Now, each team is determined whether they want to lead or follow. We've got it coming up on the minute-and-a-half mark, just outside the Belmont Pier there in the top of your screen before heading to the line. Poole will jibe first to leeward, and it looks like Monnin wants to roll over the top to lead. Plenty of time to go. And you just wonder if those 2 losses to Monnin are weighing on Chris Poole. He's beaten everybody else so far to make it to the finals, almost undefeated.
Keep pushing him down. Keep pushing down. I got it. No, you don't have it. Come down.
There is some tension on board. I can feel it from here.
Okay? Yep. Another push down. Pushing down one more.
Breeze getting lighter in this pre-start and going left a little bit as Monnin leads towards the line. Monnin likes to lead and also likes the lighter breeze. So he's in control right now. Poole's just going to hip up to windward. Does he have time for one more dig? Certainly he does, and he goes for it.
Staying above him now.
Yeah.
Gonna be a split to windward.
No overlap there as they swing to the inside. Poole to windward. Monnin trying to get him locked into that position, and he's done it. Now look for Monnin to luff up, slow down, close the gauge on Poole. Definitely a left-hand shift here on the line. 23 seconds to go. Both teams are early. Monnin's going to hit the brakes. Poole's simply going to tack to the right. Monnin's bow on the line. Monnin over at this point. 14 seconds. Monnin's going to have to dip back down below the line, build up to full speed. Meanwhile, Chris Poole reaching at maximum pace towards the signal end of the line, but he's going to have to tack. Here's the start. We're off. Race number 1 of the finals of the Congressional Cup. Monnin all the way at the pin and Chris Poole all the way at the boat. Here we go. It looked to me like Monnin was happy with the pin end and Chris was happy with the committee boat end. Chris now has tacked to stay with Monnin. Maximum separation off the line. Which one do you like?
With a potential right shift coming and both boats on the sort of unfavored tack, I'd actually rather be Monnin right now as the leverage sort of shifts to him with the breeze potentially moving further and further right. That said, Poole has the opportunity to get back to the right first.
You just confused me.
I'm very confused, yeah.
Poole was to the right.
Poole, yeah, sorry, Poole is to the right.
And there's a righty coming.
There's a righty coming, but while both boats are headed, it actually advantages Eric Monnin.
All right. Well, Monnin has tacked back. We're going to have the first cross right here. We'll see who got it right at the start. Of course, if it's even, Chris Poole at least has starboard tack advantage. Here we go. It's Poole. Poole by more than one boat length. Clamps one right in front of Monnin, who has to tack back. And now if you're Poole, you kind of exhale a little bit. You've got the right, you've got starboard advantage. It puts Monnin in the hot seat.
Yeah, I wonder if we won't hear a little bit of an exhale from Poole and the team, having sort of nailed that first move.
Just a quick update in the Petite finals. They are overlap coming into the leeward mark. Anybody's guess? Nobody out in the lead yet. As Poole tacks and Monnin tacks again. Monnin trying to stay out of phase, knowing that Chris Poole is going to tack on him. Looks to me like the breeze is lightning across the track. That will advantage Eric Monnin overall as Poole tacks about the same distance ahead. Monnin keeps getting shuttled over to that left. Just a quick note, the Petite finals both went around the right-hand mark looking upwind. So they're both rolling the dice to that side. That's where Poole is in our feature match. As Monnin tacks again to port.
Let's just do a comfy lay so you can come in on port. Yeah.
I got it, okay?
Good.
Un bon endroit, la photo est pas mal.
And Marilyn, our weather and wind guru, supposed to see more breeze this afternoon, right?
Yeah, I'm starting to see a little bit of blue sky out over towards Catalina. I wonder if that might mean a freshening sea breeze coming pretty soon.
I hope so. I like to end on a big thunderous note. Great breeze either way for the finals. Here comes Chris Poole back again for a look at Monnin. Has Monnin gained a little bit there? Perhaps. He's going to concede and tack to leeward. Monnin behind, but looking very relaxed. Up against world rank #1 Chris Poole. You know, Poole's the one with the pressure. He's the one who's trying to get 3 wins in a row. He's the one who's got the X on his back for having been the defending champion this year. Monnin, almost with nothing to lose, has the pressure off. And he's already beaten Chris twice. in the regatta. Here we go, top mark. Simultaneous tacks. It'll be a tack set for Chris Poole, so a little bit slower maneuver than Monnin, who's going to come rumbling in just behind.
2, 1, go hoist landing.
Then it'll be game on downwind.
Ça va dans 3,
No penalties.
2, 1, et maintenant.
And here comes Monnin. What, 7 seconds behind? Well within striking distance.
Absolutely. As we've talked about all week in the lured legs, the advantage shifts to the trailing boat.
Splitting this pair, yes.
And so we'll see Monnin try to take advantage of that, matching and trying to really sit on top of Chris Poole's air whenever possible.
Yeah, and I think knowing what this race means for both of them to come out with a win early, I don't expect them to split. I expect them to cover the entire way downwind, right?
Well, it's long port all the way downwind, so not much of a jibe in it when they finally decide to jibe, as they split through the Petite finals on their way upwind. I believe Hood was leading.
Copy, new pressure is coming back.
New pressure coming from the right, Chris sees it, and he's going to lead the jibe first.
+1.
That was a good job. Chris is able to jibe before Monnin. That's going to keep his air clear ahead.
Have a look.
So Chris Poole leads, Eric Monnin downwind here with that Farmers and Merchants spinnaker. The yellow Pethora Businesses spinnaker. Eric Monnin has been so great all week in light wind. The wind was heavy this morning, but Tucker, it definitely is dipped down a bit here as we come into these finals. Day number 5 of the 60th Annual Congressional Cup.
Yep, and we could go all the way to 5 matches, first to win 3. So we got lots of sailing to go, and as Marilyn pointed out, sun is coming out, breeze expected to pick up. I think as we go on in this finals, we're going to see more breeze, more speed, more action. As we come into the leeward gates with Poole ahead of Monnin, and Dave Hood fighting to hold off Tapper for the Petite finals behind. Now, which way will Poole choose to go? Likely a left-hand turn takes him to the right-hand side. Monnin within striking distance, if not having gained a tiny bit on this run.
Et ça jibe ici. Voilà, 2, 1.
Go get it.
Chris Poole's crew comfortable to drop that spinnaker early. Just have a really conservative rounding to the right-hand side.
Allez, ça descend le speed. Quand tu veux.
Monnin with a nice head of steam. Heading to that left-hand mark, looking upwind. Here comes the windward drop. Get that spinnaker down, guys. Time to hit the rail. A little bit late on the spinnaker drop as he tries to reel in Chris Poole.
Press 1, copy.
Monnin's got his breeze, his bow rather, into some fresh breeze, so that's good for him. But Chris has the protective right-hand starboard advantage as we split upwind. Folks, I've got really good news. You don't have to listen to me or Ryan or Marilyn alone. We are joined by a match racing expert who's fresh from the Congressional Cup. Sailed with Yanni Berntsen. You all know him, a man who needs no introduction. Long Beach Yacht Club's own Scotty Dixon. Scotty, great to have you with us, buddy.
Thanks very much, Tucker, and thanks for the warm welcome on the pier. And it is definitely a different view from up here, that's for sure. It's down on the water, it's choppy, it's puffy, lumpy, tough conditions. The boys are slipping around on the foredeck, so much more comfortable up here, thank you.
Well, we're lucky to have you up here. If we can get you anything, champagne, caviar, you just let us know, Scotty.
Yep, all of the above.
Now let's throw you right into the hot seat. You can see the split. Chris was in the lead at the leeward gates. He's taking the right-hand side. Monnin continuing all the way out to the left. Is it going to be a gain for the Swiss?
Yeah, right now, Poole looking pretty good on starboard. Maybe his bow caving a little bit there, but there are definitely shifts out there. So right now, Monnin just looking to minimize the damage that Poole can do upwind. What was the lead at the bottom mark? Maybe about 3 or 4 boat lengths.
Barely, yeah. Poole in charge so far as he keeps an eye on Monnin. Meanwhile, quick shift to the finish line. Your first point in a first to win 2 points Petite final for 3rd and 4th place. And it's Dave Hood, the light blue spinnaker.
This is going to be close. This is very close. Only 2 boat lengths out. Nothing in it.
He's got it. Dave Hood takes his first point in the fight for 3rd place. It's great to have him made it this far. You know how hard he's worked, he and his team.
I do.
He was a nail biter of a semifinals, and now he's taking his first point in the Petite finals.
Yes.
Over Cole Tapper.
Long Beach Yacht Club, give it up for Dave Hood on the pier. Our local sailor taking the first win here.
So now we've got footage Poole on starboard, and it looks like a comfortable cross. When I say comfortable, that would be by my terms. It's at least a boat length. Still very much a close match. You can see how slowly Poole's tacking there, indicating it might have lightened off a bit.
Scotty, you're fresh from having sailed both of these competitors all week. What do you think of Monnin's performance in this regatta this year?
Oh, exceptional. It's so great to see him doing well. He's come very close a number of times, and my observation this week is he's just sailing a little bit smoother, a little bit calmer, and the proof is in the pudding.
And, of course, he's already beaten Poole twice.
Okay.
Poole's looking to return the favor when it counts here in the finals as they approach the top mark again with Eric Monnin in range.
There's an aerial view, and Chris Poole on Monnin's breeze with about a 3 or 4 boat length lead.
1 length. Going hoist here, dump main 2.
And you can see Poole accelerating around the mark while Monnin's still fighting his way upwind to get there. A little bit slower set on Poole, but good enough, I think.
15 seconds to delta, 2.5 lengths there. It's Chris Poole heading down to the finish over Eric Monnin.
Copy.
Poole dug really deep at that set. Took a big dive down before he came up and filled the spinnaker.
So right now looks like a relatively long port jibe, which means you'd expect to see them not jibe for quite a while.
Now, do you think the committee's going to shift this race course around before the next match? Because you really don't have much options as the trailing boat in this long port. As Monnin jibes to see what he can do.
Yeah, they will do their best to keep the course axis aligned with whatever the breeze is doing. Getting a little bit lighter, the cloud's starting to burn off. We might actually see some California sunshine, which has been a little bit rare this week, actually.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Scotty. You can take over the weather if you'd like.
It's been the running joke all week. Sorry, you've been too busy sailing to listen to the show, but she's got a job in Channel 5, or Channel whatever it is out here.
No, there's 350 volunteers, but nobody has told me who was in charge of the weather this week. So and certainly nobody putting up their hand.
Marilyn Cassidy.
But as I was saying to the Swedish team, it's never like this here. But we say that in every regatta we go to everywhere around the world.
Speaking of never like this, I want to point something out. Almost every single match in the double round robin right through the semis has been within a length or 2 coming across the finish line. This is possibly one of the bigger leads. As Chris Poole heads for the finish, maybe 3.5 or 4 lengths over Eric Monnin. Now, Monnin has got a good bit of breeze that he's jibed into to converge with Chris Poole. We've got, what, a little over 2.5 minutes maybe left in this run. Is that going to be enough for Monnin, though? That's the question.
Nice smooth roll by Monnin there. The yellow spinnaker, Poole jibes away. And Monnin's definitely closed up a little, but Poole has the luxury of sailing in clear air.
And a few extra lengths difference to do it in. Very relaxed. Chris Poole has just comfortably sailed his way right through to the finals. One more jibe to go to the finish. Potential 5 races. First to win 3 points. As Chris Poole looking to make history if he can do a 3-peat win of the Congressional Cup. A lot more sailing to go, though, after this first win. So, ladies and gentlemen, here on the pier, here is your first point in the finals of the Congressional Cup, and it goes to Chris Poole. So he's just sent a message to Eric Monnin there. He was nervous about Monnin going into today, but winning the first match, that's going to take a lot of heat off of Chris Poole. Monnin not fazed by that at all, because you know, Scotty, competitive sailors have to have short-term memory loss, right?
Exactly right. And these guys, they're all consummate professionals, and shake that one off. What did we do well? What can we do better? And let's go get them.
It came to that start. Monnin went to the pin and Poole to the boat end, and of course the right paid off early on, and the rest is history in this first match. So Dave Hood takes his first point in the Petite finals in the fight between third and fourth place, and Chris Poole takes first blood over Eric Monnin in the finals. Now they're going to shift sides, the teams are, and we're going to get right back into the starting action. But first, we are going to go down onto the water and on board the winning yacht of that race number 1 of the finals. Chris Poole, let's hear how the race went.
We're going to attack in a second.
Okay, tell me about that race.
Yeah, so race 1 of the 60th Congressional Cup Finals. We're up against Eric Monnin, who we've had numerous battles with over the past, and yeah, really nice conditions, better than forecast, and yeah, we had a good pre-start with him. We were in control. We were happy with our positioning and pushing him down towards the pin end. Didn't really leave him much space there to build along the pier. So we were happy with the split tack start, tacking to windward on starboard, and then Joachim called a phenomenal beat. And we just kept facing Eric, and then on the downwind, Joachim kept us in some nice puffs to stretch a little bit. And then on the second upwind, you know, it was pretty textbook Joachim tactics and just keeping us, you know, on the right part of the race course. And yeah, just some nice defensive jobs on the way to the finish to take the first race of the finals here.
Making it look easy, making it sound easy. Maybe for Chris Poole at this level it is easy. Either way, that was a valuable win in the first race of the finals here, the 60th edition, anniversary edition rather, of the Congressional Cup here in Long Beach. The sun is coming out, the breeze is picking up. Perfect day for the finals. And we're going to take a short break, not a long one, because we're going to get right back into the action here. Don't go anywhere, stay with us. We'll be right back.
When it comes to one of the most important decisions of your life, your future, your freedom, your legacy, selling your business shouldn't be complicated. At Plethora Businesses, we help business owners sell smarter, faster, and for the highest value they deserve. From valuation to closing, we're with you every step of the way. Visit plethorabusinesses.com to start your next chapter.
I'm Long Beach Mayor Rex Richardson, and I'm proud to welcome you to the 60th Congressional Cup, one of the world's premier sailing regattas. Hosted by the Long Beach Yacht Club, this iconic event highlights why Long Beach is a top global destination for competitive sailing. Join us April 30th to May 4th for spectacular views of the vibrant spinnakers dancing on our water, to the exciting close-up action visible from the Belmont Pier, right where Olympic sailors would soon begin to train for LA 28. To all our guests, our competitors, welcome to the city of Long Beach. Thank you.
All right, we're back here as we reset boats and the race course to continue the finals, Petite finals. I've got a special guest with me in the booth. Maybe the busiest woman in Long Beach. Lisa Meyer is the Commodore, the 2025 Commodore of Long Beach Yacht Club. She is in charge of all the happenings on the media end of the Congressional Cup, but so much more. Lisa, how are you? And are you able to breathe yet? We're almost done.
I tell everybody we have a group of 300 volunteers, and they all want to make sure that I'm enjoying the Congressional Cup, which I am, but they all want me to sit down, and I said, no, I'll stop pacing tomorrow. This is so exciting. There's so much that goes into running the Congressional Cup, but right now, all we care about are these finals and Petite finals.
Yeah, and what an incredible show it's been for 4 days of racing to this point. Tell us, what kind of work goes into setting up the Congressional Cup from your end, A, as a Commodore, but B, as one of the producers, if you will, of the whole program here?
So we start 2026 tomorrow, if that gives you any sort of a preview of this. We have, as I said, we have a team of 300 volunteers. There are a group of people that lead the executive team, of which I did a few years ago when Permanent Senior Staff Commodore John Trigliato invited me to his team when he was Commodore. So there's sort of a pecking order, and it's fun to be invited. It's really an honor to be invited to join the Congressional Cup team. As you know, it's a premier racing event attached to the World Match Racing Tour, which is governed by the World Sailing Association. World Sailing Association also governs the Olympics. So particularly this year and every year on in, we're coordinating very closely with the Olympic groups that want to come in and race on these very waters to practice until LA 28. So our teams now are not only working on Congressional Cup, but we're working on a number of races that lead up to Congressional Cup and, of course, the Olympics.
And that's something that weighs in the back of our minds because we know what the Congressional Cup is, but now all eyes are on Long Beach, and they want to see what kind of show we're going to produce in 2028, and this is our chance to shine, right? The Congressional Cup is showing the world year in and year out what racing is like here in Long Beach, but as Long Beach Yacht Club and all the volunteers from around the neighborhood that help us with this event, this is really the premier show. You come here, you get treated the best, you have amazing equipment. We do such a great job to organize. And tell me, what has your involvement been, if any, as a Commodore with what's coming in 2028?
So what's really important is that we're partnering with the city of Long Beach. Mayor Rex Richardson could not be a better leader, and he's been such a good partner, and he's really helping. He and his team are guiding us. We have Christopher Kuntz is on the pier today. Jorge Godinez was here. Christina Duggan, council member Christina Duggan was here. And these, Laura Dowd was out here, our city, who's our city auditor. Don McIntosh, who was a city attorney, was here. These are all really our partners. So we're taking our lead not only from U.S. Sailing and the yacht clubs that are working together, but we consider ourselves major partners with the city and proud to be partners with the city of Long Beach. And of course, the other people who are included on that are the Port of Long Beach, and really all of the businesses that are here and the service organizations. So we are happy to give them all of our services and our time and attention because this is such an important, great time to be on the world stage and to really promote the sport of sailing.
And I think to give you guys at home who maybe aren't on the pier with us an idea of how important it is to have the support from the city, Long Beach is a gigantic city, bigger than probably most cities in some of these countries the sailors are here from. And from the top down, we have support at every single level for this event year in and year out. And really, that is what allows us to put on such a show. And by show, I don't mean what you're watching here. I mean for the sailors and the families and everyone that comes to these events every single year. And so tell me, how do you see Long Beach Yacht Club helping with the Olympics in 2028?
So Long Beach Yacht Club and our many members are not only volunteers, but we're sailors, and we love the sport of sailing, and we love everything that goes into sailing and the sport of sailing. So whether that's managing that, you've seen some videos in the live streaming of our members who house sailors who come in internationally.
I'm one of those
members. And Ryan,
members,
you
by
are
the
one
way.
of those. Thank you for that. Not only do we house the sailors, we also house race officials. We already have international countries who are coming in and asking where they can, first of all, put their containers, which is why the port is so important, and the company that you work for, Long Beach Container Terminal, is going to be an important partner for that.
I certainly hope so.
Yes.
I'd like to make that happen.
So the yacht club, Long Beach Yacht Club, is made up of professionals who not only are great volunteers and members of the club, but have huge tentacles out into the community, both in the city, nationally and internationally. So we're all donating our skills and professional skills to the betterment of the organization of the Olympics. But you have to remember that Long Beach Yacht Club and our sister yacht clubs have been part of this since 1932 when the Olympics were here, and then again in 1984. So we are set up to take any position that is required of us. Kirk Brown, our international umpire, likes to say it's going to take 1,200 of us volunteers, and that's just for the sport of sailing. So as you know, Long Beach has 11 venues scheduled to be here, so there's an opportunity for everybody in the city.
Very cool. And I am so proud and excited to be a part of that. And maybe I'll be a Commodore one day, and I'll lead up to that by being part of the Olympic Committee here. But tell me, Lisa, what does it take to be a Commodore at a yacht club? But in my mind, you've got to show up to a meeting once a week. You get to be at all the fun parties. But I'm sure there was so much more than that.
Yeah, that's all. That's all. That's really all it is. For me, I became very passionate about sailing. I did not sail like so many of our junior sailors who are on the pier here today watching this. I did not start sailing when I was little. I started sailing when I was an adult. I moved here from Chicago in 2007 and really got the bug because some people invited me on the boat, first to become just ballast, and then put a line in my hand and some sails in my hand, and ultimately the helm in my hand. And that's when I was hooked.
I'm going to cut you there because I've raced against her. She is a fierce skipper. It's very tough to beat Lisa Meyer, so that's a fact.
Yeah, I love that that's going live streamed around the world. We had a team of women who were in my situation that needed to learn and fail fast, become good at this, and that group of girls was called Spice Girls. And we brought in a lot of rock star coaches, many of them who are watching, many who have raced in Congressional Cup and have been very generous with their time. If you've been gifted that generosity of time and interest in your own passions, all you want to do is give back. So I wanted to give back to the sport of sailing by being even more involved in the Long Beach Yacht Club. And from there, that led to being part of the regatta management teams and membership teams. And it's really my home away from home. This is a very special community, which expanded then into not only the community here in Long Beach, but the international team of sailors all around the world. So it's been a pleasure and an honor to be part of the Long Beach Yacht Club for the many years that I've had, and I am thrilled to be Commodore here for the 60th Congressional Cup.
Very cool, and I'm so proud of you because you do such a great job to represent us. I really love it, Lisa. And before I let you go, because I know you've got other stuff to do, and I hear some horns.
And we hear the
out there.
horns. We're ready.
Do you know, I hear that people are watching us from around the world. We've had a few different people send videos and photos. I know they're showing us back at Legends over on 2nd Street at the Belmont Brewing Company. I heard there might be some special guests out somewhere on an island somewhere. What have you heard?
So, Permanent Senior Staff Commodore Bobby Frazier has a watch party going at the Waikiki Yacht Club.
Waikiki Yacht Club. This is the one spot I might rather be than where I am.
Yeah, there they all are. Give a shout out.
Bobby.
Aloha. Thank you for joining in. Bobby's been part of the Congressional Cup 4 years, and he's taken the show on the road. Bobby and his wife Gina live there now in Waikiki, in Honolulu. So we're thrilled that they're joining us for the 60th Congressional Cup.
And for everyone else around the world, thank you for watching. And I know it's fun to watch your family members race and your friends race, but we are so proud to bring this to you live. So Lisa, what's your pick here? You've got Chris Poole up 1-0 over Eric Monnin. Who do you think's taking the Crimson Blazer home?
I'm going for the three-peat.
She wants a three-peat.
I'd like to see the repeat. That would be historic, and I want to be part of that.
Okay, well, there you heard it from Lisa Meyer. Good luck, Chris Poole. Good luck, Eric Monnin, and everybody else. Our own Dave Hood is up 1-0 over Cole Tapper in the Petite finals. We'll be back shortly with more racing action. Again, I've got Lisa Meyer, our 2025 Commodore, and one of the strongest women in the city of Long Beach. So thank you so much for joining me.
Thanks, Ryan.
It's one race at a time. Eric got a little bit of jump on us yesterday, but we just take it one race at a time.
Yeah, we have to keep the momentum for sure today. But yeah, we have to win one out of 3. Hopefully, we'll get that done as soon as we can.
Actually, we even take it one maneuver at a time. Just optimize every maneuver the best we can, on to the next maneuver, and just see how it works out and see how Mother Nature plays.
And then we're looking forward, hopefully, to a final.
That'd be great. We're just going to see how it plays out.
Always first to the finish line.
Push for the line. Monnin has got it. Oh my goodness.
Yes.
What a race.
Yes.
What a race. And Dave Hood could still feel proud no matter what, having sailed such an incredible match. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. No rest for the weary. We're right back in the Petite finals, and then this race number 2 of the finals. Coming up on the 4-minute entry period to the pre-start. Race number 2 of the Petite finals between Dave Hood and Cole Tapper. Then after that, we'll have Chris Poole and Eric Monnin. Right now, Poole is 1 up over Monnin, first to win 3. In the Petite finals, it is first to win 2 as they head towards each other into the pre-start. Here we go. So that's 4 minutes to the start. Both teams enter right now. Dave Hood from the Long Beach Yacht Club in his best Congressional Cup performance is 1 point up over Cole Tapper. If he wins this, he'll take home 3rd place at a nice healthy check in the Congressional Cup. Tapper looking to even the score and make it at least one more race after this one.
You know, Tucker, these two split wins in the double round robin, so they both have raced really well against each other this week, and I haven't seen a competitive edge on one side or the other. So I wouldn't be surprised if Cole Tapper answers back here on this second race.
Looking upwind, even though the sky's clearing, we just haven't gotten that big breeze yet and that right-hand shift that they've been talking about. There's velocity to the far left. There's angle to the right. There are some holes that these teams will have to pick through. And we're still waiting for the clock to tick down in this dial-up. At the 3-minute mark, it is Tapper backing up. He's on the aggressive first. Remember, he's the leeward boat, so if the two teams converge or hit, Hood could get the penalty. Now Hood is comfortable to just sheet in and roll over the top of Tapper. Tapper's now going to try and accelerate and keep him from doing that. I think Tapper may have just pulled the trigger a second too late. Hood's not going to go around the top, and he'll tack. Can Tapper tack inside there? I think the answer is going to be just behind. With 2 minutes 23 to go, now we reach off to the right-hand side in the most crowded spectator fleet I've ever seen.
Yeah, we've got boats full of skippers and their crew over here watching these Petite finals and finals. The entire fleet race crew is out here.
2 minutes to go. Otherwise, benign pre-start so far. We mentioned this in the first race of the Petite finals, that the pressure just seems to be off Dave Hood now. So stressful to get to this level. You could feel it on board with every race, and they just kept clawing forward and forward. And now that they're in it with a bullet already, 1 point up over Cole Tapper, who's no slouch himself, you can kind of feel the pressure off on Hood's boat. Tapper also is pretty relaxed. The only Congressional Cup skipper I've ever seen singing a song upwind after getting 4 penalties and being behind. Didn't seem to faze him.
No, Tapper and team have been here for the last 2 weeks, really acclimating to the Southern California lifestyle, if you will, and I think that shows in their level of confidence and coolness.
Okay, both boats jibe back now. Coming up on the 1 minute mark, and it's going to be Tapper to leeward. Hood is a bit bow forward there, keeping his gauge. Can he bear off and get a bit of a dig and a hook and push Tapper into or farther down the pre-start line? I think he's a little bit too far advanced. Tapper's done a great job hitting the brakes there to leeward, and Hood may be in trouble. Tapper on a solid line to the committee boat there. If you were bow number 4, you wouldn't put your nose in there, and Hood keeps sliding forward. I'm surprised by that. 35 seconds to go.
Tapper's just shutting him out. He's going to have nowhere to go on the start.
Very surprising. It's like he's kind of just given this start to Tapper here, and there's nothing to do except slide in behind Tapper. Tapper is going to be comfortable to put the brakes on here. It doesn't matter when the gun goes in 15 seconds. Tapper could just stop. But no, here comes a small opening. Hood's going to go down for one little dig. He finds a hole. Here comes the gun. Dave Hood wins the waiting game and gets a start out of this just to win. But to Tapper, here's the gun. We're off in race 2 of the Petite finals. Over early was that Hood. Oh, my goodness. Just when things were looking really good at that last 10 seconds of the start, Hood just must have been inches, popped his bow up over the line, and that's a huge advantage for Cole Tapper. Ouch. Scotty Dixon, great to have you back in the commentary booth. That was an unforced error by Dave Hood.
Yeah, very much so. He'll be disappointed. You know, you're always pushing to be as close to the line as you can be, get that small advantage. But unfortunately, in conditions like this, that's a pretty big deficit off the starting line. So it'll just be do the maneuvers clean, maybe pick up a shift here and there, see if they can make some impact, and that's the best they can do.
Well, the good news for Hood is it's the first to win 2 points. He's already got one, so if he loses this one, kind of doesn't really change things too much. He can still live to fight another day, but it does make it a little bit harder. Now we move back into our feature match, race number 2. For the finals of the Congressional Cup, Chris Poole has already won up over Eric Monnin in a first to win 3 points. And here we go into the dial-up. Big starting line, Scotty. Longest one we've seen all week. Gives these teams a little bit more room to play, but laterally. As far as this way, the pier has never been closer to the pre-start, and that could become a factor.
Never been closer. The pin end of the starting line is roughly about, I would say, 1.5 boat lengths from the exclusion zone. I mean, we're looking at it right here. It's, yeah, amazing.
Maryland, it's a bit like sharks in a fishbowl out here.
And not a lot of room to move around if you're a fish or a shark, I guess.
Now looking upwind, which I ask you every race, which side do you like? What do you make of the breeze? And the tacticians will be looking at that as well, so you might be able to help them out.
Monnin going for a speed build here. Poole a little bit slower to respond.
I think, circling back to the weather, I do think that there's some really interesting pressure in the middle of the course right now.
All right.
Ooh. Nice acceleration by Poole there. Monnin tacks on his breeze, so Poole out of jail for the time being. Very nice crew work.
Down.
On Poole's boat, just the mechanics, the roll, the speed build, and now he's hunting Monnin. Yeah, Monnin is unable to jibe. You can hear them saying.
Tight leeward, yes. Plan A, tight leeward.
Depends.
Okay, copy.
Depends a little on the setup.
Poole has been methodically working at the match racing game for the past few years. There's a reason why he's a 2-time Con Cup champion, looking for his 3rd.
So Monnin heading off to the spectator fleet. See if he can find. Yeah, it looks like they're going to use
Plan B.
Yeah, Plan B with the Blair family on board, and Monnin using that as a pick.
Talks about the rules here when Monnin jibes.
He might go above Plan B. He's jibing pretty hard.
So Monnin, basically, because he went above the boat, it just gives him the ability to get on to starboard, and Poole retaining the leeward ground. He wants the protection of the exclusion zone next to the pier, which they're very, very close to here.
These conditions, Scotty, would you rather lead in or follow?
Yeah, it looks like good breeze at times, but it's still just light enough. I would want to be the lead boat and just try to prevent the other boat from having a good speed build.
And that is what Chris Poole is doing so far. He's got Monnin hooked up to the outside of him. Minute to go to the start. Poole looking strong. You can hear Jakob Aschenbrenner, the tactician on Poole's boat, saying, force him up
I really try and push him up.
as high as we can here. As Poole is balancing speed and control and also trying to just squeeze Monnin.
High and slow.
This is a tough spot for Monnin, isn't it?
It is a very tough spot for Monnin, because he has to go a long way forward to be able to lay the line on port. He might actually do 2 tacks here. Poole has to make sure he doesn't get too slow.
Monnin does tack away. It's going to be 2 down speed tacks with only 17 seconds to go. Not much room for Monnin. Meanwhile, Poole's just going to have a massive wind up in speed towards the pin end of the line. As Monnin tacks back at the signal boat end, it's down speed for Monnin to the right. Here comes Poole crossing the line now. There's the gun. Race 2, someone's over. Who is it?
It's Monnin. Yeah, so Monnin tacked at the boat. Just as he went through the tack, the bow swung up and over the line, so he has to duck back.
That's 2 unforced errors by the weather boat in 2 starts. And I want to ask you, Scotty, what's going on? Is there any kind of like current effect or something happening?
Well, we'll get back to that, but I heard them say there was boat end bias. So you can see Monnin went back and restarted, and he's still very, very close to Poole here. So that I think that shows you how much the boat end was favoured. So yeah, just a little unforced error, as you say, by Monnin. And honestly, currently, I don't pay too much attention to it out here. What's different about today is there is a bit of a wave condition coming in from the south, which makes it lumpy and bumpy. Yeah, just the pressure of the big event.
Yeah.
The only thing I think I'll add to that, bringing us back to the weather perspective, is
Yeah,
for that race, the signal boat had signaled to send that match to a green mark, which is set to the right of the sort of center line of the course. So I do think that boat bias, right side bias, is something that's being seen across the course potentially.
Yeah, and we can see velocity, Scotty, coming from far right as well, and that's where Monnin, Poole is headed. Monnin out to the far left. If you were Monnin right now, you're behind by length and a half or so, and you're heading out to the left. How far would you go here? How much of a split are you willing to risk?
Yeah, well, unfortunately, my Schweizer Deutsch is not great, but they're obviously having that conversation the whole time as they roll into attack. Pressure on the left looks good.
Okay.
Generally, with the breeze in this quadrant in Long Beach, which is a little bit unusual, generally the left is very, very good. But you can see Poole putting all his eggs in the right basket. The fact that Poole hasn't tacked is quite interesting. If Poole felt he had a good advantage, I suspect he would have come back already. So maybe Poole's not as strong as he thinks. And they were Charlie Green for that entry?
Yeah, they were for the finals match here.
So Poole now on starboard.
Big split. Far right is Poole, almost on ley line. Far left is Monnin. Monnin tacked to port first. He's in the middle of the track here, boat number 10.
I love the drone footage. If you look at Poole in the background there, you can see him moving left to right on the land in the background. This is gain for Monnin here, for sure. Chris Poole hunched over, keeping it quiet. Very quiet boat, isn't it?
A little too quiet.
Ooh, yes. Might be the disappointing kind of quiet.
Yeah.
He's crossing.
He's crossing. Yep, there it is.
And that wasn't a very happy he's crossing from Poole.
Yeah, and if you look at that shot there, when you tack onto starboard, you're really punching into that wave condition. It's quite difficult. That is a big gain for Monnin, isn't it? Oh, Chris Poole, no, he thought about the hook.
Yeah. Chris Poole holding on, he's taking a little squeeze there. Hasn't tacked yet. Are we on ley line then?
Look at how close that is.
Oh my goodness.
Poole tacks away. Chris Poole saying, Eric Monnin saying we're inside the zone. So he's basically saying to the umpires, hey, we're within the 2 boat length circle. This is our mark. Whatever Poole does from here, he doesn't get to go between us and the mark. It's a nice job by Monnin there, forcing Chris Poole to do 2 extra tacks. And Chris Poole has to do that button hook turn. Oh, no. No, that's...
Flag from Poole.
Yep. This is Long Beach, not Hollywood.
Go hoist, go hoist.
No penalty. I don't see a penalty
I
flag.
saw just a green flag there.
Yeah.
All right.
I think that was Chris Poole just trying one on for size. Great set by Monnin.
And you can kind of just feel momentum shifting in Monin's favor right now, even though Poole won that first match. Chose the wrong side of the beat. Monnin, pretty solid lead now, relatively speaking, but he's got Chris Poole behind him, and that's no easy task. However, Monnin, the only competitor in this Con Cup that has beaten Chris Poole. Not once, but twice. Now he's ahead again.
Allez, deux,
We have got a show on here, folks.
Here we go, Monnin initiating the jibe. Chris Poole going straight on top.
Yeah.
And I think you'll expect to see Monnin roll back pretty quickly here. Or is he going to sit there and try and get clear air behind Chris Poole?
Copy.
If Monnin can get his clear air behind and still maintain that position, he can put Poole in downwind jail, right?
He can. Poole will be making sure he doesn't get being overlapped here is okay as long as he can swing his bow away. So Monnin will be less worried about Poole rolling over the top of him on this jibe. They will both be looking to control the other jibe at the moment.
Poole gives that game up, shifting to the right of his competitor.
I don't think Poole will go very far. I'd expect him to go about 2 boat lengths and come straight back. I was a little bit surprised Monnin let him go there, but one thing we know about Eric Monnin and his team, they have a huge amount of confidence in their breeze calls, where they are on the racetrack, taking a little puff, a little shift here and there.
This is where Monnin comes alive too, downwind.
Monnin on port, Poole on starboard. Yep, Poole can't get to him yet, so he jibes on top. So I think that was Monnin probably thinking ahead that he wanted to turn right because he wants to go left on the racetrack.
Okay.
So that's why when Chris Poole jibed, that's why he let him go. He was already thinking about the beat.
Yeah, I can get to.
Possible left turn. No overlap! No overlap!
Overlap!
Oh.
Driving, going another way.
Oh, wow.
Starboard!
The last second. No port starboard there. Monnin's going to take the other mark, leaving Chris Poole with nothing but sloppy seconds and scraps on the plate. Going to the left-hand side. Monnin's still in charge of the match, but it cost him a rough spinnaker drop, but he's got the right-hand side as Poole finally rounds to the left.
So that was very interesting. The leeward gates are approximately 3 boat lengths apart, which means the 2 boat length circle for each mark, they overlap. So it was Monnin kind of right between the two, saying no room. And I think he was giving Chris Poole a bit of a guessing game as to which way Eric was going to turn.
And the rest of us.
And maybe Eric's team as well. And maybe even Eric.
I like that. It's like Monnin just lit a fire under his shorts all of a sudden.
So what's interesting about this is we know that Monnin gained huge on the left on the first beat, and this time he's chosen the right. So if the right doesn't pay for him on this beat, then yeah, that will hurt.
À toi de dire, Simon, hein? Ouais.
So both boats still on opposite tacks. Nice split screen there. No, they're not on the same boat facing each other, driving the same wheel.
Almost looks like that. Now we're just going to leave them for a second, Scotty. Let's go down to the finish line. That is Cole Tapper winning race number 2 for the Petite finals over Dave Hood. So the score is now 1-all and a first to win 2 points. We're tied. Well done, Tapper.
I think I hear a couple of Aussie fans on the pier too.
Back to our feature match. Here's Poole. Continuing to the left. Monnin has tacked way in the background. You can just barely see him in the screen there, but he is also on starboard, Scotty. And now this is where I'm going to ask both of you guys as Long Beach natives, who's got the correct side of the course? Which side's going to pay off here with this breeze?
I see more velocity on the left, Scotty, but we have seen really good shifts come from the right kind of all day.
Yeah, generally there will be more velocity on the left in this condition, but just visually looking at them, Poole completely powered up there, his team hiking hard. Monnin's got nice right shift too. I am not ready to wage my dollar just yet.
Now the right pace. Copy.
Remember, it was very, very even going around the leeward gates. Eric Monnin had the choice of which side of the beat he wanted.
He chose the right. All things being even, at least he'll have starboard tack advantage. And is it green mark again?
Charlie Green, I believe.
It's just really tough to tell, isn't it? We've got another 30 seconds in it before we know who's going to be ahead.
Non, ça le fait, ça le fait. On est nature
I
devant.
wonder, just now I see Monnin's bow starting to lift up a little bit from the right of screen there.
Ouais. Y a pas de souci.
And I think it might be Monnin with the advantage, Scotty. It's going to be close either way.
Monnin looking good. But he will have to tack, so that'll bring Chris Poole a little closer. So Chris Poole will come in charging with a lot of speed here.
Yep, slow tack set for Monnin.
Look at that gap just closing up there. Chris Poole's going to be within a boat length by the time Monnin gets up to speed.
It's going to be all on in the final run to the finish here. Race number 2. Monnin looking to square things up over Poole as Poole gives chase into the set.
Much better set on Poole's team. Look at that pop. Just over a boat length in between the boats. This is the final leg.
More port jibe in it, Scotty, than starboard.
On est dans une vague et on y va. Go.
And it's going to be Monnin jibing first. Poole's going to match.
Yep. On y va, let's go. Monnin initiating. This is such a difficult position for the lead boat to defend, to sail through the other boat's gas, and you're listening to your spinnaker trimmer the whole time. Just any little bit of pressure is valuable, but the boat behind in this position has such an advantage.
Yep.
So Poole in a strong position, but Scotty, he's going to have to go all the way, the long way around the outside, or maybe perhaps jibe and take a step down.
Yeah.
What would you do?
Yeah, right now, yes. So rolling him on this board is what we call the long way around town, which does not have a lot of future in it, in this wind strength. So Monnin right now probably very content.
Et c'est parti. 2, go.
Yep, let's go.
So Monnin's going to get his air clear onto port. It's a slow jibe. It's a very slow jibe for Monnin, uncharacteristically.
So I think that was probably the effect of Monnin jibing being affected by Chris Poole's air, and you saw how long it took for Monnin's spinnaker to fill. And now, so Monnin's effectively going to do 2 jibes. Chris Poole's going to do 1. And I would say Chris Poole was about 1 jibe behind. Expect this finish to be incredibly close.
And it's a right-hand shift, so now with both boats on port, it's essentially a speed race down to the finish with Poole on ley line, Monnin, as you say, with 1 more jibe to go. It's going to be close. Get your cameras out, folks. Who's going to have it? Will Poole go up 2-0, or will Monnin even the score? Monnin ahead right now.
Poole in very good pressure at the moment. His bow wave looks pretty healthy to me. Few ripples on the water behind him. Oh, this is going to be close.
Et là, c'est dans 1 à 2 longues de un jibe, d'accord?
Monnin getting lifted a little bit, or perhaps maybe in a lighter amount of breeze. And Poole's got a huge head of steam, Scotty.
Yep.
Et on part direct
So
sur un
Monnin
jibe.
going for the boat end of the line. Remember we said the boat end was favoured on the start because it's further upwind.
Ça va aller.
And so Eric Monnin going for that end.
Et hop.
Nice jibe by Monnin.
It's going to be an absolute photo finish between these 2 teams. Monnin to the right-hand side and less breeze. Poole coming from behind with a lot of pace, and it's going to be Eric Monnin has done it.
Yes, bravo.
Yes.
So he has squared up 1 apiece here in the finals of the Congressional Cup. This game is far from over, that's for sure.
Yeah, Monnin and his team, you heard him cross the finish line there. Yes, bravo. Yeah, good job, team. Yeah, very exciting race, but they are just sailing so cool, so calm, and that's what these conditions reward.
This is great racing, isn't it? I mean, this is what you'd expect in the finals of the Congressional Cup. The pier is packed. The spectator fleet, largest I think I've seen in recent memory. Sun's coming out, breeze picking up, Maryland.
And the race committee is going to roll right into the third race in both of these flights.
Scotty Dixon up here in the commentary booth. It just doesn't get any better.
There's only one place I'd rather be right now, Tucker, and that would be sailing in the finals.
Yeah.
But this is certainly a wonderful view.
Well, let's go down on the water to hear on board from the man himself who just won that match. We're going to go for an interview with Eric Monnin, the victor.
Good match. Really bad start for us. We were over the line early. Luckily, Chris gave us our side. We could just play the wind and gain meter by meter and finally pass him. It's very good to come back in that match because after this start it was almost over, and then to win 3 in a row against Chris is it's difficult, but now we are 1-1. That's going to be very interesting. Yeah, cool to have turned this match to our favor.
I love it. He looks like a scruffy white version of Elmo, but but nonetheless, he's in the finals. So who am I to question? Scotty, you weren't here. You were sailing.
Was that the Tickle Me Elmo?
Yeah, different color fur. But anyway, he just to me looks like a happy cartoon character. Do you know what I mean? He's so relaxed and grateful to be in this position. He's sailed many Congressional Cups before, and it seems like nothing rattles him. You know, he's just kind of picked his way through this regatta. I spoke to Jakob Eschenbrenner this morning at breakfast, the tactician on Chris Poole's boat, as you know. He said, this could be 50-50. Those are the odds that he gave his team against Eric Monnin. What's the score right now? 50-50.
50-50.
It's going to be a good one, folks, as the teams change boats. And then we're going to roll right into the next start here. Okay, so very short break before we come right back with more action here in Long Beach, California. Where else would you rather be? The finals of the Congressional Cup continues.
When it comes to one of the most important decisions of your life, your future, your freedom, your legacy, selling your business shouldn't be complicated. At Plethora Businesses, we help business owners sell smarter, faster, and for the highest value they deserve. From valuation to closing, we're with you every step of the way. Visit plethorabusinesses.com to start your next chapter.
I'm Long Beach Mayor Rex Richardson, and I'm proud to welcome you to the 60th Congressional Cup, one of the world's premier sailing regattas. Hosted by the Long Beach Yacht Club, this iconic event highlights why Long Beach is a top global destination for competitive sailing. Join us April 30th to May 4th for spectacular views of the vibrant spinnakers dancing on our water, to the exciting close-up action visible from the Belmont Pier, right where Olympic sailors would soon begin to train for LA 28. To all our guests, our competitors, welcome to the city of Long Beach. Thank you.
Welcome back. The Petite finals of the Congressional Cup here for this last day of an incredible match racing marathon. This is the fight for third and fourth between Dave Hood and Cole Tapper. We're in roughly 3 minutes to go to their start, and the score is 1 apiece, and the first to win 2 points. Scott Dixon.
Nice work by Dave Hood getting out of jail there, rolling over the top of Cole at the committee boat end. By out of jail, we mean he's able to reach away on port and he's free to jibe back anytime. So, yeah, and the breeze has just softened up quite a bit, I think. It's certainly more evident in the pre-start when the breeze softens up because the boats really slow down and take a long time to accelerate. You have to be very, very patient in these Catalina 37s.
Skippers are maneuvering against each other in the spectator fleet. Tacticians keeping one eye upwind. Scotty, to my eye, we might have some new pressure coming from the upper right. We'll see. The time, 2 minutes, 13 seconds, the countdown. And the spectator craft are getting their value for their ticket today, for sure.
So now it's a question of who wants to lead, who wants to push.
That's Hood in the top of your screen. Tapper just jibing around that blue powerboat left of screen. And the time, roughly a minute 45 to go. Plenty of time, Scotty.
Yeah, so now it becomes a question of how, as the lead boat, how much time can you burn? And our general rule is if you think it takes about a minute to sail to the committee boat, you should be able to burn twice that time. So certainly Dave Hood and his team, absolute experts in these boats. And Monnin will have, Cole Tapper will have to keep pushing hard to kind of drag Hood away from the pier and get him to sail towards the starting line earlier than Hood wants. Hood's trying to burn time. Tapper's trying to accelerate time, get the action back to the starting line early.
And there's 1 minute to go. Tapper really aggressive, trying to push Hood towards this line. Hood's doing a good job, not quite taking the bait until now. This stage, Hood tacks. I'm always nervous when you tack up high like that to the right with a trailing boat that's aggressive like Tapper. Can Hood tack back and get to the line without Tapper shifting up underneath of him and then boxing him in between the committee? But, well, I guess the answer is yes right there. What do I know?
Wow. So
Tapper fought hard for the right.
Yeah.
Gave up Dave Hood to do it.
Exactly. So pretty obvious to me from that maneuver that Tapper had the option to tack back underneath Hood and decided he really wanted the right. So is the boat end favoured? About 13 seconds, 12. Here we go.
So the fight is over in this pre-start. Each team is conceded to go to their end of the start. It's going to be Dave Hood on starboard down here at the pin and all the way to windward. Tapper takes the right-hand signal boat side. And we're off. Race number 3 with the score tied at 1 apiece. Whoever wins this match, Scotty, will take home 3rd place in the Congressional Cup.
Excellent start, both boats, but Cole Tapper safe to windward. Which means he's going to be able to sit there all day long. What it means is Dave Hood has to tack first. So essentially, when they come together, Hood will be one maneuver behind. So advantage to Tapper at the moment.
Here comes that tack.
Yeah, Hood saying, let's go pay the piper, see how bad the damage is.
And Tapper just rolling into a comfortable tack in front of Hood, sending him back to the left.
Yeah, and I think what happened there, if you look at the starting line, like we said, the pin end is so close to us we can almost touch it, but the race committee boat is further off the pier, so generally and a little more pressure.
So, Scotty, if I recall from years past, right now we are not going to see the 3rd start from the finals match. We're going to hold off because this will determine 3rd and 4th, and then all eyes will be on Poole and Monnin.
So you can hear don't know if you can hear the umpires in the background saying holding, holding, but clearly the boats are close enough that the umpires feel that they need to be paying close attention. Yeah, bit of a gain for Hood there, I think.
Looks like there's a little bit more velocity out on the left-hand side right now, but Tapper's still working hard to defend the right and that starboard tack advantage.
Yeah, short tack by Hood there, so that would suggest that Hood was listening to Marilyn's breeze calls. He's fighting for the right, doesn't see a lot of future in the left.
And that was a slow tack by Tapper. He slammed into some powerboat waves as he went into attack. Little gain by Dave Hood in this last transaction, I think. But still behind.
You know, this is Cole's second year at Congressional Cup. I believe last year was his first year. And, yeah, really great job by him to figure the boats out so quickly and advance to the finals. These are not easy boats to learn. They're really not that similar to other boats on the tour. But Cole doing a masterful job.
Next cross, Tapper continuing to make the right work, continuing to tack in front of Hood, who continues to gain a little bit after these last couple tacks. Look at Hood, just taking a little bite there. Now it's within a length maybe. So Hood is chipping away at Tapper here.
He is chipping away, but it's always Hood that has to do the extra tack.
Come on now, Scotty. Is the glass half empty with you?
It is. That's why I always order two. Very, very, I mean, they are not going far in between tacks, so these are essentially almost down speed tacks.
It wasn't, again, I don't think that was a very fast tack for Tapper. It's just Hood is, I think, getting the better in these tacks. Now Hood will just take a nice little gain there.
Oh, a foot six.
Look at that. Incredible how close it is. That was a big bite. It was little nibbles before. That was a giant chomp from Dave Hood as we head toward into the top mark.
So interesting there for me. Hood sat there a little too long, so now he's, is he boxed out? I'm not sure. Both boats on starboard.
That's ley line. Port ley line, rather, because it's the green mark, I guess, not the yellow.
Yeah, so
Tapper.
Consider how close Hood was 30 seconds ago, and yeah, now Tapper's done a nice job of stretching it out again.
Into the set for Tapper. Length and a quarter, maybe, between it. And Hood just behind into the set as well.
Nice set on Tapper's boat, Cabrillo Boat Shop. Yeah, Bauman on Tapper's boat, getting the headsail out of the water. That's generally not fast. Great drone footage here. About a 2 boat length lead. Cole Tapper over Dave Hood. Simultaneous jibes.
Hood on the attack. I like it. And Scotty, have you ever heard the Belmont Pier so quiet? There was only one other time that I've heard it this quiet, and that's when you were in the finals of the Congressional Cup. I'm serious. When the home team is out there, you can hear a pin drop. It's a good time to go to the bar, too, because everybody else is watching. Hood from behind on top of Tapper's Breeze. Third place on the line.
You can see the light blue spinnaker there getting a little bit soft. That's an indication that Hood's sitting on Tapper's Breeze.
But Scotty, we're still in that scenario you described before where it's sort of a long way round for Hood, right?
It is. That's why he jibed there. He's the only future is to stay close and keep Tapper jibing through his gas.
Tapper slow to get that blue spinnaker to fill out of that jibe, so a little bit of an effect there from Hood.
Yeah. So right now the conversation on both boats will be which side of the next beat do we like?
And if you were making that decision, what would you go?
Oh, I'd
left
be
or right?
Flipping a coin, I think. So the...
Would you really? I've never heard a match racer actually just guess, except for Andy Green.
Yeah, it looks like Tapper has chosen the right side of the course, so he'll be looking for a left-hand turn.
Leaving Hood to split if he wants to. I see Marilyn some pressure on the far right side materializing.
Yeah, maybe way out by the detached breakwater. There's a little bit of dark surface of the water.
Yes, I think Hood will have the ability to turn right here, and Tapper will be turning left. Oh, there's Tapper Spinnaker getting very soft.
No, Hood is definitely affecting Tapper at this point. No question about it.
Yeah, I think Tapper might have chosen the wrong mode there. You can see how fast Dave Hood is, full Spinnaker, and Tapper quite slow.
Yeah, very slow.
And Dave Hood carrying all that speed into the maneuver. It's Tapper round ahead.
Beautiful drop by Dave Hood and crew. They've got the left-hand side. They've got their bow into some pressure, and they've got the bit between their teeth, looking to reel in Cole Tapper, and we've got a split-up wind.
Yeah, brilliant work by Hood and his team. They just kept the boat charging, and all the speed they built in the last 40 seconds before the mark rounding, they were able to carry through the mark rounding, whereas Tapper was fighting with Hood's gas. And just a little bit slower. So this is very, very even.
The right had worked out so well for Tapper, though, on that first beat. I'm not surprised to see him go try it one more time. What do you think?
Yeah, I think certainly Tapper had a pretty big advantage off the starting line in that race. So that was part of his gain. But I do agree. It's little hard to tell now that we got some sunshine on the water, but yeah, top right is maybe starting to look very good.
Sunshine doesn't sound so bad anyway.
Nice tack by Hood. He looked a little bit light in that tack and a few waves.
He's in a good amount of local pressure where he is on the course right now. I'll give him that. And Tapper looks to be lifted up on port. That's not good for him. He wants a righty when you're that far leveraged to the right-hand side. But he's not getting it. His bow to the far right looks to me higher than Hood's in the middle of the track.
Yep, good shot there of Hood in the foreground. Cole Tapper on the right, still on port. And as Tucker says, he's really wound up, which just pushes that ley line further and further away for Tapper.
And helps
essentially,
Dave Hood.
yeah, essentially Tapper having to sail more distance. But now he comes back on starboard. You can still see the boat bouncing a little bit in that wavy condition.
Looking a little bit better at the moment. Actually, both teams look a little bit wound up. Who's going to have it? Pretty even at the bottom of the track, thanks to Hood.
Yeah, so again, if you look in the background, that's Cole Tapper. Is he moving left or right on the land in the picture? And I think this is very close. I think Hood's definitely right in this. I'm not sure he's crossing ahead, but it's very, very close. Hood looking very, very strong here. Might be a possible dial down here, so watch for some fireworks here. No, Hood going for the lee bow.
Good gain for Hood. Is he across? Yes! Oh my goodness, close. Dave Hood has regained the lead in this all-important third match of the Petite Finals as Tapper tacks to, Hood rather tacks to windward of Tapper and sets up for the top mark. To the right of his opponent. Good position.
Yeah, so again, that goes back to the downwind leg when Tapper had kind of had the choice of which mark he wanted to go to. Oh, okay.
Sounds like no overlap between the boats as
Yeah,
they reach
so I
this
think
mark.
Tapper has the zone here, so I don't...
No, Dave disagreed with that.
Oh.
Ooh, this is going to be big.
Big call from Dave Hood going inside there. I thought I heard the umpires saying clear.
That's a blue flag penalty. Who's blue? Is it Dave Hood that got a penalty?
It's Dave Hood
Oh,
penalty.
Man.
He did not have mark room and jammed it in there anyway.
Hood going
And
for the
a
left.
second blue flag comes up. It's a double.
Oh, my goodness. Live by the sword, die by the sword. It looked really good for Hood right up until the part where it didn't. And now he's got 2 penalties. One will have to be spun right away. And does he have rights right now because he's got to essentially get ready for...
As long as he's doing everything he can to take his penalty, which is what he's doing, he's gone jib up, so the umpires will give him some grace.
Oh, my goodness. How much just changed in the past 10
His
seconds?
spinnaker will have to come down, and he will start doing that first penalty.
1 of 2. Wow. Well, clearly both teams disagreed who had rights at the zone, and it was Tapper had the right call there, and Dave Hood paid the price, unfortunately, after such an incredible beat to come from behind and catch up.
Very, very risky for Hood to go inside there from what I saw. And, yep, got his hand smacked for it.
So we're going to bring Kirk Brown in on both of those blue flag penalties to just summarize what happened there from the umpire's point of view. Kirk?
Yeah, the blue boat was penalized for taking mark room that they were not entitled to. The umpires gave a second penalty because the boat gained an advantage after allowing for a penalty. So 2 penalties to Hood.
Thank you, Kirk Brown. Expert Long Beach Yacht Club umpire and recent Crimson Blazer winner. And Scotty, with the game on the line here, with it could have gone either way at the zone, would the smarter move have been for Dave to be conservative and just go outside and at least live to fight downwind?
Yeah, absolutely. It's easier from our perspective. We've got wonderful drone footage, different camera angles, but it seemed pretty clear to me that Cole Tapper was inside the zone. So much lower risk for Hood to follow Tapper around there. And in this condition, if you trail the leading boat by less than 4 boat lengths, you have a real chance at rolling them downwind.
And it certainly would have been probably just over a length by the time the smoke settled. But 2 penalties later, and now you can see the difference as Tapper now looks towards the finish with his sights set on 3rd place in his 2nd Congressional Cup.
Yeah, it's a great result.
And all credit to Dave Hood to make it to the semifinals, make it to the Petite finals, fighting for 3rd and 4th, and his best finish, I believe, was 6th before coming into this. I'll double check that. And now he's going to take home the check for 4th place, which is certainly enough to afford a round of drinks at the Long Beach Yacht Club bar. Scotty. Got like 1 laugh out of that. Yes, Dave Hood has finished 6th, and he's done 4 Congressional Cups, working his way up the ranks. But in his 2nd Congressional Cup, all the way from down under, Cole Tapper has proven he's earned his place in this Congressional Cup, and he deserves that 3rd place as he crosses the line and takes the race.
Yeah, excellent result for Cole and his very young team. They will be ecstatic with that. Dave Hood, again, all credit. Just sailing, being any one of these 10 teams at this level is pretty remarkable. But great 4th place finish for Dave Hood and his team.
Ladies and gentlemen, give the Long Beach Yacht Club representative Dave Hood the biggest cheer of the week. Dave Hood. That's great. Well, now we know, Scotty, who has finished 3rd and 4th in this Congressional Cup. What we don't know is who's going to get 2nd and who will take home a $20,000 first place prize And we are going to roll right into the pre-start of race number 3 of the finals. First to win 3 points. And they're tied at 1 apiece. Hood getting more cheers from the crowd here in Long Beach. Tapper as well.
Okay.
I mean, Hood almost can do no wrong.
Okay.
Great job. Going to be a bit of a celebration at Long Beach Yacht Club tonight, isn't there, Scotty?
Like we need another excuse. I will tell you, it was a great privilege to sail with Johnny Burnson and his team this week. And boy, after some fun nights at Long Beach Yacht Club, we were certainly happy to win that fleet race $1,000 prize today.
Yeah, well done. That might cover your bar tab from last night. Now, some of these teams won't be flying home tonight, which means Long Beach, watch out. It's going to be a big one. Well, that horn on the back of the signal boat means we are 3 minutes away from entry. That was the 7-minute flag. Get ready to go, folks. Race number 3 of the finals up next. Sun is shining all across the course now. Clouds are gone. Marilyn, you just get the sense we might see a knot or two more breeze throughout these next few races. I hope so.
I hope so too, and I mean we're seeing more and more blue sky. I feel like down on the water you can start to see some bigger puffs coming through too. I know both of these teams will be rooting for a little bit more velocity on top of what we're already seeing.
Chris Poole, he won in 2023, never lost a race. I believe that's a record in the modern version of this event. Then he came back last year and proved yet again dominant, taking his second victory, now looking for a three-peat. But he's got one major obstacle in his way. Eric Monnin performing the best he ever has in Congressional Cup. Fighting for first and second place, and they're tied right now at 1-all. How much time do we have to the 5-minute signal?
About 1:35 seconds to entry, or 35 seconds until the 5-minute signal.
Tell you what, Marilyn is on it all week. Doesn't miss a beat.
She must have had some really good coaching over the years.
Yeah. Sort of expensive, but worth every penny.
And there's no rest for the wicked. I'd like to give it up to Tucker Thompson, coming all the way out here from Florida, talking our ears off all week long. It's not a sailing regatta if Tucker Thompson isn't there, and this is a shameless plug for the rest of the regattas around the world. Thank you, Tucker.
You're very kind. Yeah. I wouldn't want to be anywhere else this week, but at Long Beach Yacht Club to see the Congressional Cup history unfold for this 60th anniversary edition. And Ryan, thanks for all of your help this week, particularly with the sponsors, without whom this event would not be possible. As we look to the entry 4-minute signal, Scotty, quick look upwind, Maryland. We do this every race, and you've never been wrong. Which side are you going to fight for?
I'd love to know Scotty's opinion too, but I see some really good pressure building on the left. That said, I do think we're seeing a right shift.
Yeah, the left has been very strong, even though you can't see it. It's Marilyn called it before. There's just a little more pressure on the left consistently. And again, the thing that I like, the boat end of the starting line is further upwind away from the pier. And the pier actually there's the 4-minute. So the pier actually provides almost a wind shadow in front of it. So being towards the pin end can be dangerous.
All right, folks, here we go. Race 3 of the finals, 2025 Congressional Cup. 3 minutes, 40 seconds. Bow-to-bow collision course right here off the Belmont Pier. Monnin on port has to avoid Chris Poole. And he is. Poole, collision course. Monnin's completed his tack, and now Poole just spins to windward there. Classic match racing dial-up, Scotty.
Yep, great onboard footage. Chris Poole eyeing Eric Monnin. And you can see he has a look at Monnin. He looks at Monin's wheel, then he looks at his Windex, and then he looks at his jib. Make sure he's got control of his bow, and then he'll glance at the enemy again.
You see how Chris holds his hand behind his back there? Any idea what that is? We've been talking about it all week.
I don't, Tucker, do you?
No, well, I think it's just sort of like a calming ritual. It works. Whatever he's doing, it works.
No, it is. That's exactly what it is. It's his physical trigger to just slow everything down and relax.
Scotty, how many Congressional Cups have you done?
Oh boy, 20 as skipper, and I think another 3 or 4 as crew.
And you never tried the hand behind the back thing. That could have made all the difference in the world.
Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe I should try.
Monnin in a bit of trouble here, Scotty.
Wait
Yep.
up, wait up. Fuck. Lean on, hard select.
Oh, did Monnin go beyond head to win? Chris Poole might be in trouble here.
This is close.
I think there's going to be contact. There's going to be contact.
Yep.
There it is.
Oh, Rubbin's racing right there. A love tap.
Bang.
Flags flying on both
Someone's
boats.
going to get the penalty, I suspect.
Yellow
Yep,
flag.
Chris Poole.
Chris Poole gets the penalty. Massive shift in momentum right now. Wow.
Yeah, Poole gets the penalty for Rule 11. He's a windward boat not keeping clear.
Well, he's still windward again. Monnin going back for another one here. Head to win. Thank you, Kirk. It's close. Look how close it is. Are they going to hit again, folks? Look at how close. My goodness. You can put a piece of paper in between those two. Monnin is in a bit of trouble here, but Poole has a penalty. We are minute 30 to go to the start.
Yeah,
a lot of sailing to go.
Yeah, this pre-start is far from over here. Monnin got very, very slow. Almost expect Poole to come back and have another bite of the pie. Here we go.
He's not going to let him off the hook, is he?
No,
He's got to get rid of that
not at
penalty.
So Poole's got a lot of speed here, so Monnin has to keep clear.
Okay, Monnin avoiding. Helm's over, boat's getting close again. 1 minute to go to the start. No blood, no foul there, Scotty. 55 seconds. Both boats over the line. Poole's going to have to get out of there. He's going to have the right, but he's got to dip back below the line. Monnin, 40 seconds to go.
Oh,
Tax as well.
So that is how much the boats do not want to start at the pin end. The boat end is just so favoured. So what Monnin's set up for here, he knows Poole's going to start on starboard. Oh, Poole coming down at him. That's interesting.
Well, you like that, right? 20 seconds to go.
That
a lot going on.
I think that'll favour Monnin.
Poole can't get to him.
No, but now I think Poole will be starting close in his gas.
Here we go, folks, the countdown. 5 seconds. Monnin's going to be ahead into leeward. Poole winds up towards the gun. There it is. We're off. Race number 3. Monnin a little bow forward to leeward there. Poole, how long can he live in that position? And remember, that penalty is going to be haunting him throughout the race. Here we go.
Yeah, and the penalty's an important one. It'll definitely change Monnin's tactics a little bit. He knows he doesn't necessarily need to get ahead of Poole. He just he'll be happy to sail around as close as he can behind him, knowing that Poole has that penalty flag hanging over his head. Oh, good shot there.
I don't know any French, but I think that Monnin may have even said, wow, this is going to be a hard lane for you to live in, and you can see that Poole has tacked out.
Yeah, the right call.
Absolutely. So that's first blood to Monnin. Basically, Monnin forcing Poole to tack away to keep clear here.
And now Monnin will stay with Poole. As you say, Scotty, he just wants to keep the game close. Doesn't necessarily have to be ahead of Poole to win this race. But nonetheless, you'd still try to get out in front of your competitor if you can. It makes it easier.
Oh, any time you're in front of Chris Poole, it's there's just a little more sunshine.
Well, this is the kind of finals you'd expect here, the 60th anniversary edition of the Congressional Cup, keeping us on our toes, guessing to the very last minute of the very last race.
On va à la verte, la jaune, ok, c'est bien. Voilà, ouais. Ah oui, il a une trune en plus, ouais.
That is not Chris Poole, if you're watching at home speaking French. That's Monnin's audio with onboard footage of Chris and his team.
That's because Poole's team aren't saying a word at this point, are they?
Copy.
So
He goes below. He's going to dial.
Oh, here we go.
Dial down.
Monnin, big dip. Collision course there. Nice job, Chris Poole. Monnin's going to have to avoid, and he does. Gain to Chris Poole.
Scotty, do you think that means there might be some favoritism to the right side of the course that Monnin spotted and wants to get into?
Oh, sorry, watch this. So now this will be another dial down. And it's another lead change. So Monnin back in the lead.
What was that, Joachim?
And you can hear on board Poole, they're a little bit out of sorts there.
Yeah, maybe a little. Did they have some confusion on what the game plan was? I'm not sure.
I'm going to go with yes, because now Poole was behind again. This is fantastic.
Est-ce que c'est à virer deux fois? OK.
Yeah, just again with those southerly waves coming in, it's just more wave condition than it's not from the breeze. It's from a pretty big storm that's was sitting out there a day or two ago, and just makes the boats very, very uncomfortable to sail, and driving can be quite frustrating. A real test of patience.
OK, bien. OK, Dak.
Those are all positive words from
Yeah, I understand like every 8th word.
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah. Good. Okay, bien.
And I suspect duck is it's not the bird, but I think probably short version of duck oar, which is okay.
Wow, look at you. Grade school coming back, Scott.
Yeah, I have a degree from MSU that's making S up. Yeah.
Are we yellow mark or green?
Look at
folks?
that.
I believe we're going to the yellow mark.
Thank you.
Look at this angle here. I think Monnin's done extremely well. He's just kept the boat moving. Now the question is, can he tack and get across Chris Poole's bow?
We're going to answer that very soon.
Remember, Chris Poole has that penalty, so if he sniffs blood, he will go in for the attack and try to even up the score level.
Have a look.
Monnin with a lower angle than Chris Poole.
All the speed here, guys.
Different mode. Here comes Monnin on tacking on ley line onto port. Does Chris Poole have a piece of him?
2, 1, et hop.
Starboard! Starboard!
Oh my goodness. How close is that, Monnin? Did he get across? Very close, and we're likely to see a penalty flag.
I think that'll be
And it's a green flag.
Yeah, I think from what I saw there, I just saw Chris Poole's bow wandering the whole time. He not quite convincing enough for me. Yeah, just spinning the wheel of fortune.
I'll tell you what was convincing enough was Monnin. That was an impressive piece of sailing as we head into mark number 1 with the Swiss team in the lead, 2 lengths over Chris Poole, who has a penalty to spin. Big momentum shift in this regatta.
Hoist.
OK, ouais.
How's angle?
Because right now, Eric Monnin leading downwind on the second leg.
Yeah.
And with Chris Poole behind with a penalty, and all Monnin wants to do is finish this race as quick as he possibly can. And Poole will be looking to slow things down, stretch out the race, look for opportunities to affect his opponent, get a penalty back.
Yep.
Level pole if we can, boys. I feel low.
Plus vite, là, ouais. T'as un peu de vague, là, ouais. On commence à être sur des trucs, c'est du refus. Par contre, on est un peu décalé quand même.
Scotty, if you're Chris Poole, if you're the trailing boat, you want to start mixing things up here, or you're just going to match what Monnin does?
Yeah, it's incredibly difficult. What you're looking for is any little micro puff, little bit of extra breeze, just to sail a bit of VMG mode.
Not the greatest jibe there for Chris Poole from behind.
Yeah, I think he, as you suggested, he was trying to shake things up, make something happen, and Monnin says that's fine. We don't particularly want that side of the course, so you go play on your own, and we'll sail over here and clear air.
Monnin is so good downwind and light air. I think the best in the fleet. No offense. Downwind and light air, he seems to hold a couple degrees lower than every other team and about the same speed. He's just got this really fine touch, possibly from all that lake sailing in Switzerland. Now he jibes in. You know, it looked to me like Chris Poole might have jibed himself out of some pressure as well, and Monnin just rode that puff down. I think gains to the Swiss on the run.
Yep, I agree. I think Monnin has just ripped off the review mirror and just charging ahead.
How often do you shift from positional match racing to effectively sailing the course in fleet racing when it gets this light and just kind of playing your own breeze, if you will?
Yeah, so the goal is always to study the course and sail the best course and strategy and puffs that you possibly can, and then you blend that with where your opponent is positioning themselves, and that they're obviously going to try and make it hard for you. But look at how Monnin's extended there. He did one jibe, Chris Poole did two.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just that light air. And you made the comment that, Poole had a very light jibe. Monnin just keeping things smooth. You can hear the horns in the background. That is Charlie.
That's a Charlie Green. There's been a little bit of a shift to the right on the course.
So we're going to the green mark to the right, and that's, of course, where Monnin is going to head at the leeward gates here to protect that side as the jib goes up. Late drop for the spinnaker. No need to push it that late, Scotty, but they do.
That does look like a late drop, doesn't it? But one of the advantages on Monnin's team is they're all quite small people, so they sail with one extra person. Well, no judgment there, but no, they're all. There's an overall weight limit. And because Monnin's team are all on the smaller side, they can have an entire extra set of hands. So they're obviously very confident in their boat handling.
Clearly. Meanwhile, Chris Poole sails extra slow distance to get around the opposite mark to get a split. Monnin's not going to give him a big one. He's going to tack and stay with Poole.
Great shot there. So Monnin around the mark ahead and has already tacked. So he is he's in sync with Poole. So Monnin doesn't care if he's going to the correct side of the course, but he's covering Poole. That's a very comfortable looking lead now. He will be feeling very, very relaxed.
On est d'accord qu'on protège plutôt la droite, hein? Ouais, je vois ça. J'essaye d'avancer un max.
Pretty relaxed looking boat, Scott. You're up against world rank #1. You're in the finals for the first time in the Congressional Cup. You're tied at 1-all. It looks like he's out for a Sunday stroll, a day sail.
Okay, ouais.
I suspect he might be enjoying himself right now.
And they can do it all in French. It's amazing. Body language on this boat is a little stiffer. You can always look at Chris Poole's shoulders. The higher up they get, the more bound up things are. Just saying. And here comes attack. Nobody saying a word for the team that is ranked #1 and the reigning two-time Congressional Cup champion. Usually pretty chatty in these races, but not now.
Allez, ça vire dans deux. 1, Et maintenant.
Look at how Monnin stretched out as he rolls into attack. And if you just recall back to that top mark where he had that marginal cross, I mean, the boats were within inches at the top mark, that cross. And I think, how did Monnin stretch out? Absolutely brilliant.
The light air master, flat water. These are Monnin's conditions. We thought we'd get a lot bigger breeze this afternoon, but not yet. If I had to sail against Eric Monnin in light air, I think I'd just give him the Crimson Blazer. It'd save a lot of time.
Ok, ouais. Il semble un peu tôt quand même. Il y a moins de vent, hein?
Sounds like we need to go do some lake sailing in Switzerland, Tucker.
Ouais, il va attendre qu'on vire de toute façon, hein. Donc il faut la prendre safe.
A masterclass of light air sailing. Eric Monnin and his team. 3 family members on board. His mother-in-law and little baby boy are here.
Voilà.
Whole family affair. This is their California vacation, Scotty. With a bit of sailing sprinkled in.
C'est toute la perte pour lui. On va plus
Some families go to Disneyland and others sail in the finals of Congressional Cup. Pretty remarkable.
Ça vire pour eux aussi. Ouais. 2, 1, et hop. C'est forcément grosse relance, et puis on peut rester là-dessus.
So smooth.
Yep.
Ouais. Voilà, ouais. Allez, ça borde un peu, ouais.
And Chris Poole, this is actually impressive on Monnin's part because, Scotty, every race this week has been within 2 lengths or less. We have never seen a boat get this far ahead. Poole just keeps dropping farther and farther back, and that's got to be demoralizing. It's one thing to lose, okay, stay within a few lengths, keep it in striking distance, but Monnin just keeps extending and extending. And then, of course, there's that annoying penalty flag. The umpire boat just follows Poole as if to say, remember me? Here's that yellow flag. That's all but over right now as Monnin is launched into the windward mark for the last time.
Une et demie, une longueur, et on abat dans 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, maintenant.
Making it look easy.
Really.
It's not, though.
Excellent set by Monnin. Came out at a pretty juicy angle. You saw the kite pressurized straight away.
Je sais pas si j'ai le bon angle là.
Yeah, it's pretty light, much hotter angles here. Breeze a little more left than on the first run. Maybe if you are Chris Poole, you roll right into a jibe.
I think that's about his only option at the moment.
Wow, that was an incredible set. Give him that. Might work, it might not, but you're not going to pass Monnin just by following, right?
No, he's just too fast and light air to sail around him or through him. It's the only thing you can do is sail in a different part of the ocean. But as we've identified, Eric Monnin just such a good light air sailor. When you're behind, you're basically feeding off the leader's table scraps. So whatever they don't choose, you have to have the leftovers.
And Scotty, how
Monnin
often
leaving nothing out there?
How often have you seen the finals of this event on the last day when it gets light, the trailing boat does a flyer and motors around the lead boat? We've seen stranger things happen.
There's one very famous one, of course.
Yep, we remember. Good friend of mine losing his cool.
Losing the race for sure.
Well, yeah.
Moi, je pense qu'on prend ça, on accélère
But
et
now
on jibe, d'accord?
I like the breeze that Chris Poole is in right now. I'll give him that. He's on the wrong angle for the finish, clearly, but a good amount of pressure where Chris Poole is on the race course. Monnin will jibe and just kind of square up on the course between the finish and Chris Poole. I say Poole's looking okay, but Scotty, look at that lead.
Voilà.
That's just domination right there. This is Monnin's race course right now. There's no question about it.
Yeah, I think if I was Chris Poole, I'd probably be backing down after the finish of this race just to make sure you haven't picked up a bit of weed or a bucket on the keel or something. But that's how good Monnin looks.
Now, to be fair, it's first to win 3. Monnin goes up 2-1. Okay, a lot more sailing to go if you're Chris Poole. But mentally, you've got a big mountain to climb to get over this last race and to get back into winning form. That's the harder thing. It may or may not be the boat. It may or may not be luck. But Chris has got to forget what happened in this race and come out all guns blazing, right?
Yep.
Plenty of sailing left here for sure.
Yeah, even thinking back to the round robin matches between these two, although Monnin took both finishes, they were back and forth throughout the entire race. This is really, really tight racing.
Up until now.
Well, here on Lake Long Beach, you know.
Lake Long Beach, right.
Yeah, he's really stretched out.
He's just connecting. You can see that puff coming to lure it up. He's going to hook into that, jibe, rip across the finish line, have lunch before Chris gets here. Man.
Okay.
The other thing that's going to weigh on Chris is the pressure of that three-peat that he keeps talking about, wanting to achieve, and he's sailed so dominantly through all the rounds to get to this finals. You got to forget about that and say, look, we got to take it race by race because you're going to have to do a lot more than they did in this match, and he knows it.
Yeah. Another thing about I love about this event, one of the things, history does not matter.
Not even 5 minutes ago.
If you get to turn up and keep racing, that's awesome.
The final jibe for Eric Monnin. Making it look easy, so relaxed on board. Chris Poole did close a lot of gauge there in the end, but not enough. In this first to win 3-point finals of the Congressional Cup, it is now Eric Monnin who goes up to win over Chris Poole. Give him a big round, folks. An incredible win. Can I ask you a question, Scotty? Speaks French the whole way around the course, crosses the finish line, and goes, yes. What is that? I understood that one. Yes, we. You can say whatever you want when you've had a race like that. All right, well, Scotty, lucky for us, we get to go down live on the water with the winner of that race. Let's hear from Eric Monnin.
We had quite good boat speed, I think. Of course, a bit tricky first windward beat with a lot of crossings here and there, and but at the end, yeah, we're very happy with the boat speed. Hopefully, we can keep that edge, and yeah, let's see what's coming over the next match. Maybe 2, but I hope only 1.
All right, well done, Eric Monnin. I'd love to hear, I know we're not going to, but I'd just kind of love to hear from Chris Poole, mostly to gauge the body language and see the mood on board, but we could try for that. Hopefully, if we get lucky, we can hear from him. Okay, all right, I've just been told we can hear from Chris, so let's just see how the mood is on board, Scotty, and see if short-term memory loss runs rampant on the Poole team. Here we go.
Yeah, so racing against Eric there in race 3. Got a little penalty in the pre-start, but then we still had good control over him, and he was able to get off the line tight, lured on us, and bounce us to the right, but we were looking pretty good, okay, like out to the right. Eric just did a good job placing his boat in the right spot, and there wasn't a lot of opportunities to get back into that race, so reset and go for race 4.
Scotty, that told me a lot. Number 1, he's not taking a full inhale when he talks. It's coming from the upper part of the chest. Seriously. So that clearly means he's not happy with that race, and he shouldn't be, to be fair. And also the fact that Eric just kind of was able to choose where he wanted to go during the race and leave Chris with the the scraps, so to speak. And of course, then number 3, that penalty must have been weighing on him as well. So 3 very difficult hills to climb for Chris Poole, but if anyone can do it, it would be the 2-time reigning Congressional Cup champion, world ranked #1 in the World Match Racing Tour.
Yeah. No, of course, the penalty basically irrelevant in that one. Chris has to get to the point where he's winning the race on the water, or at least being ahead. And you heard Chris's own words there. Eric Monnin just doing a superb job of putting his boat in the right place and really hitting the shifts, and really left very little for Chris Poole to play with.
Well, if anybody can turn things around, it's definitely Chris Poole. So we will see. We're going to take a very short break. When we come back, race number 4 of the finals here at the Congressional Cup.
When it comes to one of the most important decisions of your life, your future, your freedom, your legacy, selling your business shouldn't be complicated. At Plethora Businesses, we help business owners sell smarter, faster, and for the highest value they deserve. From valuation to closing, we're with you every step of the way. Visit plethorabusinesses.com to start your next chapter.
Ryan Sanders back here on the pier as we take a quick brief break. I've got a very special guest. Paul Callahan is the chair of the High Performance Committee at the New York Yacht Club. He was a Paralympian in 2000 and 2012. Here on the West Coast, Paul, to see some sailing action at the Congressional Cup. How's it been for you?
It's terrific here, Ryan. The people are just so wonderful. The Congressional Cup is just legendary. And I'm just delighted to be able to experience it myself. I've sailed out here in Long Beach a few times, but this Congressional Cup, certainly everyone should have one in their own backyard.
I feel very lucky to have that myself, because I get the chance to sail on these boats. I get the chance every year to watch this happen. And it is so amazing and fun to bring it to the world here live online. And Paul, so you're here for a very special reason this week. I heard a rumor that your son is starting an Olympic campaign, and this is really important because you guys are out here 3 years early to get ready for that. He's going to be moving out here to the West Coast. Tell me about that program.
Well, he's got this little thing called school to finish up next year too, but like any Olympic campaign or a Paralympic campaign, you have to be settled. You have to be settled in your mind and in everything that you do to get started. And I'm out here to watch the Congressional Cup, see the athletes, experience Long Beach, and get a pulse on the people. And just can't say how much hospitality the people in Long Beach have extended to all the sailors here. You can see it. The Europeans are starting to come, and the people of Long Beach should really be proud of themselves.
And we really are. I'm a housing host for the 2nd year in a row. It's fun to have the Canadians at my place, and it is just so incredible. We've got such a great community, and we get to bring people from around the world that are the best at this sport. The best in the world come here to race. The best in the sport are going to come here to Long Beach to race in 2028. And we are just so proud to showcase what we have, not only in sailing, but in our community, in our homes, in the restaurants, in the businesses, in the program that the city of Long Beach has. We're so proud of that. So it's really great that we're getting to showcase this year after year at the Congressional Cup, but the Olympics, that's going to be the epitome of what we have. And in 2028, we're going to get to showcase that. And I wish your son the best. I know it's really hard to make an Olympic team, but we've got such a fun program here, and I'm proud to have you as a guest. And I know you're a good friend of Tucker's, and I'm excited for what's to come. So before we get right back into racing, any parting words, or what's your favorite here after watching the last couple races?
Boy, I've watched the Congressional Cup at home for quite a number of years, and to be here and experience it is unbelievable. Eric and Chris are both doing unbelievable jobs, and this is truly a nail biter, and this is this was worth the plane ticket to come out here.
Right on. Well, thank you for coming. We appreciate having you, and good luck to your son and all the Olympians that will be here in 2028. We'll be right back in a moment with Tucker Thompson, Marilyn Cassidy, and Scotty Dixon as they take it home here at the 60th Annual Congressional Cup.
Welcome back, folks. All eyes on the water here in Long Beach, California, as we prepare for the fourth start here in the finals. The score is 2-1, Eric Monnin over Chris Poole. Poole, the reigning champion, world ranked #1 in match racing, looking for an historic three-peat win. Meanwhile, Eric Monnin would be looking at his first if he were able to win. At 2-1 right now, Monnin only needs one more match, and Poole needs two. Pressure's on Poole, Scott Dixon.
Yeah, very much so. Poole coming in from the port end. You could see he had his spinnaker ready there to deploy, but electing not to hoist it.
And Monnin jives away.
Interesting. Monnin jibing away, and that's an indication of a big shift. He basically, he's saying, I can't get all the way down to Chris Poole. He's got the zone, so we're just going to extend or delay our coming together.
Yeah, it's a massive righty on the course right now. The entire course is shifted to the left maybe 10 degrees, and we're even going 10 degrees past that to the right-hand weather mark. Might even be a little right of that right now. It's a really big move out there on the race course.
Okay. It's a big right-hand shift in it. Both teams off to the right, no dial-up. Less than 3 minutes to go between the Plan B spectator boat and the Belmont Pier.
And the other thing I've noticed here, Tucker and Marilyn, the top marks look quite a bit closer to me. Very short racetrack.
Malheureusement moins rapide que lui. Deux. Donc, reconstruire la vitesse, c'est tout.
Poole knows he needs this win.
Et on va virer. Voilà, OK. Là. Tac. 2, 1, et hop.
Belmont Pier in the background. Eric Monin's team rolling to windward, keeping it smooth.
Poole out of frame to leeward, and you can see Monnin just keep an eye on him. There's the shot overhead as both boats converge back in the starting box from the right-hand side. Belmont Pier not quite in play yet. Very light in this pre-start. You get the sense that something's shifting here, weather-wise.
So this tells me that Monnin wants the right, pushing down over the top of Poole, trying to drag Poole to the left a little bit, forcing him to defend.
Is he too far advanced, Scotty? Is Monnin in a bit of trouble here?
He's trying to get Chris Poole hooked to leeward so that he can tack and then jibe.
I don't know if he's going to be able to get that in.
I think Monnin will have a nice speed build here and a slow jibe.
All right.
Expect to hear some. Yeah, I think that's no problem on the jibe there.
It's clear Chris Poole wants to lead, and it's not really clear.
1 minute to go. Can Monnin get up to the committee vote from there? Oh, he jibed through gas, and he's very slow, very lumpy there.
So Poole shifting over to the right-hand side does not lead into the start. And as you say, Scott, Monnin, light, slow, pounding through some waves.
Oh, Monnin tacking again. So this is how hard they are fighting for the right. They both want the right desperately.
30 seconds to countdown. Poole going for a dig. And Monnin has to avoid.
This
He does.
This is going to be a big lead for Chris Poole off the starting line here. Only 18 seconds to go.
Great move by Poole there. Monnin in big trouble, left with nothing but the gas of Chris Poole's sails as we head for the line. Poole will be a little bit behind, but Monnin will be much farther behind. Both boats fought for the right-hand end of the line. It's going to be Chris Poole winning the start as he heads upwind. Crossing the line, already 2 lengths and counting over Eric Monnin. That was a master class of pre-start match racing from the reigning champion.
Yeah, I think maybe Monnin just pushing it a little bit too hard there. They were fighting for the right, but he was forced to do extra maneuvers and light air and those lumpy seas, and the boat just did not accelerate. So first blood to Chris Poole. There's the lead, about 3-4 boat lengths.
And you know, we wondered how Chris Poole was going to shake off that last loss. Well, there's your answer. Pretty comfortably. He's made a statement to Monnin with that start. If you want to take the Congressional Cup from me, you're going to have to go down swinging and fight hard for it. Chris is not going to let go that easily.
Ouais, ok, je vois ça, ouais. On peut revirer direct, je pense.
And now it's Chris's turn to pick the shifts upwind, where he wants to go and when, and get the breeze before Monnin. As you know, the upwind boat that's in the lead can really make it hurt for the trailing boat. And in this big right-handed, favored course, it's going to leave Monnin with very few options as Chris boxes him to the right.
Yeah, and the pressure's really breathed out at the moment. You can see the boat struggling to get up to speed again through all the bounce and the chop. There's actually pretty big pressure out to the left.
Yeah, Chris has done a nice job shifting his boat to the left of Monnin, getting the breeze first, hasn't he?
Yeah. So it's like the direction's gone a long way right, but the pressure that I see is still on the left.
In light air, you'd go for velocity first.
Always velocity.
You want to let him breathe, or?
Allez. On a droite, là, ouais.
Chris electing now to
Non, ça m'embête pas tant.
give up this tacking game, shift to the right of Monnin, let him breathe there to lure it as he tacks now in a solid position to the right of his opponent. There's the difference between the boats, maybe 4.5 lengths to Chris Poole. Maybe more. Monnin, if nothing else, looking to get out of phase with Chris. I'm surprised that Monnin didn't just drag the game back into the center more, Scotty, back into this new breeze before doing that tack.
Spoken like a true tactician, Tucker.
I don't know about that. You know, watching the Congressional Cup history video, there was a Ted Turner. He said, I'd rather be a has-been than a never was. That was his line at the skipper's briefing.
Yep, some legendary quotes over the years. Chris Poole tacking onto port to cover Monnin.
This is, you know, we've been talking about Monnin's skill in light air, Scott. This is really, we're going to really see what he's made of in this match. And if he can take any gains out of Chris Poole. And it's going to be really hard to do. Light air, you're behind in a semi one-sided beat with the lead boat getting the new breeze first.
Angle.
Yeah, all these extra tacks are very, very painful for Eric Monnin.
Hit him one more time, or?
You can hear Chris Poole saying, shall we hit him one more time? That's basically saying, when he goes out to lay line, do we tack one more time? 2 more times?
It's going to be the last time that's really going to hurt the most,
and
right?
There's your answer. Chris Poole tacking onto port, so not letting Monnin, it's not giving him even an inch. In light air, it's so risky to let your opponent breathe. And if there's an opportunity to put the nail in the coffin, that's what you do.
More breeze
Not
to
far
Chris
from the lay
Poole.
line here.
More acceleration, more boat speed, more gain.
Not far from lay line.
Chris not happy about something. I wonder what it is. Must be his lotto numbers because it can't be this match.
Copy.
Good comms from Mel Parker trimming jib.
Are we lay line now, do we think? No more tacks?
No more tacks.
Monnin looked to my eye, if this is ley line, that he went above it a little bit,
Lots of
kind
space around the mark.
of making Chris really work hard to come over and get him if he had to, and that was a good call. So
Malheureusement, il a une belle avance là. Il y a eu deux
clear
virements
air
qu'on
for
a mal
now
fait, mais autrement,
for the
c'était bien.
Swiss.
Attacking here, guys. In 2, 1.
Both teams will be tack set from the right-hand
Ok,
side.
je vais aller en ouvrant là.
In this
Ouais.
light air, putting a premium on
Hoist.
crew work. It's Chris
Hoist.
Poole
Hoist.
rounding first, comfortably in the lead.
Ok. Un petit souci de speed là, ouais.
Decent
Ok,
set
ça va
from
virer
Chris
dans
Poole's team
3,
as Eric Monnin passes
2,
to leeward.
1, et maintenant. Voilà. 2. Allez, go, go, go.
29 seconds. And those are long seconds if you're trailing.
They really are. That felt like 3 minutes to me.
Allez, allez. 2, 1, et hop. Ok, ouais, bien.
Well, Chris Poole certainly returning the favor from that loss in the previous match,
Okay,
where
well,
Monnin was this far ahead, maybe more. And you're Monnin. Why not just jibe and get into some of that, what looks like some breeze over to the right side of him?
Yeah, so it's a trade-off here. Do you jibe away and look for something magical that somehow Chris Poole's incredibly talented team haven't seen? Or do you stay with them, do the simultaneous jibe, and hopefully affect their breeze when they jibe? And Monnin obviously feels
Ouais, ouais, je vois.
he's
Plutôt pas mal.
somewhat close enough to affect him on the new jibe.
1, et hop.
Monnin just getting a little bit of pressure there,
Ouais,
moving his
on pourrait
crew
tenter,
weight
je
to
serais tenté
windward.
d'y aller là.
Again,
Hein, on va plus vite que lui, tout.
he's incredibly skilled at light air downwind.
Tu en penses quoi là?
He sails
Allez.
lower angles compared
Et
to Chris.
c'est
Chris
parti.
does
On y va là,
tend
hop.
to sail a little hotter. There's
Here
different styles,
Here
really.
goes Monnin rolling into a jibe. Look at how slow that
Deux.
turn is.
Voilà, 2, 1, et hop.
Real test of patience. Very disciplined
Voilà,
on
bien,
Monnin's
ouais.
team.
Monnin also
Ouais,
getting
ouais.
some breeze,
Ça va, l'angle.
bringing it in from behind. It's a little
Lui, il
bit
est
of
sorti très haut.
Yeah,
Il est-
a header there.
On est plutôt pas mal là. Il veut avoir le vent par devant. Il
So,
l'aura
small
probablement, mais ça
gains
va
to
lui
the
coûter
Swiss.
cher.
Small gains, but if you see on the left of
No,
the
no.
screen there, Chris
hop, c'est pour ça que je
Poole
demande.
moving
Ouais, on est
forward
haut.
on the land.
Ok.
So he came out
Ok,
in a
on va
slightly
engager alors,
different
ouais.
mode, a little bit hotter,
pense
a
que
little
les
bit
deux bouées
faster.
sont
He's happy to
valables
trade
quand
some
même.
of his lead
Alors
for
que j'ai comme une
speed.
préférence pour la com.
Speed is king.
Okay. Butt end down.
Maryland, upwind. Pretty even across the track. Anything stand out to
C'est
you?
quand même malheureusement pour de la droite. Hein.
Pretty even.
Ça a
I
l'air
think
d'être
that
assez
the
clair.
right shift has potentially moderated a little bit. It's not quite as far right as it was before. So that may be a factor in this next leg.
Ça va l'angle?
Ouais, c'est difficile à dire pour moi.
Et hop, ouais.
Keep the kite going, Ben.
De quoi?
Back down if we can.
So which side
Ouais,
is
moi je
Chris
vois
Poole
pas trop
going
de
to choose?
solution à prendre la bouée pine, hein, mine de rien. Allez,
He's
t'en
got
vas
to do a
maintenant et
no-pole
ça jibe.
jibe to get down here.
Ben, forward.
If it were me, Scotty, it's right-hand turn
Foot's coming
or
to you,
left-hand turn to go right, and then tack relatively quickly
Yeah.
to stay
Stretch
with
it,
Monnin.
stretch
Yeah.
Now, Monnin's far back enough where he could actually choose the same mark as well and not quite get hurt for a few lengths. Enough lengths to perhaps come around and tack and follow if that's what he wants to do. There's a bit of breeze just to the lower right-hand side coming down the track.
Yeah, and a lot of people question, well, if you're behind, why do you follow around the same mark? But as you said, if you come around the same mark and roll into attack, then you know they can't affect you. They can't get in sequence.
Yeah, Monnin's got some really nice speed there. Use that speed to roll right into the tack, right?
Et on part direct sur le virement.
Here we go.
Allez, on se fait lourd.
That's
Allez, c'est bon. Oh, je suis bas, merde.
Nice puff to Chris Poole.
Yeah.
Now I know why he went out that way. Much better speed build than Monnin, who had to go through some waves there.
Yeah, and that's just the benefit of Poole rounding earlier, staying in that speed build mode on port and then carrying that speed through into the maneuver, which in waves and light air can be incredibly valuable.
Just now, Monnin gets a piece of that breeze, and we're on our way back upwind.
Quand on a égalisé, je pense qu'il faut envoyer. Vous êtes d'accord?
Copy.
Yeah, so this is similar to the last race where the leader had enough of a lead that they can sail with sheets a little bit ease, a little bit faster forward. Maybe not the best upwind VMG mode, but they're just looking to be as fast as they can to give their opponent no opportunity to accelerate.
Ouais. Bon, la fenêtre pour lancer des duels de virement, c'est un peu fermé. Hein. On est un peu obligé d'aller au bout là. Hein.
This day's getting longer and longer, isn't it, Scotty? Too bad we're not getting paid by the hour. Centered up on the racetrack now with Chris Poole to the right of his opponent, looking strong. Looking to even up the score at 2 apiece. Scotty?
Close up there of the silver fern on Chris Poole's left shoulder, Dougie Pye. Good friend of many of us here. Kiwi friend who was very close to Chris Poole and his team also. And we lost Dougie earlier this year, was it later last year? And big part of all our lives. And Chris Poole and his team paying homage to Dougie.
That's great. And Chris said that Dougie would always put his hand right there in his shoulder and remind him one day, one race, one regatta, something like that. One thing at a time, basically. I think Chris has done a good job listening to Dougie Pye, who's riding on his shoulder with him.
Okay, right.
Yeah, so Monnin choosing not to engage in attacking duel here. He knows that when he does tack, Chris will tack straight on top of him.
Qu'est-ce que tu penses? C'est facile ou
Actually,
bien?
Chris tacking away first. Are we on port ley line, Scotty?
Okay.
Or close to it?
On va virer par ici.
That's the only reason he would tack, is if he's very confident there.
Et c'est maintenant. Ouais.
Derek Monnin sails a little over a length further for clear air. No more options on this beat for Eric Monnin as we head for the windward mark. The last time in this match, Poole looking to square things up at 2 wins apiece. If things stay like they are, that's exactly what will happen. And Marilyn, where is that big breeze we were teasing early this morning?
I'm making some phone calls. I think
good.
we're all curious when it's going to show up.
Le bord rapprochant, ça sera quand même le tribord, non, le bâbord. Donc, je ne vois pas
Scotty knows
jiber
the
tout de
team's
suite.
got to be good in all conditions, right? Super light, super heavy, everything in between.
Yeah, exactly right. And the another one of the real talents of all these teams is this is only one event on the World Match Race Tour. And when we travel around, we sail in different locations, different boats with very different characteristics. And the teams have to have the ability to step on board in any boat, in any condition, and figure it out very quickly. So they're very highly skilled, very versatile sailors, all of them.
Go, Harry.
On board with Chris Poole with the set, rounding a mark that matches his crew gear. That's how you do that.
Much better, yep. You can hear the team. They were very happy with that one.
They should be.
Nice little stretch for Chris Poole.
It's Monnin, the only one not happy with that set.
Exactly.
Copy, sorry. On controls here.
Do they switch boats after this fourth match? I think they do. And why do they switch boats, Scotty?
They switch boats to keep it all even, so that if there's any difference in the boats, it really comes down to the crew work and the skill. So they switch boats just to remove that factor that there might be any difference.
It's funny how sometimes the sailors think there's a difference. It could be all in your head. Whether in fact there is, because the Long Beach Yacht Club does such a fantastic job maintaining these Catalina 37s to be exactly the same. So it comes down to the skill of the sailor, and right now, that sailor is Chris Poole, dominating this fourth match as he heads for home.
Close up of Jochen Marschenbrenner facing backwards, just studying the racetrack.
Well, Jochen was right about one thing at breakfast this morning. It has been 50-50 between these two teams, which means we have no idea how this last match is going to go.
Maybe if he'd had something different for breakfast, the score might be different. If he'd said something different. But here it is, 50-50, rolling into a jibe.
Now, it looks like Monnin bringing a bit of breeze from behind, and Chris Poole jibed in I don't know, what looks to me a little bit of a light spot there. Bit more sailing to go on this run. Hotter angle for the American team. Monnin jibes on his breeze, but is he close enough to really even do much damage, Scotty?
Would you like to me to give you the media answer or the
Scotty answer?
Or the truth? Yeah, Chris Poole doing a very good job. He can afford to reach a little bit, stay a bit faster, spend a little bit of his lead to keep his speed up. Bit of a ticking bomb here for Monnin. Again, if you're watching at home, and I'm sure many people are, and you're probably all sailing your local club fleets to race these boats in light air and make it look this smooth and this easy. It's a lot of very, very talented people, very skilled at what they do.
Monnin's catching up here. Monnin's catching up big time here. He's brought breeze from behind, reeling Chris in towards the finish line here. Less than 2 lengths now, what was about 5 lengths.
He's closed right up.
And Chris has just jibed in a defensive position, but he's slow. Monnin bringing on pace and breeze from behind. These last 2 jibes are going to be crucial. This race is not over yet.
Closing right up. This is all down to the last jibe.
Monnin jibes first. You saw Chris hesitate there, but he couldn't do it. He was going to end up in the dirty air of Monnin, so he has to extend.
Little bit surprised that Monnin jibed there, actually. I thought because I think the boat end is very, very favoured, which is why Chris elected to let him go. You can see the loins just coming into frame on the right side.
Yeah, and he could have just... Yeah, I agree with you there.
Yeah.
Why jibe
And he closed right up and just...
Yeah, you're not going
just
to
let
affect
him off the hook, didn't he?
He stopped match racing, that's for sure. I don't know. It's all going to come down to this slow jibe for Monnin. That is not fast. He was really bringing it to Chris Poole there in the last minute. But that jibe away really hurt. And now Chris Poole just has to square down to the line. What was going to be possibly a pretty exciting finish, Scotty, is right back to where it was before. Chris Poole, ladies and gentlemen, wins the race and squares up the series at 2-all.
Great job, Chris and team. Everything to play for now, 50-50.
Good comms that whole race.
Chris quite happy with that race, and he should be.
Yeah.
We're going to have a 5th and deciding match.
Have one more fun race.
One more fun race. Everybody's cool. Everybody's happy on that boat now, and I don't speak French, Scotty, but I wish I could listen to the conversation on Monnin's boat. Should we jibe? Should we not?
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll never know.
You know, one thing I love about Monnin's team is they always seem to be very level, very calm.
Great race. All right. Well, let's go on board with Chris Poole, the winner of race number 4.
Yeah, so race 4, we had a nice reset as a team and came out strong in the pre-start. We had a clear plan of what we wanted to do against Eric, and we executed that really well. And then just from there, it was just pretty textbook, keeping your opponent under control and not letting him get any opportunities. That last downwind, he had pressure from behind, so he did close up a little bit. But Joachim did a nice job putting us in a good position to just defend down to the line, and so now we go for a winner-take-all final race.
Winner take all. That man, if he wins, it'll be his 3rd Crimson Blazer in a row. Meanwhile, Eric Monnin still has a shot as well. So let's go down with him and get his take on that last match.
Yeah, difficult race. We clearly lost the start. We were in a not so easy situation, but with what we did, yeah, we almost shoot in our foot, at the start. So, but the good thing is we were able to keep the pressure on him. We're definitely fast, so will be an interesting last match.
Why did you drive away at the finish?
Sorry?
Why did you drive away at the finish?
Yeah, there was we thought that we had a little more pressure on the on one side, but yeah, it was too much of a distance to gain to be able to come back here.
Yep. Well, there we go. He agrees with us, Scotty. That's rare, but Eric Monnin. Okay, so now Monnin has to shake off that, and I think he will, because to make it this far, no matter what happens, is a huge accomplishment for he and his team. Meanwhile, Chris Poole seemed like, they had one bad race, and now they're just like fully relaxed and ready for this finals, you can tell. So are we. You guys ready for this finals? Can you hear us out on the Belmont Pier? I think we need a wake-up call. We need some music.
Let's go.
The rum drinks are flowing. Randy Smith and crew out there getting ready to roll into the next start. That's a hint if you can hear us. Just kidding. What's that? So I'm not sure when we're going to start, Scott, but maybe Randy's going to wait a little bit for the breeze because so much is on the line in this final match. $20,000, potentially a 3rd Crimson Blazer for one or a 1st Crimson Blazer for the other. And you guys are having a great time out here on the pier, so let's not rush things. Here comes the music. We'll be back in a couple minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Hi, it's John and Ann Shull. Welcome to our home. This is our living room. Let's head into what usually is our dining room, but for the next 2 weeks is going to be room for 3.
So when that part of the dining room becomes a bedroom, this is what we're left with for a dining room. A little silly, but it works.
So if we are dining outside, we have a table with 2 spans, and we also have a large stack of chairs, because sometimes we'll get other teams or we enjoy entertaining back here. This is our kitchen. This is the center of activity in the mornings. We typically will load up on a bunch of food that the sailors will want to eat. A lot of fruit, a lot of dairy, whole fat food. Really, it's interesting that they really tend to go for the whole fat yogurts, and because they're burning a lot of calories.
They're very self-sufficient. We set up coffee the night before and put out light breakfast foods, but the club takes really good care of the sailors. We just have a really good time. We love meeting the sailors. Of course, once they're here, you have to cheer for that team.
So we are hosting Ian Regatta from France, and we have, as I understand it, 7 sailors staying at our house. So when we do get to entertain them, and once they've done weigh-in and they're able to eat and drink and enjoy themselves, we do have a little wine cellar and plenty of glasses, and there's another cabinet that has all the scotch and bourbon and those sorts of things. But in case anybody else is coming by here, I don't want to let everybody know where it is. So this is our family room. Usually we have a chair in here and sometimes another table. But for the next couple of weeks, we'll have a full-size bed and a queen-size bed. We did have one of them have to climb up into the house because he forgot his key. He actually scaled the balcony, which we were a little surprised that you could do that, but somebody said, hey, it's easier than scaling a mast. So there you go. And then here's our guest room. All set up. A couple years ago, we had a different French team, and we had a couple on the team, and so they shared this room.
So we just make sure every sailor has a couple of towels. They'll do their own laundry. This year we'll print out the washer dryer instructions in French for them, just in case. And yeah, they're very self-sufficient. We've been housing sailors and umpires for about 10 years.
I would estimate that we probably had 25 or so different sailors and umpires that have come through here. And we have keys to our house throughout the world because they somehow never remember to put it on the table as they walk out the door. I think last year was a very interesting year because we had almost the entire team. They were the Aussies, the Cole Tapper's team, and they were very comfortable here. And they were like, at breakfast time, they'd come and then they'd sit around the bar and start singing and carrying on, and it was pretty fun. This year we actually had the opportunity to go to America's Cup in Barcelona, and so we got to hang out with Cole there because he had been there in the Youth America's Cup. Well, it's been great having you join us visiting our house, and if we have the fire pit going and the lights are on, you're always welcome to stop by and enjoy some fellowship with the other sailors. And we really wish you fun during Congressional Cup and Picker Cup, and we will see you out on the pier.
Wow, can you believe the action we've seen today? I cannot believe it's coming down to a fifth and final race here at the 60th Annual Congressional Cup. Congratulations to Chris Poole, Eric Monnin. Such a great show they're putting on for us today. Really quickly, as we finish up here, thank you to all of our sponsors, Farmers and Merchants Bank, Club 100, Plethora Businesses, American Integrated Services, the Cabrillo Boat Shop, Morgan Stanley and the Shadden Group, Durant Design and Construction, Bacardi, of course, the official drink of the Congressional Cup, the Port of Long Beach, Visit Long Beach, the Grand, Block Wellness and Sports Medicine, Long Beach Sailing Foundation, Catalina Yachts, the World Match Racing Tour. Congrats to James on such another great season. Belmont Athletic Club, Dry Creek Vineyards, and GK Skaggs providing the beer here for the Congressional Cup. On behalf of the Long Beach Yacht Club, I want to thank everyone for joining us. I want to congratulate the club on yet again another amazing Congressional Cup. 60 years of this race. We are so proud to host the sailors. We are so happy that you're joining us here on the pier and online. Thank you, everybody. We are minutes away from awarding our Crimson Blazer. When we come back, Tucker Thompson, Scotty Dixon, and Marilyn Cassidy will take us home as Chris Poole and Eric Monnin fight for the Crimson Blazer, the $20,000 cash prize, and the 60th Annual Congressional Cup Championship. We'll be right back.
For sailing. I'm excited about Long Beach and our natural conditions, our beautiful water, our beautiful weather, and we're just set up for a world-class event like the Olympics, and we're really grateful to be sailing on the same waters as the Olympics will be here shortly, so I'm very excited. Well, it really brings together the community spirit, the passion for the sport, the passion for community, and And this is really a world-class destination to bring other countries together to be here, right here in Long Beach, and this unified effort to be one.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here in Long Beach, California, and watching live across the world on Facebook and YouTube, this is the final race of the finals of the 2025 Congressional Cup between Chris Poole and Eric Monnin, tied at 2 apiece, and a first to win 3 points to win the Crimson Blazer and their share of a $75,000 total cash purse. Once again, I'm Tucker Thompson, joined by match racing expert Scott Dixon and Marilyn Cassidy, our local weather guru, telling us where the shifts are. She's never been wrong. Ryan Cassidy, of course, helping us out as well. And this is it, guys. You can feel the tension mounting here on the Belmont Pier for both teams.
Yeah, look at these two boats just pacing as we get ready for the entry to the last race. There's just about 1 minute and 20 seconds till that entry. So both of them just checking out the course, checking out the line. There's been a slight shift to the race course, and so everyone wants to know what's going on. We have pulled everything a little bit over to the right-hand side as the breeze maybe comes up a couple of knots here in this last race.
And so, Scotty, like we saw this morning, it is right-hand angle, left-hand pressure. There's a lot of breeze over here on the left side, but the angle's better to the right. That kind of means, how do you choose which side?
Oh, it's so difficult. It's an ongoing conversation for all the teams. They'll be studying the racetrack the whole time. Right now, I agree, the left looks good. But, yeah, you just got to play it by ear, keep updating the game plan, watch the shifts. So one thing, we got about 30 seconds to entry. We might see a spinnaker on Monnin's boat here for the entry. He's certainly set up for it.
All right, well, we're going to see. It's going to be Monnin entering on port from the left. We're on board here with Chris Poole, reigning two-time Congressional Cup champion, from the right. The clock ticking down, both teams entering into the pre-start at the 4-minute mark. All the pressure is on in this final match. Only one of these teams will walk away the victor. And here we go. It's going to be quite a match. Monnin, the light air expert. Poole, the reigning champion. Too close to pick.
Green, green, green.
Okay, pour le speed.
Green.
Yep.
Allez, go, go.
Hoisting is the call on Monnin's boat. Up goes the green kite.
Poole ready as well, but no match at this point. Can Monnin get across with that spinnaker? Is it going to be an advantage or not? Poole has rights on starboard, as you know. Coming up on 3:30. I don't think he's across. Scotty, do you?
No. Does he think he is?
Starboard.
He's not altering course yet.
It's out the other way. It's out the other way.
Is Monnin going to try and get across here?
Yes, he is. Oh, my
Oh,
God.
it's not.
He could have gone the other way. He could have gone the other way.
I think that might be penalty, Monnin. Umpire's talking about it.
Is he asking for room here on the exclusion zone? What do you make of this? Green flag. Green. Wow. Now Monnin drops the kite, luffs up.
He hit the boundary.
And he's to the right. Chris Poole is not happy with any of this.
Chris Poole claiming that Monnin hit the boundary buoy, which
He
is...
hit the boundary marker.
Did anyone see it?
Well, I believe the boundary markers are not actually marks of the course, so you're able to hit them. But
No,
not
they
go past
they
them.
made it very, very clear in the skipper's briefing that if you hit a boundary mark, you will be penalised.
The umpires have to see it and
The
penalize it.
umpires have to see it, so yeah.
Well, right now, Monnin's got a little bit of an advantage. Both of those altercations as Chris Poole runs away towards the Plan B spectator boat.
Yeah, Monnin very, very slow there. And see Chris Poole reaching away with a ton of speed. So advantage Chris Poole at the moment. Is he going to? I don't know if he's going to dial Monnin up there.
Yep. Port starboard, Monnin puts the helm down and avoids.
Right, but Chris Poole doesn't actually want to go that side of him. So yeah, very good by Chris Poole.
All things being equal, you'd want to lead into the line in this light air. We've got just under 2 minutes to go. Lots of time to burn.
Really quite a nasty set of waves coming onto the starting area. So if the boats get slower, it'll be all about who can accelerate first.
Monnin looking to get over Chris's bow. Chris looking to get an overlap.
Yep, Monnin rolling over the top, looking at the onboard camera. You can see Monnin in the foreground there, his eyes glued on Chris Poole's bow.
Monnin giving up the roll. Perhaps opening the door for Chris Poole to have a piece of him here. He's tacked on to port. Is he across? Chris is avoiding. Chris going to leeward.
So I think
altering rather.
Yeah, Chris Poole going for the penalty again.
I'm not sure he's going to get it. Monnin's going to shift over.
Blue flag.
Oh, it's a blue flag. Wow, Monnin gets the penalty. That is huge in this final race. As the clock ticks down, 1 minute to go to the start. Monnin in big trouble already.
Yeah, Monnin just pushing it a little too hard there. And what
Monnin was on port and received the penalty, port boat not keeping clear.
Well, at some point, statistically, Monnin was going to get a penalty because he's pushed it so hard and, to my eye, too aggressively. Didn't need to put himself in those positions. Well, now we go 20 seconds to the start. We like the breeze to the left. We like leading in. Monnin has both of those. But to my eye, Chris wanted the right, fought for it, and has got it. 10 seconds to count down to this final race here in the Congressional Cup. Chris Poole in the advantage position because Monnin has a penalty, and it is game on as we head upwind in this final start of the Congressional Cup.
Good camera angle there. Chris Poole to windward, Monnin to leeward. And for me, Chris Poole just far enough to be safe to windward without being affected by Monnin's gas.
Monnin gets his bow into that new pressure that we saw just a little earlier than Poole. Poole to the right, plenty of gauge to live there upwind. And then, of course, there is that penalty to Monnin.
Real game of cat and mouse at the moment. Who can keep their boat chugging through the water the best? Right now, Monnin will be thinking, unless we can somehow sail around Chris Poole, he will probably just go to a very fat ley line or wait for Poole to tack. Monnin will be, if he's not ahead, he will be more than comfortable to trail around the bottom, the top mark by, up to 4 boat lengths. You should be able to roll someone downwind in this light air.
Monnin sailing a slightly higher angle than Poole, who likes to keep the speed rumbling and the bow down a little bit comparatively. Different styles.
You can see how bouncy it is there. Poole's bow chomping up and down.
Sorry.
To my eye, Monnin just sliding ever so slightly forward, maybe indicating a bit of a lefty over there. Small one?
Yeah, I can hold him.
Yeah, so Chris Poole, you can hear him saying there he's pretty confident with the position.
I'm going to take the height while he's slow.
Yeah, Monnin has sailed just outside the leeward edge of that puff, and Chris has not. So Chris taking a little windward gain there. This is a game of, it's not inches, it's millimeters at this point, Scott.
It really is. And you look at the boats and it looks like they're just sailing a straight line. And the reality is the breeze is always changing. The trimmers are working quite efficiently with every little puff to gain every little ounce of speed out of the boat. And I think Monnin's starting to gain there. He's
going to get weak for us in a second.
Yeah. Chris Poole confirming that he's in a weak position.
He's going to go here.
Wow, big gains to Monnin at the moment.
I think the longer Chris Poole sits here, the worse it's going to get. Monnin has sailed around him. Look at that. Oh, boy.
These are Monnin's conditions, no question. We were saying at the break there that if Monnin gets an even start, he is definitely slippery in these conditions. He does have that penalty to undertake, but right now, nothing in it. Monnin can live to windward there.
Et c'est bien, on est très bas et on veut être très bas. On veut vraiment à tout prix lui marcher dessus. Allez, ouais, ça resserre un peu là, ouais.
So the lee bow position in these conditions is so powerful.
Ok. Allez, ça remonte.
Chris Poole
Ça
showing
recroche un
good
peu,
speed
là,
there,
deux,
just creeping
un.
forward a little on
Et
Monnin.
hop, ouais. Et ça rebond. Et ça a beaucoup, ça a
Again,
beaucoup refusé, là,
Monnin
ouais.
has just a degree or two higher mode, and Chris likes to go bow down and rumble. Just two different styles here.
Yeah, you can hear Monnin
Okay, là,
easing
ouais.
his sheets there. And wasn't sure the whole conversation, but I heard boku boku, which is lots and lots.
I mean,
I think he's talking about speed, and just watch him rumble over the top.
It is. He is. He's just rumbling around Chris Poole. Once from the leeward side on starboard, now to windward on port.
Now talk.
That number 7 bow is just climbing closer and closer to the front of
Keep the
Chris
speed
Poole's
up.
boat.
Yep.
Poole just hanging in there.
Monnin has to be careful. He doesn't give away too much height here. They might be on ley line.
Copy.
Yellow or green mark, Marilyn?
This was to the green mark.
Now talk to me.
Okay. Thank
Je
you.
vois ça.
Joachim, you want anything? You just BMG. Copy.
Dead even.
Faut qu'on reste rapide.
And if you're Poole, you're looking to windward saying, that guy just won't go away, that silly little Swissman.
I think Monnin was just saying Poole is fast here.
Ouais.
Look at how close this game is.
So expect
Voilà,
some
maintenant,
more
c'est important d'avoir un
fireworks
petit plus en
here.
vitesse.
Yep.
So
Poole.
as they enter the zone, as it looks from that drone shot, Poole
Ouais,
will be
ouais.
the inside boat.
He's not on ley line, though, is he?
Ok. On est mal, là. On est mal, désolé.
So, Scotty, are they overlapped coming into this zone?
Right,
ça fait
right now
chier.
they are. You can see Poole squeezing very hard to get rid of Monnin. Here we go. Might be head to wind, might be jib down here.
Get out of there. Have intact. Sailing. Jib
Allez,
up.
hop. Voilà,
Oh,
deux.
that's so close. Boat's coming within 2 or 3 inches.
Et ça revire direct. Il est pas les lines, lui. Il est pas les lines.
Speed build.
So a luff and then a speed build for Chris Poole. No penalty. 2 tacks for Eric Monnin. And Poole's going to struggle to make that mark.
Et on lui laisse la place.
Yeah.
Get ready for some
Merde, on
incredibly
va aller plus
down
loin.
speed stuff here. Monnin's put his
on fait
pole
comme
up. I
ça.
think that might be a mistake.
Now, who's got, is it Chris
Là-bas
Poole's
derrière
mark?
lui.
It's Chris Poole's mark.
Can Monnin go in there?
Ouais.
I
He's going to.
don't think he can.
Ok. Il s'arrête, lui.
No.
Et on va le laisser aller sur la bouée. Il va peut-être pas se la faire.
What is
Et
Monnin
nous,
doing?
on va faire un retour rapide, d'accord? Allez,
It's going to be
hop,
2
on
tacks
va.
for
Ouais.
Monnin. Poole is stopped dead in the
Allez,
water.
c'est bon, ouais.
Oh, is Chris
Retour
Poole
rapide.
close
Oh my
to the mark?
gosh.
He's almost stopped.
He
He's
might
right
hit
on
it.
the mark.
Holy
Oh, and
mackerel.
he's going to hit them. Is he going to hit it? He's so close. He's basically parked at the top mark. We're looking at the onboard footage. He's so slow.
And look at Monnin coming in from behind.
He's
Chris
not
doesn't
out of-
want to hit
he's
the
not
mark.
out of trouble yet.
Oh, he's hit it.
He's on the mark.
Touching. Allez,
He's
il a
on the
touché.
mark. So now the penalties are even.
Deux.
There it is. So penalties
Et
all
ça
square.
monte à
Monnin right on his tail. Wow.
Et ça monte
Fantastic
haut.
match.
Ça lance direct.
Poole spinnaker flying first.
And
Here
now we
comes
get-
Monnin trying to roll over the top.
Poole going into a luff.
Voilà, bien. Allez.
What a match.
This is
Deux,
awesome.
un. Malheureusement, on va moins vite que lui.
Poole just trying to keep his air
Moins
clear
vite que lui,
of
malheureusement.
Monnin from
Il va
behind.
prendre
Both
à fond.
teams struggling to get the spinnakers flying.
Ouais, ok.
It's a shift.
Allez.
It's a right-hand shift.
Soulevons tous. Deux.
That was an advantage to Chris
Et
Poole.
hop.
But you're right. No more penalty.
Ah,
Game
shit.
on.
Opponent was looking to scrub
Oh.
his penalty, and Chris Poole did it for him. Wow.
Ouais, c'est pas si mal.
Eric Monnin still very
Sinon,
slow
fun.
there. Chris Poole just stretching out a little, but Monnin well within pouncing distance for the jibe.
Ouais, on est un peu
To
plus
my
lent.
eye, that was a right-hand shift.
Deux.
Poole and his crew picked up on it and just eased their bow down, and Monnin didn't. And they collapsed their kite
Hop là,
and
ouais.
just scrubbed off some speed before they bore away, and now they're trying to get back up to pace.
On va aller un peu
As
plus loin, mais
Poole
c'est
was
clair que ça va être
comfortably
matchy,
ahead, but
d'accord?
this match is far from over. That Crimson Blazer's going to have to wait a little
Il y
longer.
va. Non. Deux, un, et... Voilà. Ouais, ok. C'est pas forcément le moment d'y aller, mais on y va matching quand même, hein?
They're just creeping downwind.
Man, you said 50-50, didn't you? And
2 races each and 1 penalty each, and everything to play for. Halfway through the match,
maybe they can split the
anything's
blazer.
possible here.
Take a sleeve each, cut it right down the middle. This next jibe, Scott, as you know, is going to be crucial for both teams because Monnin is now back up to speed. We've got to turn right at some point. Monnin looking to pounce on top of Chris. Here it comes. Simultaneous jibes. Chris Poole looking to beat Monnin through the jibe. Monnin flying his spinnaker beautifully. Matches. And now looking to roll. Chris get up on top of the yellow spinnaker's breeze. Has he done it? The yellow spinnaker's flying at this point. Poole looking good at the moment.
Keep your eyes on the yellow spinnaker. I would expect it to see it go very, very soft there. They're struggling to fill it. Monnin definitely on his breeze.
Monnin lower and faster. Chris Poole coming up, closing the gauge as a leeward boat, going into defensive mode. Not happy that the Swiss team's rolling over their yellow spinnaker, stealing their breeze, and taking the match from them at this point in time.
Problem here is Eric Monnin is doing what we call the long way around town. It's not enough to get in front of Chris Poole here. It is a lead change, but he will have to roll him with enough speed that he can still jibe and get down to the 2 boat length zone. But there it is. It's Eric Monnin almost clear ahead, but that's not enough.
Monnin's main trimmer just over trimming for a second there, giving more dirt to
great onboard footage.
Poole.
Oh boy, this is a game of inches.
If it was breezier, Poole could live in that position comfortably, but right now he's going to struggle to get back up to speed after Monnin stole his breeze and rolled him. Monnin just needs to be able to get a jibe in and not foul Poole to get down to the leeward gates. Breeze to my eye looks hard right-hand side. You got to get to the right upwind.
So one of the phrases we use is he who jibes last wins. And so we saw Monnin pass Poole on the previous jibe. You can expect Monnin to have similar troubles on this jibe as Poole rolls over him.
But we're above ley line for the leeward gate.
Such a difficult position to live in, to leeward. And the other boats, bad air and light air. Monnin doing a great job here.
Now Poole looking to get on Monnin's breeze, affect that F&M Banks green spinnaker. Still outside the zone for the marks, for the gates. You think they're going to want to fight for the right-hand side upwind. That's where the breeze is.
Yep. Poole really soaking in there now. Question is whether Monnin puts his bow down and calls no overlap. So Monnin clear ahead at the zone for sure.
Monnin's mark. He can go either one.
Yep.
And a beautiful jibe for Monnin. His air is clear at the moment.
Monnin turning left here. He likes the right side of the course.
Now, will Chris Poole follow around because it's so favored or try to split and sail extra distance? Right now, he elects to split. And I don't know if that's going to be the right call, but he wasn't left with many options.
So
as Monnin leads upwind.
Chris Poole, you can see having to sail a little extra distance to get to that other gate, but he does have the split.
One extra length has sailed right now, almost 2 extra lengths has sailed right now, and Poole finally gets the split he needed.
And Monnin's bow just looks so rotated to the right now, indicating a right shift, and sure enough, that's why he's rolling into attack.
Better angle, better breeze for the Swiss. And they're on starboard, and they're ahead.
Yeah, I think he tacked into a little bit of pressure there.
Massive shift. Massive, biggest right-hand shift we've seen on this beat, and Chris is to the left, just where he doesn't want to be. With the Congressional Cup on the line, Eric Monnin in the lead.
This is nail-biting stuff, though. That again, that all translated back to that top mark scenario. down speed tacking, then Chris Poole hitting the mark, and
Ok, bien, ouais.
absolutely close. Absolutely a classic match, I would say, Tucker.
As good as it gets, for sure.
I'm still losing my mind from the weather mark. I don't know how you two have recovered.
Yeah.
We're going to need therapy. And Monnin, I've been watching him all week. He's just been so smooth, so relaxed, and just picking his way through these races and through these shifts and through those moments that are so tense. I mean, he just sailed around Chris Poole twice. And now with no penalty, it'll come down to this final beat.
So I thought I heard some of Chris Poole's team there saying that they were much faster, so electing to go for attack.
It's all of a sudden a good shift for Chris Poole, isn't it?
Monin's in the driver's seat, but he still has to pick his poison. Which side of the track does he think's going to pay?
Chris Poole massively fast at the moment on port. Asking the question of Monnin, who will respond with attack. Likely to see Chris tack away as well, but Chris has got some pace all of a sudden. Winding Monnin in and keeping us on the edge of our seat for a bunch longer here on this upwind leg.
Yeah, nice tack by Poole's team.
And where's the next puff? To my eye, it looks like it's on Monnin's bow.
I have to agree with you. I see some puffs coming down on the right-hand side, and I think I'd want to protect the right as we come up to the weather mark, too.
Right, even as Chris gains, at least Monnin still has the starboard tack advantage as well. This will be the last windward mark in the Congressional Cup. Monnin looking for his first, Poole looking for his third. History's going to be made either way. And a big split. You know this, Scotty, late in the day, light air, the bigger, every boat length you split apart from your opponent, the stress ratchets up more and more. We've seen Poole come back halfway up this beat.
Pressing one, copy.
And now Monnin all the way from the right-hand side, tacks onto starboard. The breeze kind of fizzling out across the course here. Monnin's got a little local puff, but long range, who knows? And on board with Poole, continuing on.
There's your separation. You can see how light it is. Flat water, Palos Verdes in the background. Poole on the left, Monnin on the right.
S'accroche un peu là maintenant. Ouais.
Poole's thinking, right about now, maybe I should change my PR tagline.
Ouais. Pour le pourtant, plutôt à continuer.
He's promoting the potential three-peat
Ça va virer
pretty
maintenant
hard
pour
coming
lui. Ça
into
va être
this.
serré, hein?
I don't know now.
OK.
And we only have one leg left,
pourtant.
and still anything can happen.
This is too close to call.
Yeah, now they're converging again. Here comes Poole from the left.
Okay.
Closer than it looks for sure. Monnin looks to be ahead, but he's going to have a tack set at the top.
Oh, this is, yep.
Poole coming in with pace.
Monnin's still ahead, but that tack's going to cost him 3 or 4 boat lengths. That's going to bring Poole right back into it. Get ready for more fireworks.
Oh, that's close. Look at that shot.
This is not over.
Not by a long shot, and that tack is going to hurt Monnin for sure. Crew at the ready on board with Poole. They're just going to roll into a high-speed set, use all that momentum while Monnin tacks at the mark. Monnin's boat speed is dropping. Poole rumbling in from behind. Less than a length between the two teams now. Poole has pace. Monnin has the lead. Into the Spinnaker sets, and it's going to be all on to the final run to the finish for the Congressional Cup.
How close is that? It's literally a foot. Poole almost overlapped. C.S. Bauman running forward, dropping the jib.
Doesn't get much closer. And I like what Poole did. He used all that speed to get in a lower position.
That's it.
So he can beat Monnin to the jibe.
Get strong.
Voilà, bien, ouais.
And Monnin's only hope right now is he affecting Poole a little bit on the breeze. Poole just starting to slow down. Poole actually slowing down quite a bit, isn't he? Now he starts to accelerate there. So that was him running into Monnin's dirty air.
Yeah, he might have hunted a little too low, a little too long there.
Oh, man.
Monnin now building speed. Just, I mean, how
for those folks on the pier, we have the advantage of the drone shots here, and they were within less than a foot.
And there is nothing in the world more exciting than this at 2 miles an hour, I got to tell you.
So Monnin again just quietly stretching out.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Poole has to make sure he doesn't get too slow here. He can't just let Monnin sail away.
Poole heating it up there to kind of regain some of his speed. Now when they jibe, that's at least going to be an advantage for Poole.
Oh, this is all down to the last jibe here.
I think this will be the longest run in Congressional Cup history for both of these teams, that's for sure. Wow. You could hear a pin drop on the pier. No one is making a sound, Scotty. Shh.
He's going deep.
Chris, shh.
A little bit of wheel winding on Chris Poole's boat there.
This next jibe is everything in this race. I can just feel the tension on board Chris's boat.
Look at how Monnin's stretched out.
Anybody want to know how to sail really well in light air? Look no further than Eric Monnin. We do have another jibe to go, Scotty, and we do have some breeze hitting both boats. Now that's going to help Poole. Just can't believe how well Poole reeled him in at that top mark just to have a few lengths stolen away from him again. Here we go.
Oh. Chris Poole jibes away.
C'est parfait, ça me plaît bien ça.
Oh, you can hear Eric Monnin say, yeah, perfect. That's good. Yeah.
Non.
Chris Poole just swinging for the
plus en
fences,
VMG.
looking for a slightly different puff.
Poole's angle is pointing almost closer to the windward mark now than he is the
Okay, on y
finish.
va par
Looking for
ici.
some breeze off to that left-hand
Allez, deux.
side. Monnin, meanwhile, is going to jibe
par ici.
in clear air for the finish. The Congressional Cup on the line. Sailing with his family, Ute Monnin Wagner, Simon Brugger, Jean-Claude Monnin, his brother, Julien Flaxa, Mathieu Renault, Maxime Mesnil.
Un, et hop. Ouais, okay.
Looking for his first Congressional Cup win, but right now the boats are almost pointing at each other. The angles are so high, it's all going to come down to this, right down to the finish. Poole's got a good head of steam from behind. He's jibing on top of Monnin's breeze.
Tant mieux.
Monnin's got a really high angle, has hardly made any gauge towards that finish line. It's not over yet, folks.
Non, on va pas être en danger. On va pouvoir jiber et aller à l'arrivée au comité.
I shouldn't have read the crew list so early.
D'ici que le devant nous touche.
Oh, man, you can see that green F&M bank
Yup,
spinnaker
ouais.
just starting to get unstable,
Quand il jibe, on y va
drooping
nous
a little
aussi.
bit because Poole's on his breeze for sure.
Allez.
Monnin is slowing down.
On y va
Poole
dans
is
trois.
speeding up. 7
deux.
lengths to the finish. Here comes
Et
Poole.
maintenant, hop.
Jibing towards Monnin's breeze now with pace, bringing breeze from behind. He's got speed. Monnin looks slow.
Yep.
The distance now, 2 lengths, 2.5 to
No.
Monnin. Monnin's spinnaker drooping a little bit. Poole's got a big kite. Poole's got a head of steam. Poole's looking to steal this win right at the finish line. Poole has a lot of pace. Monnin trying to get up to speed, trying to keep his air clear, trying to win his first Congressional Cup. Can he do it? Here comes Poole from behind. Almost overlapped. Poole's got massive pace.
C'est bon, c'est bien.
Eric Monnin puts the bow down, looks ahead, and knows he's done it. He's won the 2025 Congressional Cup. What a match! And what a finish!
Wow.
Eric Monnin has done it.
What a race. What a race.
Wow. So happy for him.
How happy is he?
They've done it, his first Congressional Cup win, and he did it over Chris Poole, two-time reigning champion.
Look at the emotion. That's fantastic.
Holy mackerel.
Wow.
Wow. Wow, exactly.
Wow.
I think he's shaking. That was the nail biter of a finish. My goodness. What a Congressional Cup for this 60th anniversary edition. You couldn't get any better than that. Scotty, that was a nail biter from the minute it started all the way to the very last second of the finish.
What an absolute classic. Could have gone either way. And thank you to both teams for the entertainment. Absolutely amazing.
Oh, my goodness. And Chris Poole, what an incredibly sailed regatta all the way to this point. Congratulating Monnin there on the water.
Congrats, Eric.
Class act.
And how great to have a new wearer of the Crimson Blazer.
I'm so happy for Monnin. Wait, Marilyn, who did I pick at the beginning of this week?
I sort of forget now, Tucker.
I think it begins with M and rhymes with Onin.
Yeah. Well, hopefully they know his jacket size.
Yeah, small.
Not here, maybe in the...
Okay, well, let's go down on the water. First, we're going to hear from Chris Poole, second place finisher in this year's Congressional Cup. What a tough race.
That was brutal. Got a penalty on Eric in the pre-start. Probably should have had two. He hit the boundary marker, but the umpires were out of position. And then, he did a good job being quick in this light air. That's his strength. Always has been. And he got away from us, or we got up to him at the top mark and just got stuck and couldn't get around the top mark. And he came in pace. Then he broke away, but on the downwind, he was able to roll us. And unfortunately, the dying breeze went to the right, and he got that left turn at the gate, and that kept it close, but we just couldn't get to him. And, congratulations to Eric. I know he's wanted this for a long time, and he deserves it.
I'm really impressed with Chris Poole all the way around the track, and what a gentleman. All credit to Eric Monnin. There's the winner. Oh, they're going to celebrate at Long Beach Yacht Club tonight. I'm so happy for him.
I can't wait to hear this interview.
Well, I think before we get our onboard interview, we have a little bit of champagne to drink. Well, okay, good. Let's hear from him. Eric Monnin, your winner.
I have no words. Yeah, just about to realize what we did. So, more than 20 years of match racing, and yeah, never won a major World Tour event, and winning this here, Congressional Cup. It's a dream. It's a dream coming true. Wow. We didn't believe it. Yeah, I still don't believe it. Sorry. But
what made the difference in that race? How'd you do it?
We could keep calm, and probably that's why I'm a bit out of words, because it's taking so much energy away to not think about what's on stake. So, hey, thanks to my crew, they did so well. So yeah, incredible.
11 years here, it's the first one you've won. How does it feel?
Couldn't be better.
Wow, I'm so happy for him. I think we had to break out the box of tissues listening to that, and deservedly so. He's going to lead the fleet in as the winner of the 60th anniversary edition of the Congressional Cup, and you could feel the tension releasing and the gravity of the moment there as he realizes what he's just done. And I didn't know that was his first major match race win after 20 years, his first
I've been
World Championship level.
I've been match racing against Eric for a long time, and I was also surprised to hear that. But congratulations to Eric and his team. He's, as you saw, absolutely overcome with emotion, and deservedly so.
16 years of the Congressional Cup. This is such an exciting moment, honestly, for all of us.
It's great. And look at everybody kind of just hauling the mail on their way in, because I think there's going to be a big victory celebration at the Long Beach Yacht Club tonight. We're going to see Eric Monnin put on that extra small crimson blazer.
Probably a few cowbells ringing.
Yeah. And his whole team, they know they've won the Congressional Cup. It's the 60th anniversary edition. It's going to be huge at Long Beach Yacht Club. We're so grateful to all the members of the Long Beach Yacht Club and all the volunteers that make this regatta possible, and of course all the sponsors and the competitors that have come from around the world. We're back on board with the champagne moment. Let's listen in.
Hey. Ouais. C'est pas venu tout seul, hein. Oh là là.
So much emotion.
Ouais, doublé, ouais. Ouais.
No spray, huh? Oh, okay. They actually drink champagne. Well, now
that was thirsty work.
Traditional parade of sail. All of the teams, out of respect, are going to be behind Monnin. He will lead everybody, the race committee, the umpires. It's all going to be a parade back to Long Beach and back to the yacht club. And, of course, then we'll have the trophy presentation. All of you listening here in the Belmont Pier, welcome to join us, hear from the winner. There's going to be some more champagne back on shore and maybe some drinking out of the Congressional Cup itself. It does happen, Scotty. You've seen it once or twice before. This has been an incredible week. We're so grateful for having you guys join us here live in Long Beach and, of course, online around the world on Facebook and YouTube. It has been just the type of event you'd expect for this 60th anniversary edition, as the greatest match racing regatta in the world proves why they are. And Eric Monnin is this year's winner. Scotty Dixon, great to have you here. And Ryan Sanders, great to be with you all week. And Marilyn Cassidy, your win calls have been perfect. I'm just honored to be working with this team. And it's great to see everyone here in Long Beach. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you next year. And right now, we'll see you back at the Yacht Club for the victory celebration.
When it comes to one of the most important decisions of your life, your future, your freedom, your legacy, selling your business shouldn't be complicated. At Plethora Businesses, we help business owners sell smarter, faster, and for the highest value they deserve. From valuation to closing, we're with you every step of the way. Visit plethorabusinesses.com to start your next chapter.
I'm Long Beach Mayor Rex Richardson, and I'm proud to welcome you to the 60th Congressional Cup, one of the world's premier sailing regattas. Hosted by the Long Beach Yacht Club, this iconic event highlights why Long Beach is a top global destination for competitive sailing. Join us April 30th to May 4th for spectacular views of the vibrant spinnakers dancing on our water, to the exciting close-up action visible from the Belmont Pier, right where Olympic sailors will soon begin to train for LA 28. To all our guests, our competitors, welcome to the city of Long Beach. Thank you.
Big time. Fishtail, look how close Poole's getting. Dixon's in trouble.
This year we celebrate 60 years of world-class match racing at the iconic Congressional Cup, hosted by the Long Beach Yacht Club.
Yeah, buddy, 2 in a row, baby. Best team in the world.
It was such a huge honor to have my name on that trophy alongside some of the absolute legends of the sport.
Obviously the winner of the Congressional Cup wins the Crimson Blazer.
Putting this jacket on last year was something I've dreamed about since I got into match racing.